think it's a lock. What? Paperclip does not need wall outlet. You can't even plug a paperclip into the wall outlet without risking a shock. That's the point. Okay, we're back. The wall outlet. I think we have to do a power outage here. Short circuit. We do a breaker. We do breaker. That would definitely. How do a fixer? Well, the fixer is 50-50. Would a breaker be the fixer? Or a breaker? Like, does it make sense? If I put an electrician here, we're definitely going to win. Let's be electrician. Definitely going to win, yeah. And then unemployment would definitely beat electrician. Unless you are unemployed and you get a job being an electrician, then you would beat unemployment with a job. What would it be, electrician? Starvation. That's one way to beat one. Or maybe a hammer. A hammer would beat electrician too. I can't do power outage because this guy would easily fix that. Thunder. That would just kill him. For electricity. Why would he lose to that? It's his job. Oh, retirement. Retirement. They would lose. They would. This. Yeah. What beats retirement? Money? No. Oh, this is kind of tough actually. Score 35. I want to get to at least 100. Okay, how long it takes. Retirement may actually be kind of hard to get out of retirement. What do you think of that? Time would bring us right back. Health problems, heart attack. Doctor beats heart attack. Heart attack's too drastic. I could go health problem here. They go doctor. They go employment. Let me go health problem. That would be retirement. Well, maybe they'll put them into retirement though. Okay, what wins? Money or retirement? That's another toss-up. I could put death, but that's way too drastic. I can't put work because retirement would beat work. What if I put young? If I put just young, would young win against retirement? It wouldn't make any sense. I don't know how to match the two up. Well, what if I put healthy? Healthy would win against retirement. Healthy, for sure. Yeah, a healthy person is more likely to enjoy their retirement. It's a no-brainer. Okay, number two. Healthy? Now, something unhealthy. McDonald's. Ooh, this is kind of tough because the AI might always gravitate to healthy. Like McDonald's or healthy, it's going to pick healthy. Or how did it pick the two to go against each other? That's my question. Because for like injury, but wouldn't it want to go for the one that's better? Healthy is better. What if I put salad? What if I put something that's also good for you? Would a salad be healthy? Does that make sense? Healthy is way stronger than I thought. Yeah, disease would be healthy because you can't just be healthy with a disease. I might have to go for injury and then go to doctor. I don't know if injury would beat healthy though. Let's try it. It did, okay. Yeah, injury is the opposite of being healthy. It's like night and day for me and a decent haircut. What beats a doctor? Unemployment? Is that already? An apple. Oh my god. An apple would work here. An apple a day keeps the doctor away. Therefore, the apple is more powerful. Therefore, the apple holds some power, and it might be able to defeat the doctor. I think apple would work just based off of the reference. Yes, easy. What beats apple? A worm beats an apple. Yeah. What beats a worm? I could go something like my hands or my ankle. If it can't survive my ankle, it can't survive my knee. I can take this worm out with anything. What if I do like my left elbow, my right elbow? Can I say which one? What beats a lock? What beats a door? My right. Am I allowed to do that? What beats a worm? Like grass. Drastic. This is gonna be so easy to 100. It's gonna take a long time though. A living creature of some sort, like a bird or a fish. A bird would beat the worm. Okay, let me do bird. I can go bird and slowly gravitate up the food chain of birds, and then find a way to kill that big bird, like kill a vulture, right? And then I can go all the way back down and restart the chain and go up slowly. Now, what beats a bird? A little bit stronger of a bird. How many birds may you mess with? Like hawk, eagle, vulture. Which one is many results here? I could do a crow here. Does that make sense? I don't think I can even escalate a food chain like that, actually. I mean, I guess I could. I could like go from hawk to dog. Which were so good because I could always just switch to animals at any point. Like cotton pad, I could put a lion. A lion would be a cotton pad. Let's go for a hawk. Assuming whatever bird they have is not as strong as the hawk. Yes. We weren't sure what that bird was. But hawks, we know these are birds. I think it's from a hawk to a falcon. I think falcons are stronger than hawks. Yes. Okay. It's working. I think eagle maybe next. Oh, what if we went a different route? We go eagle. Then we go with like big birds. I think Eagles definitely. No! Eagle does not beat the Falcon. Eagles and Falcon is like comparing apples to slightly different apples. No clear winner here. No. Okay, we're back. That would be talk. You can't put eagle here. But could we put a big bird like an emu or an ostrich? Thing is, the falcon could be brutal with its claws. It could tear apart the ostrich. How would the ostrich win? It's just bigger. The falcon could get away. Do I dare go ostrich here? I think an ostrich would win. Go ostrich. You can't really compare these two. They're not apples to apples anymore. Ostrich, yep. Okay, that's. What would beat an ostrich? I could go for like a dog now, right? Because wouldn't a dog beat an ostrich? I'm not sure how strong ostriches are. That's part of the problem here. I could put a fence. You lock it in, it can't get out. They have to beat the fence. A snake could go under the fence or between the mesh. Or I could go with the road of having like a car versus an ostrich. I'm gonna run that thing over. I think we go fence here. Barbed wire fence. A snake could get through this. I'll put small snake, right? Then we're back down to the bottom. Barbed wire fence versus ostrich. Come on. It's gonna contain it. It's gonna be fenced in, it won't win. Here we go. And now we do small snake. Because how would it stop it? The snake would get through. Small snake. This has to win. Yes. First person to get that. What beats a small snake? My foot. Or I'm gonna go all the way up the food chain here. I could go cat to dog. Because I think a dog would beat a cat, right? The fact that it's specifying a small snake, I think a cat could win. Okay, let me go cat then. Oh, come on. Yep. Okay, huge. And now cat versus dog. This is like LeBron James versus Michael Jordan. Do I dare go dog over cat? I think a dog would beat a cat, and then a wolf would beat a dog, unless those are counted as the same thing. But I don't think so. Let me go dog here. Come on, dog beat the cat. What beats a dog? A wolf or a collar? Oh, what if I just go up the food train and then bring up my car? So I'm just like, oh, lion versus car. The car would probably win, assuming that the car is attacking the lion. I don't know. Dog to wolf. Wolf, we're going to end on bear probably. Or we can go the elephant route and just like have the larger animal win. I don't think we have too many left in us if we keep going the animal route here. Just like dog's pretty high up already. Wolf, lion to tiger. I think lion and tiger are like the same thing though. And those things are going to be tough to beat. Like, I don't even know if a rhino could beat a lion. I'm not sure if this game would even process that. If I go wolf, let's do leash. Definitely to win. Easy one. We could cut the leash here. Scissors we would use. I feel like we didn't need to use scissors. We could have found like more basic things to beat paper. Paper? We should not have wasted scissors here. Scissors would get us right out of the leash. I could do teeth here because the dog could chew through it. And if I'll go teeth here. Teeth will beat the leash. Sure, it's easy. We do cavity here. I should put tooth. Singular. So what beats a tooth? A root canal. A dentist. Then we go unemployment again. What beats teeth? A toothbrush. Toothbrush beats the teeth. Yes. Okay. Now what beats a toothbrush? The toilet. Right here we win. Plumber right. A leak would beat the toilet. A plumber would beat the leak. Unemployment would beat the plumber. We have to throw in like World War III or something. Calm this list down. Honestly, I think it'd be one forever. You could do mold. Mold would beat a toothbrush. And then beat mold. I think alcohol would beat mold. And what would beat alcohol? Mead. I should know because I would use it. What beats mold? Vinegar. Easy. What beats vinegar though? Baking soda here. Baking soda should do the job. What? No. A lot of people tried this allegedly. It's always the same number though. Damn it. 53. Well. We're back. This time I'm going to stop at teeth. I'm going to go for chip. I thought about this. A chip would beat a tooth. Like a chip in your tooth. Yeah, okay. Now this is really easy to beat. A chip can be beaten by, I don't know. Because maybe he's going to think of like a chip you eat now. I mean, considering that emoji is that. The British chip. What beats the chip? A pancake would beat the chip. I think pancake's good. Pancake, I think, will work. If I go chocolate pancake here, it might be like, oh, it's chocolate pancake. It's going to use the chip inside of it, devour it. This would be so stupid. Come on. Please don't make me too solid again. Yes, chocolate pancake. I think since I put chocolate in there, it knew we're talking about chocolate chip pancakes. Oh, no. Okay, no, it didn't. A chocolate pancake is more satisfying than a plain chip. It's a no-brainer. The pancake's rich flavor and fluffy texture crush the humble chip. Okay, it stayed with just the food chip. Interesting. Next. Ooh, okay. We put a knife, we instantly win. That's too strong of a word. I made it sound too delicious, so I can't go with another food here. Or me. I could put me, because I would eat the pancake. Easy. Tough card. I'm the first person that gets me. I guess it's because I'm the only me out there. You guys aren't me. I'm gonna eat the pancake. What beats me? I feel like you doesn't make sense. But doom scrolling is a problem that I have. This game knows that. A bully would beat me. Literally. What beats me? That's actually tough. I forgot how strong I am and how tough I am. Forgot how smart I am and how intelligent I am. I could put age, because age would defeat me over time. I might put age here. Then what would beat age? Age is a really tough one to beat. We're getting too deep. I might have to kill I might have to put axe or bar. Shoot, why would I die in this video? I do this to myself. Why did I go with me? McDonald's. I think McDonald's would be the end of it. That would definitely beat me. Or dehydration. And I beat dehydration with liquid. We do dehydration. What about father? Then what do I do after father? I could do dehydration for father. Maybe it would beat me in father. Ooh, okay, let me go father. Yeah, taxes. This is one. Go taxes, or we could go. It'd be tough to beat the IRS. Actually, I think hangover would be good. Well, then I put orange juice. Yeah, that. Hangover will beat our dad, right? Yes. First person to do being beat with the hangover. And now, what beats the hangover? Orange juice, right? What beats the hangover? Oh, coffee. Yeah, coffee might actually do it. Wake their ass up. Come on, coffee. What beats coffee? The bean. Or milk. Spoiled milk. I like that. We go for spoiled milk here. Spoiled milk, definitely got to win. Yeah. 5 other people said that. Spoiled milk ruins coffee. What beats spoiled milk? We could go something like mold again. Algae. Compost. What about the cow? The cow doesn't care if it's spoiled milk. It would make more. Yeah, cow. Easy. Okay. What beats the cow? Steak. My grill. Just kidding, I've never heard of cow. The grill would easily win. Just grill. Something as basic as that. If I go steak here, it might not actually win. The grill, for sure. Vegan beat the cow? The vegans wouldn't go near the cow. They'd be scared of the cow. So the cow would wreak havoc on the vegan. We could put farm, because the farm would win against the cow. Let's do farm. Farm? What beats the farm, though? I could go drought. I like drought. Easy one. And what beats the drought? Water. Well, if there's a drought, that means there is no water. Rain? Oh, rain might actually work. Rain would come in and end the drought, right? Yes. Rain. What beats rain? Snow. Actually, let's do snow here. And what beats snow? The plow. But it's too obvious. There's a lot of things that could beat snow, like the sun. What beats the sun, though? The plow is like, how would you beat the plow? Well, let me do shovel and then plow. Shovel. Yeah, and then plow. Or I go for axe here. I think axe would be the shovel. Shovel. Let's do plow. It's more effective for the shovel. Yeah. A plow. Okay, he's doing the tractor route. A plow is a more effective tool for moving earth than a shovel. I was thinking snow plow, but I was thinking like a land plow. Plow. Can't put grass. Would lose. Crops would lose. Damn, plow's kind of tough. I was thinking if I go for mud, I might win. Flat tire. That would be another free one. We might have to go with flat tire and then put patch. It's gonna risk though. Yep. Flat tire, patch. That has to win. Yep. What beats a patch? A nail? No. What does beat a patch? It's so broad again. We just hit a flat tire. Oh yeah, flat tire. Now we can puncture the patch, but maybe the patch would. Like, rip. Patch would beat the rip. What if I put peel? You might think of patches like this. So peel. You peel the band-aid. Actually, no, rip might work because like ripping the band-aid off. Rip the patch off. Yes. Yeah. What beats rip? Would tear beat rip? Oh, sew. Sew would beat rip. Yes. What beats sew? I think a needle would beat sew. Does that make sense? And then a haystack would beat a needle. Would needle beat sew? Okay, well, needle. I feel like haystack would win. Or would it lose? Finding that thing's gonna be a needle in a haystack. They always say that. So haystack has to win. haystack, right? Please. I think this number is wrong. There's no way it's always this many people give it to me. You know, haystack is really easy. Put like a truck. You put something like a match again, candle. A candle versus a haystack. A candle. There are other words like match. A lighter. Lighter. Boy, we could go full circle. And something that eats hay, like a cow. We did cows. Something like horse. Yeah, horse would beat the haystack. Sure, eat it. Nice. What beats a horse? What are they called? The horse rider women. Which soap would a tank? A stable? A stable because that's where they hang out. I'm doubting this one for some reason. I'm doubting it for some reason. Why is it taking so long? Hurry up! No, there's this. Why is it stuck? Unstable. What's happening? We're gonna lose. It's gonna bug out. I think we definitely get who beats stable? The owner. Go for a word like collapse. It's like a word that is like a destruction word. You can break anything. I think collapse would be any of these things. The carpet beetle versus collapse. Like, collapse and die. A bog wire fence versus collapse. I mean, it's pretty much it's describing what's going to happen to the object. It's going to collapse. On track. Landlord. Landlord would beat stable. The eviction would be the landlord. No. Let's do landlord and bankruptcy. Come on. Why is it taking so long? There we go. Person to go from stable to landlord. I would say eviction, but landlords give the eviction. I'd have to go like bankruptcy or something. Or break. I have to go bankruptcy. That's the word. And then what would it be like stimulus check or like lottery? Lottery win. I think. It really takes a while to get deeper into the game. Yes, there we go. Bankruptcy. It's kind of tough to beat this actually, because like money wouldn't win, right? Wait, what would win? $1 million? Or bankruptcy? Oh, rich parents. No, because rich parents would lose to bankruptcy. What about bank robbery? It's gonna be something silly that would work, or just bank. Could bank beat bankruptcy? I almost want to go bank here, but I feel like it's kind of risky. Or like lottery. Yeah, lottery's gonna win for sure. Oh, okay, that's close. Lottery, that's gambling. We didn't win the lottery, just what beats lottery. A job has to beat lottery, right? Yeah. What beats a job? Fun. Fun beats a job, right? That's risky. That's risky. I think I'm gonna lose here. I'm 76. Fun beats a job. I think I lost. That's stupid. Because all this time I have to think about my guess. Oh, it undid, I guess. Okay, well, maybe I shouldn't go for fun. Promotion beats a job. Wait, how do we get a promotion? And then we kill, and then we shoot this. No. Happiness beats a job. Okay, now. Am I frozen here? $1 million beats a job. Never. That has to beat a job. We're actually stuck at 76. Maybe that's where the road ends. It might take forever. Oh, it's done again. Okay. Let me put the boss beats the job. Oh, that's good. What? I am way too scared to refresh this. Oh my god, no. I logged in, and now I'm at 0. He just reset everything. Okay, I'm gonna have to jump back to where I was. Speed back to where we were. That's so unfortunate. We're not gonna lose either. Okay, we're back. What beats lottery? You know what job does. Job. What beats a job? What did I have for this? I think it was boss. Oh, it's working. Okay, we're back. Boss. CEO. And bankruptcy would work here again. They have a civil lawsuit or cancellation. Let's do scandal. CEO scandal. That should be an easy one.
มาไปเชิกแล้วมันโกนเต็ม
79 close to 100. Scandal. Go for apology video. I feel like they wouldn't win though. So lose. I think memes would be scandal.
ผู้ไปกลับที่สุดเนี่ย
Memes are the scandals. I don't know what would ever top memes. I think memes is one of the hardest ones. We put memes against anything. Memes against father. Memes against Austria. I feel like this is one of the strongest words in the the game. Like this is a trump card.
ท้อง
Could be anything.
เนี่ย
Let's
แบ
go
บนั้น
robbery. I think robbery is a safe one.
แล้วนะเพราะว่าเกิดอยู่ก่อน
Then we go jail. Go anything from there.
มองว่าส่ง
Robbery
ทำ
versus bank would win.
ทำไมถึง
I think the robber would win. Yeah. Can we go jail then police, or what's more dangerous? I could do prison, then I could do Alcatraz, and then I could do prison.
มากะอาจจะมากะ
Prison.
จะมากะ
Nothing else to it. We could go court.
ดูเยอะเบลแล้วก็จะมาเยอะเองเลย
Court.
ดูฮอยุ้ยแล้วดูวีซ่าว่าพูด
Yes.
ก็พูดสิ
LeBron James dominates the court. I could do Michael Jordan here because the game might also negotiate. Oh my god, I didn't come to this. Michael Jordan.
พู
You
ด
might say it's like, oh, they're two peas in a pod. Come on. Yes, Michael Jordan's the GOAT. Look at this game. I actually believe LeBron's the GOAT. Or honestly, Curry's the GOAT. Michael Jordan's the GOAT. 6 rings, baby. I mean, isn't Robert Horry the GOAT then? He has 7 rings. Wait, so if I put Robert Horry, would he win? Because if you guys don't know, Robert Horry has 7 rings. It might actually no. What beats Michael Jordan? What did he had a gambling problem? Oh man, it's messed up. A lot of things could beat a person. Like I could put like lawyer or crime. But you can't beat the crime. I'm not sure what Michael Jordan's kryptonite is, to be honest. Like maybe there's one team in particular that always beat him. If I go jail, it's like you can't beat jail. We do jail already? I wish we didn't go basketball. That was a bad idea. Let me go jail. Has to beat him. Yeah. Michael Jordan can't dunk his way out of jail. Sorry, MJ. Okay, I had to get out of Michael Jordan without using too crazy of a word like time. I could do jail versus like innocent. I don't know. Jail versus pardon? Let's do jail versus bail. I have to get out. Yeah. Bail versus broke. I think broke would beat bail for sure. Yes. 86. What beats broke? Occupation. We already did jobs. We do occupation. Yeah. Right? Yes. Okay. One other person guessed that. It's probably me. What beats occupation? A promotion, right? Yeah. I'm just gonna speed through these. What beats promotion? Let me lay off. Unfortunately, being laid off. I thought we lost. Simple scared me. If I put new job, would it no? If I put just regular job, I think we'd lose the layoff. But new job, I already said job though. I'm not sure if it's lose because it's a job already. New career. Oh, maybe that. I'm kind of liking this. New career will beat the layoff. Yeah. Yes. New career. I'm kind of stuck in this career bubble. Entrepreneur, I think would beat this. Work from home. I think it would
ไอ
like
ซีมาเยอะอาจารย์เป็นไหม
It's probably gonna like this. It's gonna receive. Okay. What beats work from home? Homeless. Yeah, you cannot work from home if you're homeless. They have an image for this. A home would beat homeless. Oh, would that even work? No, because you're homeless, you don't have a home. Charity would win here, right? Yeah. Charity. What beats charity? No, I forgot. This would be impossible. What beats charity? A lawsuit. I think lawsuits are our only way out of this. Beats charity. Donation. Donation beats charity. Charity beats donation. I'm doing lawsuit. I'm getting out of this. Lawsuit has to win. Beats lawsuit. Lawyer. Lawyer beats lawsuit. What? Who else will beat the lawsuit? The lawyer has to fight it for you, right? 94. We're not done. Get back there. Okay, we're back to 93. We're on charity again. Last time I went lawsuit won. Yeah, lost on lawyer. I might not want to go lawsuit because I didn't realize how hard that is to beat. I think prison. Have I went prison yet? I did jail. If I go lawsuit to prison, I could do escape. But that's risky. Like, what if you just can't escape the prison now? I could just go World War III. I need to get 7 more. I can go drastically less 7. Corruption. Ooh, corruption is good. Corruption. That would have to win. Would government beat corruption? Yeah, easy one. What beats corruption? Okay, we're at 94. I think lawsuit would beat corruption. It's actually tough because I can't put police. Corruption would beat police. Or crime beats corruption, I think, right? 95, we're close. I can smell it. We still have prison left, I think. We'll use jail. Crime? Murder is worse than crime. Murder. I don't really want to escalate much on this one. I should just go straight to jail. Straight to jail. That meme. Please with the meme. Now, here. Good enough. We could pull out knife. I feel like knife has always been there for us. Will that work? No! I should have known the knife was already here. Damn it. We're so close. I thought knife would have worked. Okay, here we go. Cross the line here. What can beat murder? A bomb. That's it. Give it. I'm going for the heavy hitters. Bomb. Yep. Maybe it's a bomb. World War III. Okay. Right. 98. What beats World War III? The Earth. Right? There is no World War III without the Earth. True. And what beats the Earth? Let's say a bomb again. I think a bomb would also work here. Like let's do the Death Star. Blow up the Earth. Boom. Yep. Death Star can blow up entire planets. Earth doesn't stand a chance against that kind of firepower. Before 100, we didn't. Let's just keep going until we lose it. Black hole. That should win. Yeah. We're at 101. This is all I wanted. Would science beat the black hole, you think? Or would nothing? Would nothing win here? It's like emptiness, like void. Wait, watch me do this, right? I'm going to type right back in. I think time will work, right? Oh, okay, whatever, we lost. 101. Well, yeah, that does it, guys. To 100. We lost immediately after. Went too big with our big black hole. Black hole is impenetrable. We lost. I'm on the leaderboard, guys. I'm 11th. I should have for top 10. Someone scored 3,800 this week. Oh, it tells you where they lost. They went all this way just to promote their event. We're not visiting your website. I'm bored. Did not beat a god named Briggs who destroys gods named Brianna. If you want me to do this again, I'll go for 200 at 500,000 subscribers. If you guys want me to, of course. So leave a like. Let me know. Subscribe. Thank you guys for watching. Check out the video in the outro. I think you'll like it. It's similar to this one. And I'll see you guys in the next video.
Skaffa mer surf för mindre pengar. 10 gig för bara 49 kronor i månaden. Vi ses på konvik.se.
Hey guys, Studa here, and in today's video, we are going to be seeing how good streamers are at the game of Wordle. I will be playing against XQC, Pokimane, Queso, Chin the Tatman, Sketch, and many more today. My editor went into their VODs, grabbed a clip of them playing Wordle, and now I'm going to play the exact same word that they did, and see if I can beat them. So it is me versus the streamers today. Let us begin with Pokimane. This is a word that she had on her stream, which we're going to watch right after I solve it, if I solve it. So I have to be Pokimane. I don't know what she got yet. Let's do a react to start, and hey, that's not enough. Swan. Is that even a word? Spanned. I feel like I should do another vowel. I don't know. Spain. Is that a word? It is, of course. Oh my gosh. And it word. The word is plain. Okay, that's pretty good. Now, we're going to watch Pokimane's clip and see who solved this sooner. Now, I've never watched other people play this game. We know what the word is, unfortunately. She doesn't know what the word is. Because she went anime, a better start than us.
And it's
sure.
always a banger. We got an A, an N, and an I.
But I don't think it's enough to solve it. I mean, maybe.
How about...
Okay, well, she literally needs to get it right now. It's impossible not to. It sucks when you know what the word is because you become impatient. I want to yell it through the screen, but I can't. Oh, she got it.
Plain. I have a good feeling.
She's right. She got it in 3 words tied. Okay, so Pokimane and I, we tied. She got it in 3, I got it in 3. Therefore, I'm going to add 1 point to each of our leaderboards here. The score is 1-1. Moving on to the next streamer, which is XQC. What would XQC guess right here? If I knew XQC, I would go. I'm going to go train here. And A, not good. I feel like most of these streamers probably get it in 3 because why else would there be a clip of it? My editor went and got the clips. Oh, wait, cheap. This is good. Cheap. And no, but that's a lot. That is a lot. How do we do this? I'm going to assume the CH are together somewhere. So it could end with CH right here. But where would the vowel go? The ACH? Nacho? This one N. Maybe it's like SC, but where would the H? Oh, H go right here. Cha. No. It could be CHA right here. Matcha. I'm a matcha brother now. It's nacho. It has to be nacho, but there's no nacho. Wait, isn't this a word? Is it? Wait, mocha, right? No. Whoa. What? Oh my gosh. It's macho. How did I get a full colored guess already? Okay, well, now we're going to see if XQC can beat this in 4, which this isn't the easiest word. It's a bit out of the ordinary, so let's see. Okay, well, he has music on the background. I'm not sure that's a problem. Watch this. Okay, he went crane. Good start. Dude. His brain's working here. He's cycling through the combinations. He has to solve in 4 or less. Patch? That's a good guess. Okay. I think it's solve something. That means he gets a point. Wait, no, okay. I think he has to solve right now. Okay, he brought out the paint he's drawing. Could just use the keyboard though. Why doesn't he use the keyboard?
Macho!
Get it for we're tied again.
Huh?
Both get a point. This next word here is from Tim the Tatman Stream. Now I'm somewhat of a Wordle professional myself. I don't know how good these streamers are. Watch, see, maybe they're good with words. Tingy. What's the truth tingy here even though? I don't want to change her letter. 3 letters is probably still. So it could be still, and no. Okay. T's one of the last 2 letters. It could be something is, like moist, moist in 4. Okay. We're doing pretty good here. Let's see how Catman did.
This is my first time ever trying Wordle.
This is his first time playing Wordle. We might have him. Not a bad start, especially for the word moist. Unfortunately, we know what it is. Wait, someone in the chat said moist. Okay, you might be getting some help from the chat here. We'll have to see.
So we know there's an S and a T.
Okay, he's going for blank. He's going for a value guess. Here gets the I.
Okay, so IST. Please, Feist would be a word. I'm going to
He's
say
going for Feist. When he got the T, but
the I was in the wrong spot.
he knows there's no E now. What? He just deleted it. And he goes for the Qist. He just says Moist. Well, we won this round. We'll have to see the rest of this.
This could be a word, bro, but I'm Zoist.
Oh, Zoist is a word. Okay. Is he gonna fail? Joe is? Oh no.
Choice! I got it! Moist!
Oh, now he says Moist. That is crazy.
But I think I read it wrong.
Thank goodness he does not read his chat because people were spoiling that earlier. Or maybe he should have cheated. This only counts as 1 point on the leaderboard for us. I think it should count more. The score is 3-2 for me. I took a point there against the streamers. Next up, we have Queso. Queso might be good at Wordle. We don't know yet. Let's do the word. Ready. That one. And A-Y. Okay. Great start. We lock in the Y. I'm assuming the A is the second letter. Athy, like Kathy, Amy, pasty, like pasty, let's do pasty. And no, I was very wrong. From the A though. Aki, Alki, Ollie, it could be something like this. Hallie, Banky, like Wanky, Lanky, Banky, There's a word. It could be baggy, you know, like we're stopping the word baggy. Let's do bulky. I don't really like this one, but bulky and no, it is lanky. Yeah, I said lanky. I didn't go for it. It was bulky. We got it in the floor. Let's see if it's this length.
Yes, the wordly. Is that how you say it?
Oh no, it's his first time playing as well, as you could tell by what he just said.
Okay, bet. I got it. All right, let's go.
Okay, no, he got it.
Where's the word?
Oh no. I mean, I can see why word will be complicated from the beginning.
Okay.
The keyboard.
Ranch? All right, let's start with ranch.
Ranch, honestly, a great word. I think you got that from the chat. Don't look at the chat. I can see him looking.
Not gonna look at chat. I ain't trying to see.
He's locking in. Banks. Not a bad guess. And
oh my goodness!
he's solving this in 3. He has to. Oh my gosh, he got it in 3. Okay. That's huge for his first time playing.
I don't know who y'all thought I was,
He's not.
but I told you.
Okay, well, he gets a point for the streamers. He's back to 3-3. Queso has defeated me officially. Next up, we have Disguised Toast. Now, I do believe he has made Wordle videos in the past. I haven't seen him on my homepage. Haven't seen him. Let's do Power. VR. Huge. I don't think I've ever guessed Power off the start like that. Could be Layer. I believe I guess. No. Okay. I think the L has to be here. Unless it's right here. VR. What would that be? No, I think it has to be middle. I'm going straight into this. I might play for letter lines right now and D. So it could be D blank LER. Dueler. We only have one other vowel left, and this was two E's. So Deller. You can start with a vowel and then be DL, like Toddler, or it could be Elder. Oh, Elder. This could be Elder, is it? It is. It's 4. I think it beat me in 4.
So Wardo, it's
Okay, he seems to know what he's talking about. He's explaining the game.
I use words to eliminate as many words as I can.
Okay, so he does the strat, which means we might win by default because if he guesses 3 words.
So there's an L and an E.
Kind of big. Toxic. Interesting second guess. Using an X in your second guess. Kind of crazy.
No, wow. And the third word I like to use is
Okay, so that puts him onto his 4th guess on the letter drugs. He does.
and just like that,
Or he has all of the letters.
we have 4 out of 5.
Which could tie us right here. You go from here.
Like, this is useless. This is useless, but it allows me to C. Remember P, which is a little risky.
He's searching for the 5th letter.
Oh, that was
Not find it, meaning we get the point on this round.
this time with the P.
Oh, here he goes. Found it.
Early. Elder.
Elder. Oh,
Elder.
get it to 5. There it is.
Now, you can only do 1 a day on the official.
Oh, wait.
But
There's the method. The wordless method. Kind of through with that crump guess. Ribbon and tie. Take the point. Moving on. Next up, we have Ludwig. Now, playing against Ludwig, what am I going to do? I'm going to do learn. Okay, R. I was feeling learn. I'm going to do the word crump. I'm going to take it from toast. Crump. And that was a pretty good guess. Hey, rock? Oh, something. Strum would have been a word. Strug. Word. Oh, strut. That's I don't know if I want to do double Q's though. It's too soon for doubles. Or it could be shrug, even shrug. I like shrug and no. We found the RU. Oh wait, where's the C? Oh no. So it is scrub. It's a scrub. I think it has to be. Okay, well, I think Ludwig can beat this and or at least tie it for. Beat it. I threw with shrug. There was no C in shrug. He has a chance for sure. Let's see.
why do we listen to this song more?
There's a lot of music in this one. We'll start with
how
drive.
about Motor?
Drive motor.
Oh!
I might have to censor this. I'm not sure what the music is.
Rural.
Rural. Honestly, he had to find the R. He found it. Shrub.
Shrub.
Okay, well he went shrub. Therefore, I get the point. You got it in 5.
Scrub.
Nice.
There we go.
I think it was too immersed. Music. His whole chat is spam and scrub. Didn't help him though. I mean, he got in 5. He's not reading chat, which is good. Take the point. That gets to 5-3. We're up right now. Next up, we have sketch. Now, something tells me sketch might be really good in this game. Which sketch put? Let's do the word paint. Paint nothing. No, he's getting those for sure. I could do shrug again. Shrug? No. Horrible. R? Who's this? Probably Dro. I don't think it's a B right now though. What about frock? That's a word. There's an F. Okay. R-O-F. Where'd that F go? The F could not be the second letter. Unless it starts with a vowel. It's off. Offer. Okay, hold on. Offer, yeah.
Here we go. Okay.
Okay, here he is.
Where?
Not that bad. 2 E's, that's fine.
Possibly. I like the use of the E's.
Good start.
I'm thinking it starts with green.
Oh no, he's reading the chat.
I'm thinking it's upper. Someone says upper. I like upper. Baby. Oh my God, it is ER.
Oh, there it is. Someone put the word in the chat. He's looking.
Offer. That's a good one. I like offer.
Okay.
Bro, did you play the game?
He just discovered how Wordle works, but he still gets the points. Bringing the score to 5-4. I'm only up by 1. That still counts, believe it or not. Next up, we have Nate Shot. So far, the only 2 people to beat me have been Queso and Sketch. That's okay, though. Nate Shot, he owns 100 Thieves. Why would he be good at words? Just to reach. REA, nice. Okay. We solved this in 2. We haven't solved in 2 yet. A lot of options here. Could be R. Could be something Lear. Yeah, if the EA are together. There's not many places with that R. So, I say Pearl, but I can't. Lear. Maybe it's great. Is it great? No. Even like right now, then. Get some information. First. should have went Earth last game. I think it's like something blank ARE. If I lose this, it's tied up again. And we have by one. The Karen or paired. I'm gonna go with the word paired. I don't think this is it, but and okay, I think it ends with ARE. Arse. Oh, carve. No. Barb. Sarv. Barb. I think I might lose this. Stuck in the trap. Oh, large. Oh, I might have to get some value here. Something. Is Blim's the word? Blim's the word. There's an L. Okay. It could be large. I think it's something Arl then. Arly. Barl. Carl. Warl. What's going on? Maybe you start to the knee. Wait. Oh, it's early. No, it's 5. I think we lost this in 8 shot. Let's see. We'll see what we can do. He goes sleep up to start. He knows one E and an L. It's fast, moving quickly. Table, a great guess. Whoa, this is a weird word. I can't believe this E is not at the end. I think he's so actually shocked. That's an EA. Oh, wait. Hold up, bro. Did I just cook? Oh, he got it in 3. I was considering the E in the beginning. The brain is fired today, boys. It's bringing him back. We're tied up with the streamers. Next up, we have Saikuno. Could be good. We don't know. The score is 5-5. We have 5 rounds left. Saikuno, Ludwig again. Timotetmet again. Slade and Pokemon again. Saikuno, I'm going to go ready. And E, Y, nice. Hitting the Y early is really good. Early. Could have been early. I might just go for some value right now. Points. Give me something else. We have 4 of the 5. We have 3 vowels. O, E, Y. Where did the O, E go? It could start like open. Wait, no. It has to start with a vowel because we know there's no vowel in the second letter. Meaning if there's no vowel in the first letter, it would have to be back to back right here. I don't see that working. So it starts with the vowel officially. Let's do E, P, O, epoxy. Yep. 3, epoxy at 3 is really good. Things went our way. I think we might have the points. I usually start off with this. Rose. Oh, he already got 2. Then I go with that. And he gets the Y. He's in the exact same spot as us. 4. We've already got 4 of the letters. 2 of them in the right spot. Well, he knows what he's doing. He's good at timing. Okay. Oh, he goes Peony, meaning I get the points. Let's see where he finishes here. Is this a word I know, guys? Huggy? I feel like I don't know the word, to be honest. That's fair. Epoxy is an uncommon word. Just do this to like get another last letter. Oh, went for light. Hobby. Okay, yeah, I didn't. There he goes. I mean, guys, I'm gonna be honest. I got it, but I obviously didn't know. I just spammed letters. We've all been there. I obviously didn't like think of the word. I just spammed letters. He knew what he was doing. What was I supposed to do? It's a word I literally just don't know. You know what I mean? Speaking of that, is it just me, or does Wordle only go for like very obscure words? Whenever I play Wordle, it's always words I've never heard of. Now, I'm not sure if it changed recently. I thought it was just random words. Now it's just very obscure random words. Anyways, I get the point there, so it's 6-5 for me. Next, we have Ludwig and Fusli together. Fusli and Ludwig together. Played this word. Let's do ready. For some reason, I'm liking the Y at the end. That thing. Sting. Oh, we're solving this in 3 for sure. Sigma. We have to solve this right now. There's no way we don't. The G has to be one of these 2 letters. Oh, sight. Yep. It has to be sight. And it is sight in 3. Really happy with that. That was the fastest one so far. There's no way to beat me in here. Idea with most vowels. There's 2 of them. I'm not sure if that helps. Okay. Wait, you're playing Prince Strat, but okay. Okay, they start with a do, fly. Oh, okay. So not really working together here. I already get the point, so it's 7-5. There's still a chance for the streamers to catch up. I just want to see what they get. Just block that. Okay. Right. Oh no. They have sight. A lot of words here. Or sight. Oh wait, the end screen popped up before we even see. Yeah, they're switching to sight. They get it. GG 7-5. Moving on to XQC. It's our second time now against XQC. For some reason, I'm thinking Ghost, an unorthodox start here, and the T. Nice. Ending with the T limits. I'm just gonna go ready. Just because. Actually, no, there's no Y in this word. Climb, and nothing. Okay. Dream. I need to go for the solve. Letters here. We just solve soon. Fast. Trend. Oh my goodness. No. Oh, draft. Like that. Draft and DA. And it could be no. Head. Cadet. Or cadet. Wait, cadet. Dad. Adapt. Adopt. Let's go. Adapt doesn't work. Adept works. Let's see. Adept is there. Okay. His turn. Score 7-5.
Earth, right?
He goes Earth.
Addict.
A. Finds the A.
So add T.
I like his way of thinking. Okay. There's one off. I get it. It's because if you know, you know. Actually, which on 3, but he would have had it in 4. So what do you call that a tie? That means the score is 8-6 now. Next up, we have Play by Blade, arguably one of the best Wordle streamers. We're gonna take this seriously. Let's do Earth here. Earth, nothing. Airball, you point, no. We'll do Spoil and IL. Limb, we climb. I don't like this though. Climb and no, it's bleh. Blind. I'll do blind. We're fast and it's not blind. Blink. And 5. Okay, well Slate is definitely gonna get this in 5.
I have to ask myself, what would the Wordle guy do? And in this scenario, I think he would do Slate.
Slate is the Wordle guy.
What if we followed that up with like lock?
Maybe that was getting the V immediately.
Second attempt.
And the K.
What if we did blank? What if we did blank?
Yeah. Okay, so he gets it in 3. That brings the streamers up to 8-7 now. Now we have Pokemon for his second attempt. For some reason, I'm thinking X right here, but I don't want to do an X. Let's do points. And IN. Index. No, I can't do X. Dinky. I have to be Pokemon. Get one on me. Sin. Windy is too windy. I've been windy before. Windy is not windy, but we have Ind. Is it India? India. You guess I in both places. No. And there's an A. We have 4 of the 5. We have to solve right now. And add IN. It's admin. Admin. Got it before. Oh no. We're okay.
Harmonized Wordle, I would always use this word.
And that's the same word you said with last time.
Yes.
Whoa. Okay, we got in 4. She's about to beat us. Now I've learned to never judge a person by their Wordle. When you know the word, you can't judge. It's wrong. Everybody goes through their own process. We all make it there. Besides Timothy. Unfortunately.
Because then the only word I can think of is Amber. And then how are you going to make it 5 words plural? I still kind of put
Like I never would have gotten 4 letters on the start. She's good at guessing 4 letters.
aim. Yes.
Pokemon, she knows how to get a lot of letters in her first guess. That's something I haven't figured out yet. Oh, replacements. She now realizes she does not have that second letter, meaning she can have best tie right now. She's forgetting the N. I can't tell her because this is not live anymore.
Oh, there's an N.
Okay, she's back.
Oh, I totally forgot the N.
Tie it.
Or Min.
Okay.
Admin.
Yup. Okay, that's to tie it. I think the score is 9-8.
Guys, cut the finally. That was a hard watch because you already knew.
True.
If you didn't know,
That's the problem.
I got as quickly as I did, which was very quick.
It's harder to watch when you already know because you're just angry the whole time. Saying, how do you not know this? I was mad after 1. That's because we're privileged. We know the word. Okay, now, last but not least, we have Tim the Tatman again to redeem himself. The score is 9-8, I think. We'll make this worth 2. So Tim wins, streamers win. If I win, I win. I gotta win. So I'm gonna do Honestly, loser is a great starter word. Loser, huge, sir, whoa, so fast. So it's not SR, it's S blank blank RE. Score? Scare. Something like that. Oh, scare. Okay, now we're definitely going to see how Tim does for the game. He seems to be more experienced now. And it's his birthday. Happy birthday. I'm not sure when this was recorded. Oh, Jason.
Can you imagine if I don't get this Wordle on my birthday?
Let's go for birth on his birthday.
All right, let's go. All right, the front. Are you serious?
What did you just say?
I guess I'll just go with it. Whatever.
Need to in 3 to tie.
Oh, that E. FR.
You can tie it right now if he guesses scare, which is not going to happen, I don't think.
Actually, this is it. There's a C in this one, and I just randomly guessed it.
Which would have been huge if it was.
Okay, so the R is right before the E. We do cakes. I'm just kidding.
Cakes. Okay. He has all 5 letters.
Wait, do I have everything? There's an R. Wait. I have everything. So it's like S, E, A, S. Am I getting griefed right now? I gotta go snare, right?
Snare. He has a C.
Snare.
Forgot about his C. He forgot about his C.
I accidentally hit it!
Oh, he went for snare.
Dude, I swear, I accidentally.
He was considering snare and swear. He would have lost regardless.
Guys, I swear to God, I did not. How did that register? It's the worst first day ever, bro. I'm done with Wordle.
Well, happy super late birthday to the chat, man. You must say. Happy super late birthday to everybody. Well, there we have it. Score for the video is 10-8. I counted wrong. Let me know if you guys want to see another video like this. It was fun to make. If this gets 2,000 likes, I'll do a YouTuber version. It's other YouTubers. And I think it's a very fun concept. Leave a like, subscribe, and check out the video in the outro if you want to see more. Until next time, I will see you guys next Wednesday.
Smartare saker med samvete.
Wordle released 4 years ago. This simple word game blew up and completely took over the internet. So much so that in 2022, Wordle was the most searched term on Google. Following Wordle's success came a horde of dull games. All of a sudden, browser games were making a return. I would love to hear what the creator of Wordle, Josh Bell, has to say about it. Josh, please get back to me. In today's video, I will be exploring all of the browser games inspired by Wordle and rank them all after. This is going to be a long video. There's a few games, some better than others, for sure. Okay. But without further ado, let's play our first game, which is now owned by the New York Times. They liked it so much, they bought it. They have a huge ad at the top. What do I do? Oh, I can scroll. New York Times bought this game so they can have ads. Now, if I could, this is my first guess, I think I would cry, but there's no way that's going to happen. So let's guess something. Music, please. Whoa. Honestly, not bad. SU. Something straight into this. What is left? Super. No. Wow. You're actually doing something kind of. Where does that E go? There's no way it's EU. S? The S is one of the last two. Oh, I know what it is. R is one of these two letters right here. It used to be SE right there. So it could be verse. Purse. Honestly, it probably is something like that. Terse. Purse. Okay, nurse. I missed that one. Nurse. And there it is. 3. Finishing in 3 is pretty good. That's pretty much the most you can ask for in this game. 2 is just lucky. 1 is impossible. Not for me, though. So, Wordle, the one that started it all. I think it's an amazing game. It's so basic, it has to be an S tier. There's a reason why millions of people are playing this every day. It became the biggest brand of 2026. None of these games would have existed otherwise. Like, look at Letterlow. There's no way Letterlow would have ever existed in a world without Wordle. Never would have gotten that game. Next up, let's just go. I guess we'll go in order for the most part. Let's go to Dordle. 1 was too easy. We got it in 3. Now it's time for a bigger challenge. There's the word nurse. Let's just do that. And working on both at the same time. So this is the challenge here. I'm going to guess the word plant to try and get that N on the right game. Oh, wow. If I find the N on the right game, we get the LA on the left game. So this might be confusing. A lot of colors going on. We're doing really well in the left game. Let's try and get that right now. Your word like lame. We're just missing the first and fourth letter. It could be BM, and it is BM. Okay, we got it in 3, just like the real Wordle, but now we're missing duplicates on this one. So there's an M at least. We know it's E-M-N. Man something. I would love to spell this for manic. No way. I'm not sure that was it. Maybe the word is right here. Oh, human. No, it's not human, but I'm gonna guess it anyways. And it was man. Okay, we knew there was man involved. We found that man. That was woman. It was not a man. Okay, anyways, next up we have Wordle. Of course, there's 4 Wordles. Let's guess woman. Alright, we got a letter in every word. This is going to be confusing, but it's only to get worse. You could give up now. Dev should remove that. Why would you? I am to guess brand new letters. 3rd. And we're going to check here. We have 3 letters. 1, 2, 3 again. I think I'm ready to go for the solve on the last letter because it could be RH, like Rhino, or Rhyme. It could be Rhyme. It is. Really good at getting words in 3. I have to go top. We have TAR. The R is already in the right spot. So, I mean, it could be anything else. TA right there. R. The word could be start. Is it start or to be start? Oh my god. What's going on? Let's move bottom left. The A is first, second, or 5th. There is an E, but it's not the last letter. So I have a feeling it's right there. Kennel. No way. Is it kennel? Oh, I am almost doing so good. It could be apnea. Apnea. Yeah. Okay, that's a tough one. I'm impressed. This is a great start to the video. I didn't think I'd be doing this well. Okay, the last words up there. It could be just layer. No, it can't be. L-A-Y, though. There is an L to the first word would be lay, or it would be right here. And then no vowel after. No, that can't be it. Lab. Oh, I'm just guessing 2 letters at this point. I'm guessing the word bunch. Okay, L is not there. It is ale. I've never been so confused. It could be Ale or Ayla. You see something obvious here, or is just numbers, whatever. Haley. I mean, I think Haley is the word. But they have that as the word, right? I'm thinking Ayla. Ayla, like Ayla. Ayla. I have no idea. I'm so confused as to what this word could be. Don't tell me it's Haley. It is Haley.
ถ้ากดไหม
That's great.
ถ้ากดไหม
Anyways, moving on. What's next to
ถ้า
it?
กดไหม
8 games at the same time.
Huh?
So let's go into sports. So one of my first guesses. Top race would be pretty good. First solve in 2, unless I was wrong. Let's just guess a brand new word. And that's too much for us. That's okay. Let's do young. Right here we have all 5 letters. Is that tiny? A horrible word. Tiny. You got it. Oh, this one is young youth. Okay. I wish I guessed that instead of young. Next game we have almost all the letters. It's something new. It's probably boost. Or what else would it be? It's too easy now. Oh, SP spent. Nice. Okay, I don't know why I struggled on that one. Now last, yeah, theory is gonna be theory. Yep. It's easier as you go. Honestly, the more words, the easier it gets. Over there we have B-O. Is that Boosie? Wait, what? Don't tell me the word is Boosie. Can't be. Honestly, I'm not sure. Next game, Saints. That was easy. Okay. We have 2 games left, and honestly, I'm kind of struggling on both. This one is S blank O, like Y. I don't know the other letters. Oh, it's Smokey. Then we have B-O blank S-Y. So it'd be Bobsy. It's probably obvious. Oh, it's Bossy. I was trying way too hard to find a new letter. Okay, next up, that was too easy. 16 games of Wordle. The keyboard is all the way down here. This is not going to be easy. So let's just start this off with 3 rapid-fire words. Ready? Focus. Blimp. Those 3 words. I have to solve pretty much 1 word every single guess. This is not going to be easy. Or maybe it is. We have 5 letters right here. Flyer. There's 1. First one there. This word here is flood or flood. What am I talking about? Okay. 2. This word we have ALF. There's a U that's there. Oh, it's awful, isn't it? Awful. What? Oh, I'm so dyslexic. Awful. It's embarrassing. There we go. You've unlocked the egg and the word right next to it. Arouse.
Huh?
This word over here has to be just dummy, right? Yep. Storm, isn't it? Storm. Boom. Yep. Chose. Yeah. Snipe. Is it collect? No, it's collect. It is. Oh, this word is soggy. That's the letter that's missing, the G. Don't tell me this is Sally. I'm getting off of that Sally. It is. Sally's not a word. Okay. It's an act. It is. Huge. It's pansies. Oh, like look at the words on these sites. Look what word will do. What are we here? Let's try ditto over there. It was ditto. That means we have one game left. Yeah, the very first one. Don't we miss this? We just got our first letter on it, thankfully. It's all the I. T-I, B, A, that's it. Tabab. Tibet. It's tibia. Okay, we got it. And we had 2 guesses to spare. I need to move on to something else. I'm tired of playing these. There are much more creative games. I got so caught up playing the games, I forgot to rank them. Dordle is good. Games. Nothing beats the classic. Everyone plays it, so it's really easy to share your score. It's a better game. Dordle, it gets worse as it goes. The door to is just not complainable, really. Here is an original game called Waffle. To rearrange the waffle to make words. So something like that. B-A, T, T's right there. That's something E. That's E. C. Oh, it's beige. Struggling. Tweet. Twist even. Oh, it's twist. We're doing so good. This O has to be here. This R is this word is rhino, isn't it? It is. Look how easy this is. Throb. We've solved with 5 swaps to spare. That was pretty much as good as it gets, I think. The waffle game, honestly, I would say is a B+. I find it to be more fun than Quarterly. Honestly, I thought it might be a C. Yeah, I think 2 is like actually kind of fun, but this is where your head starts to hurt. Next up, we have Songless from Playlist Games. Let's go ahead and guess the song. We're in the all category. Listen closely, guys. Oh. This is too easy. I already know what it is. I'm just going to guess it right now. Unforgettable. French Montana. I'm too good at this game. Oh, don't want copyright. Sorry. Rock. I am not strong here. Oh, no. I don't know what that is. I'm bad with rock names. I'm skipping ones. This sounds familiar. Like I've definitely I could never be an artist, and I don't embarrass myself. I know what this is. Don't tell me this is like smoke in the water or something. Smoke in the water. No. Oh, no. You guys are probably clicking off the video now. Close your ears. I hate when I don't know these songs. The comments get so bad to me. Please give me something. Okay, hold on. Oh, come as you are.
ไม่ใช่เซียนเพราะตัวไหมไอ้ก็อินนั่นของภูมิโลนเซียน
Nirvana.
แล้วไอ้ภูมิโลนใช่ไหม
Yes, okay. I redeemed myself. No copyright. We have hip hop now. I'm so glad I got that right. I started hearing the chorus in my head, so thankfully I pulled through. I'm sure Smoke in the Water sounded nothing like that. Anyways, hip hop. That is the sound effect. I have no idea. Next. I have no idea. Next. Are those hi-hats? I have no idea what I'm hearing. It could be anything. I feel like I should be guessing. Not skipping. Oh, okay. We know what this is. Tigra, which is only an ad-lib person. I think it's a munch, right? I mean, I think it's the munch song, right? Yeah. Yeah, that was it. Okay, that was Songless. While we're here, we're actually going to do the more or less as well. Which has more fun.
มีข้าวไม่ได้ว่าคุณจะแลกนะคุณจะบอกคุณให้กับคน
Search
ที่
and cheeseburger. Like you don't want to have fast food. You're not
ทำ
searching
มาสู้
for
เรียก
the
แต่
item.
คนที่
First
โก
of all, there is a reason
ทำ
to
มาพูด
search
ทำ
and
มาก็
they
จะ
go
พูดเนี่ย
cheeseburger has more stuff. Like searching that.
เพราะว่าคันตาบุกเขาติดตรงนั้นที่ตรงเฮลิลี่พูดเอง
Nintendo has more.
ที่จะที่กองเขาเนี่ยที่จะโต๊ะฟิว
A lot of people failed right here.
กล้วย
I
ทำ
realized Bruce
มา
Willis
ก็มาเอากระบุกเลยเนี่ย
Nintendo. And we're doing music for Restream, which has less monthly streams. Jackie Chan, the actor.
ตัวร้านเลยดีเลยว่าพูดจะ
He's
คำเสียง
with
จ้ะ
Jackie Chan now.
อย่าแหลมก็ที่ติดเขาพูดคำเสียงแล้วก็เซเลยนะ
He does have 100,000 streams. Okay, streams. 22 or Total. I definitely heard of their song. I just have to pronounce their name. Okay, who's last? Jackie Chan or Cardi B? Maybe Jackie Chan again. Yeah. Yeah, 29 million again.
คุณเขาหนูไหม
Who's last?
คุณเขาหนู
I think it randomly switches 3 times in a row. Who is more? Chris Brown. Okay. Sorry, Jackie Chan. We'll see you later. Chris Brown. Lil Wayne or Chris Brown? Now, I think it's Chris Brown just because rappers don't get as many replays as singers. So I think Lil Wayne has less.
พอมีอะไรทันนะปะ
It's
ยังไม่
hard
ถ
to
อน
get 47 million as a
เขา
rapper.
บอกอีกคนนั้นก็
He was close. Jack Black. I mean, he did just have the Minecraft movie. I'm after Lil Wayne here. The actors. He has 1 million. It's impressive.
มีป่ะ
Lil Wayne versus Akon. This is actually kind of fun because he has some classics. Like
เขาจริงเหรอพอเคยเริ่มมาตอนเขาก็หันอ่ะ
36 million is a lot. Travis Scott has more. The most streamed rapper, or one of them at least. And then Smiley. I feel like I recognize his face. I don't know that name. Definitely has less than 61. Okay.
อันจริงนะอันจริง
Looks like an EDM artist. Michael Cera. What's with all the actors? I think Michael Cera probably has less because Michael Cera has more streams than the
มีคน
Smiley.
เยอะด้วย
What is Michael Cera doing? We almost got to 10. We had 9. Okay. We finished in the top 2% of people. That's actually pretty good. We did pretty well. Next.
มันก็ดีว่าเต้น
Rating.
ได้ปะ
Oh, no, this is where I'm worse.
ถ้ากิน
Which has a higher rating? Indiana Jones, The Last Crusade, or 12 Angry Men? This looks like a pretty old movie right here, 12 Angry Men. I feel like it's a classic that I might have heard of. I don't know. But this one is more iconic, obviously. 8.2 versus 8 point. We lost. Yeah.
สมุดสมุด
Everyone lost there. Wow. Well, that's it. Like 5 hours. Song list, honestly, I want to give it an S tier. I just don't know. I feel like nothing belongs up here other than Portal. I'll check back on the rankings later. Though. Maybe I'll have a change part. Definitely an A though. So while we're on the site, let's just play the word list, which is next up anyways. We know how this works. 3 to what? 8-letter words. I should probably speed run this, but no, I'm gonna just raw dog it. Let's do raw. Whoa. Don't tell me it's R. It's not art. It's not R. Cut. No, so bad. It could be this arc, or it could be arm. Yes, okay, next. Quickly, 4 letters. Now, R. Oh, wow. I am doing so well. Scar. Scar. What? Soar. Yeah, that definitely. Okay, next. 5-letter. Scar. Reach, please. Assume it's a word like brain. Brain. No, it was like brain. Do a word like brain. Solve. No. Okay, brain. But I can't do this. Last guess. Other words here. I do want to guess an M word though. What else is here? Rule out everything. Raise, is that a word? Honestly, maybe just brain to go for it. No! What? I was trying to show off by getting it an early guess. This is what happens to me. This only happens when I feel too confident. I'm now going to sit here for 5 minutes. Oh, Brave. No. Brave? Brave is there. Why is Brave there? I think Brave could break. I'm going for Brave. I said it first. And it's Brave. So far, so good. That was risky. 6-letter rocket. R. Splash. More. Nothing else? Oh, that's rough. Is firm the word? I was looking at my keyboard. It is. Oh, correct. Free. Freely, I'm guessing this. And it is free. Something. Free something. I guess freely, even though there was no L. C for positions. And that so happens to go really well. I just don't know what else. Free what? Freeze. Oh, wow. This is actually kind of difficult. Freeze. Freeze and a Z. Okay, 7 letters. I should have started this whole thing with but it's too late now. 7 letters, wait. Crooked. Okay. It's not straight, it's crooked. They say, well, D. That's a good word. TH. There has to be something before that H. It could be or F, which I doubt. You have 4 of the 7 letters. I'm not feeling confident. Even though I have 2. Firm. Is the word. And there's only 1 R. FR. How do we always get the first letter? FRI. Oh, Frit. T is either here or last. I think the T has to be there. Because there's no way it's FRT. FRIT. Or ET. Fret. Oh, it's freight. It's freight. Yes, that's a word. Last but not least, 8th letter. Elephant. Please just be elephant. Please. No, I'm giving up. I am not playing this. I have too many games to play. I can't. Wait, no, I know straight's a word.
No.
Should I do it? Okay, I'm gonna do this for you. I hate the 8 letters so much. It's tough out for you guys. Monsters. Yes. Half the letters. Justices, whatever. There's the STI. Okay, this is huge. We're gonna come back. There's no U, so we only have an I, only vowel. It has to be ist, something, T. I think the T is right. Oh, distinct. Oh, it is distinct. There it is. What? Oh, instinct. Distinct was a good guess. Instinct. We're done. Time to rank worthless. I might go B here. But it's fun. The letters definitely weigh it down now. Anyway, that being said, we have to play Letterable to follow that up. I should have started with Letterable. This game does not have a dark mode. I'm gonna move my mouse around until I feel energy coming from one of the letters. B. What? Oh my gosh. Okay, there was a what? Just for a 4% chance I got in my first guess. Honestly, I'm feeling kind of lucky. I'm like, okay, B was giving me some sort of energy though. I went with B. What are the odds of that? Okay, let's rank that. I might be biased now. Letterable. It's such a basic game. I'm gonna put it seats because it is one-dimensional, but it's equally as fun as Quarterly. Honestly, it's more fun than Quarterly. You get more out of it. Let's keep it moving. Let's go into global. We've all been here. To guess a country name. Let's start with Argentina. Closest border, 7,000 kilometers. Or 4,000 miles. In which direction? So I'm assuming just somewhere else. Let's do Jordan. Mind. We're a lot closer now. 1,000 kilometers. I feel like it's like around here somewhere. He's right here. Let's do Romania.
No.
Equally as far away, or to the closer. So it's pretty much like here or here. I go this way. It's like Mongolia over here. No. That's the furthest away. It must be over here, like Spain. It can be Spain. Africa. Senegal. And it's somewhere between Jordan and Senegal. It's like right here. And Morocco is right there. I feel like it's more south because Romania is the third closest. If there's up here, I feel like Romania is closer. I feel like it's down there. Nigeria. And, okay, 100 kilometers. Does that mean it's a border country or is it like almost? Just tell me the direction. It's Ghana. Okay, it's between these two. It could be any border country. Let's just name a few African countries here. Nigeria, Nigeria. Then, of course, they named the country after me. Generous with them. Cameroon. Was it Cameroon? Cameroon is adjacent to the answer. Oh no. What is next to Cameroon? There's every African country here. Oh wait, Chad. It's Chad. Is that it? It was a border country. I'm not a guesser, but all these countries are true guessers. That's right. That's where my knowledge stops. Way is cooler. Ethiopia. Everything else. You guys leave a like on the video. We just got a huge chain of countries. We're all connected, but we just kind of think so just keep guessing countries. South Africa. Never do that. Congo. It was warmer. This is ridiculous. It's one of the. It's one of these. My apologies if you live in one of these two regions. I should have studied harder in my geography class because I can't just solve it. Like, getting too close. I got Cameroon, Congo.
Give me two squid. Give me two squid.
How is this country?
Squid.
Jag bara, mamma, en till
Jag
idag.
skulle ta upp den. Jag håller den. Jag har
That's the only way Nigeria would be closer. Congo, it has to be this.
den.
Tell me the answer if you know. Right. Give up, because I'm gonna have to give up. There's no way I. How do you give up?
Vad? Vet du inte vilken dag det är?
Game up button. Using this is a game that
Vet
just
du inte?
แล้วเก็บเด็กแทนอะไรเควสอะไรหมดเลย
Africa, Cameroon. Oh, they're
แล้วแหละนักทีโฟน
Var det för att det var 413 eller?
Ja, det.
Det var det för att det var 413 eller?
Ja.
Guinea.
Vet inte. Vet du vilken dag det är, mamma?
413 blir
ไม่เกี่ยว
oskyldigt.
ประเทศพี่เพิ่มมาโชว์ไม่ได้ประเทศเขาอันนั้นเพี้ยเยอะเลย
Det är inte april.
เออ
Vad menar du april?
เพี้ยตอนเพี้ยตอนที่เขาเป็นวัตเตอร์เขาพูด
Ja.
หน้าวัตเตอร์ไอ้นี่เลย
Nej, men jag tycker det här med vatten är värre än det här. Spelar det här?
ใช่วัตเตอร์แล้วมันก็เป็นวัตเตอร์เขา
Men alltså, är det värre eller?
โอ้ยประเทศแรกเลยอยู่แต่ว่าล็อกไอ้วัตเตอร์ล็อกเขาได้อย่างนี้เราจะทูล็อกบล็อกไงที่จะพูดว่าไม่ใช่มันไม่ยังทิ้งเชื้อกิจอะไรแล้วก็อาบเดือดค่ะ
Looks like it kind of. No way it's more south
อย่า
of
พูด
Cameroon.
นะครับเขาสั่ง
Zimbabwe. Zimbabwe there. You're getting closer. It's above Zimbabwe. Chad. Or Sudan. We only have 6 guesses. Okay, we don't actually think about this. We already get Sudan now because it is above Zimbabwe. And that's our best guess so far. It's directly between Sudan and
แต่ได้เสียแค่ตอนน่ะพอเพลงก็ทำเจตี้ทุกสัน
we learn every country. It's Zambia.
เหรอใช่ไหม
And there's closest above.
อันนี้เขาจะเอ้ยนาเซ่
Och sen när det är stopp
Words
så
on the map.
kanske det
Just don't know
20.
exactly where it could be. I just wrote.
อะไร
There we
Stop
go.
it.
สกัดเลย
That can't be Ethiopia or whatever.
ไหน
I'm
มันจะ
throwing
ก่อยากเลย
this
เขา
answer.
ที่จะต้องเยอะที่สุด
Put
มี
it into the website.
ฟลูเหรอมีฟลูเหรอ
Just end the game.
แล้วก็เขาจะเอ้ยมันนะ
If you're watching, I
30%.
knew what that country. I actually played some games there before. You just-
นาเซ่โน้ตนาเซ่นาเซ่
With that being
นาเซ่
said, that game is
ใช่
better.
เหรอไม่อีวิ
Almost getting deranked. I'm liking Wordle. They had that word bank.
รถ
It makes
เนี่ย
me
อยาก
Next up, we have Plus Total. I've never played this game before. How much? We have to guess the price of the kielbasa smoked meat organic smoked beef sausage. You have to go twice. That raisin is double smoked. I'm going to go $4.99. Higher. Okay. Let's do 7. Let's do $6.99. Can't be too much higher. Oh no. Tell me this is $9.99. What? How much is this double smoked meat? I mean, maybe
ใช่เลยเรา
these
เก็
are
บเก็บที่ทุกท่านกูติด
Actually,
เอ็
no,
ก
it has
โคนนะ
organic name. I should have known. Well, it can't be
Good,
too much
yeah.
more.
Ja, just det. Ja.
What? How much are we charging for sausages nowadays? I would not buy these. I'm gonna go $15.99. Still higher. What is going on? Who is buying these?
Oh.
ขายได้แต่แอนฮันเนี่ยลูกก็เลยไม่ได้โกงพี่
I was so far off.
ดูทอมิเก้ต้องให้นะ
This is crazy. At least the hot dog is still
ไม่ได้ยังเราดูไอ้ตั้งยังไงบุญ
double smoked organic heel pasta. This must be some sort of rare exotic meat.
Visst att jag fick
Animal you've heard of or something. That's way more money than I would ever pay for double smoked.
ถูกคนแล้ว
But honestly, that game,
Huh?
it's kind of cool. I almost want to give it a B.
เออเดี๋ยวไม่ยังไม่ถึงเดียวทะเล
Level is better than.
โอ้โห
It's not as good as like.
ปล่อยแม่ง
Honestly,
อันนั้น
Costco is better than. I really like this game.
Oh.
But it's alright. Next, we have frames. I'm about to
เขา
embarrass myself.
เขาบุญเขาแต่บุญก็
I do not know movies.
อ้าวหาลากมึงเอ้ยแล้วสิงหาเยอะ
Let me get some
มาดิ
movies.
Nej,
Like it's
ทอคุดไอ้สันดานสิงหามสิ
like I can't even
ไม่ได้ไม่ได้
jag tror att
เหมือนตาก่อนยังสมุสิกอยู่เลย
yeah, 90s. Looks right. California.
เขาคุดแล้วสิงหามแม่มีคนไม่หมดเลย
Ja.
Billy Madison.
แม่งทีโฟนเขาอย่างนี้เนี่ย
Okay, Billy Madison is
ถ้า
not.
มึงทีโฟนมันจะมาเยือนดูเหรอฮะ
This is a bad guess. Meets the have the movies I want to guess in here. So bad. A limited selection of movies.
แหลมนั่นแหละทีโฟนสิงหาโอเคมึงสมุสิกเย็นแต่สิงหาไม่ได้
That one they do have. Did Jim Carrey? The Mask. Wait. Tell me this is The Mask. Please. What's her name? Is she who I think she is?
แม่อีหน้ามืดเลยขนาดนั้นมาเซ็กจะมาตูดได้ไหมไอ้
Whatever this movie is, I have not heard of it. iRobot. iRobot. Maybe not. Oh, it is Jim Carrey. Wait. almost forgot that he was over here. It's gone. Jim Carrey movie. No. I mean, The Mask was.
ไม่เก็ตแล้ว
I can't think of any Jim Carrey movies. I can't think of movies in general. I'm
Ma.
pretty uneducated with
Uh.
movies. I just search his name. They should have if you search.
อย่ารวมปักกูเยอะ
That'd be so much better. I can't
โทร
name
ศัพ
it.
ท์ไม่มาทำอะไรกับมึงอะไอ้ขาละ
It's the thing that comes to mind other than Sonic.
Okay.
Can't be
Kiss me,
Sonic.
bro.
เออ
Isn't it
'Cause
great?
me,
เอ
bro.
อลองลอง
It's not
Hey,
Christmas.
Papa.
Huh?
Kiss me, bro.
Huh?
I'm
Ma.
not the Grinch. I don't know.
มา
Wait, it's the Grinch. Isn't the Grinch great?
มา
Uh,
เออ
Last image
หม
of
ด
the
แล้ว
day.
นะ
I should know this. I really should. I feel like
จะ
everybody
อีทยังไงก่อนมึงเนี่ยจะอีทยังไงก่อน
I'm so bad with movies. I just guess something.
คันโตไม่ได้เหรอทีโฟนโต5คนพวกรูดอ่ะ
då håller jag så här.
บอกแบบแปลก
Jag skulle
นี่มันมาตะบดที่บอกแล้วตะบดห้าแม่ไอ้สัตว์
This is a good game, though. I'm having to be. It's definitely better for watchers.
Ja, och nu vet jag.
Now let's bring it all the way back to Connections, which is your time's
มันก็
second
ซ้ำมาแล้วก็โตได้
Men då kan jag inte se vad jag
similar
ser.
words. Sin,
Måste
tan.
jag ha så här, min huvud så här?
Let's try something easier to start.
Nej, jag kan inte se vad jag ser.
Basketball
Måste
here,
jag ha
sun,
typ ett
particular
telefonen på
basketball
huvudet?
team.
พอที่เขาครับเอ็นเทวันนะ
Okej. Så här.
Fuck, that has to be it. What?
Tejpa,
Oh, I don't-
tejpa
โอ้
telefonen på
ดูการ
keps.
เทปอะ
I really
Det kan, prova.
How do we link these together?
Okej.
It?
Nej, inte så. Då kommer den ramla ändå.
Surprising.
Jag sa keps, tejpa telefon på keps.
เทปไหนมีแล้ว
Ja, hitta keps. Det finns keps.
ทีโฟนมันทุ่ง
Nej, tejpa på keps. Det kommer inte, om jag tejpar den kommer inte ramla.
Yes. Smith. Oh, we got it. Short
Oh.
period of time.
Därför,
เทปไหนแล้ว
jag har keps.
ก็ที่ดาวทำตาเทปดิ
Successful
Jag
game.
vill inte skrika pappa här ju.
Stray game.
Det
It's
här
gonna
är
be
också.
like always
ตั้งเทปก็ไม่รู้
Någon keps, bara en keps. Jag sa inte vilken keps så då kan jag ta vilken som helst. Vad menar du? Har vi ingen keps längre?
ทีโฟนมันทุ่งมาแต่โซห้าเหรอเพื่อน
Men tejpa, det är därför jag ska tejpa.
เดี๋ยวเวีย
Ja, men ska tejpa runt.
Stray bullets.
Keps här, tejpa här.
And bullets.
Ja.
You have to tie something to the word.
แคปแล้วเทปเลยครับเทปแล้ว
There's no pattern.
Tejpa också.
I don't see anything.
ล้นยังไงก็แม่ง
Men jag tejpar keps.
ชิบหาย
Really?
Men jag tejpar telefon på kepsen.
So I
Jag
have
måste
to do that.
tejpa.
Ball out, came out, stray out, 10 out.
คือยังไงทำไง
Ten
อ่ะ
is throwing me off. I can only
Come
think
on,
of
go on.
the guy.
Ja.
ERR.
ทำไมก่อน
I only know this is because I learned him at Goofy from Crossword. Fall and ERR feels similar if this means goof. Nothing else makes sense. I'm giving up.
จะได้ใจที่เดียวคำละเอเป้ดูอีโซแฮบโดโซโอเคเหรอ
Two wrong.
Då så här då.
ERR, false, and stray.
ก็เยอะมาละ
Man får göra som man vill.
Does this mean
Ja.
can't be lots to?
Ja, det
ไม่นั่นดูก็ต้องเยอะโอเดอร์ซะฮะเนี่ยทีโฟโอเดอร์เซ็ตเนี่ย
I mean, I should know that I just solved
เนี่ย
that.
ซะฮะ
Men då ser man inte vad
ไม่
jag
ใช่
ser. Så här.
Kenya.
Nej, då ser man inte vad jag
Okay,
ser.
that was my first
Mer
endeavor.
då.
ผมเนี่ยเป็นเยอะนะ
Det är typ om ansiktet.
Now this game is starting to develop a
มัน
real
ดูว่าโซเต็เห็นแล้ว
Men jag ser på telefonen. Jag ser vad telefonen ser.
I'm kind of torn between a B and a C. I know this might make playing great. Actually, no, I'll give it a B minus. I can't put it by letter hole.
Det var en grej nästan. Jag är så glad.
Although I can't tell if the real person was like those words because like AI or something. Is it NBA player?
Jag ser så inte
Or
glad.
team name? Like how would a human ever make that mistake? Feels like AI. Okay, a fun game. This one I think I'll like a lot. This game is called Time Guesser. Get you're an American.
Ja, men flagg så där. Jag kan inte titta
เนี่ย
där.
ซักอยู่เนี่ย
Feeling is not so American. Unless it's like New York or something. Which honestly, maybe it is.
Ja.
Coffee shop right there. All these American flags make it have to be America, but the architecture to me European. But if this is not America, I'll be so upset. No, city center with the RE. We're not in America. We're in Canada. Why would Canada have this guy? Looks like he's from Bristol. I think we're in the UK. Pop up. Something's off about this. I think this was in America. So everything is telling me it is. Let's see, parks, city center, summer stints. If that makes you feel like UK. Sandy Hills, city names. Yeah, look at the license plates. I should have zoomed in on that first. I don't know UK license plates. Everything is English. Where's that? It's like we're here somewhere. Driving on the right side. Can't even tell which side. Maybe it's Australia. But license plate. Australian plates of like.
Oh, det är inte bra pris.
UK, but
Det är inte bra.
so English. You don't see any non-English words.
Det är inte bra pris.
I said
Det är inte bra. Det är bara plast. Det är bara plast. Det är ingenting kladdigt här. Inte ens kladdigt sen. Det är inte så mycket. De har så mycket bara.
Probably some that's not UK.
Och de måste ha den upp också.
There's nothing that's not English.
Alltså.
The fact that
Nej, den gick sönder. Nej, du måste göra en ny tape. Så jag tog bort det. Det var... Ja. Inte så. Så här.
Zoom in on all the big cities. Here's Bristol, the one I said initially.
Nej.
Going to Liverpool now.
Det var inte.
I don't know why they would have so many American flags.
Var det? De kommer titta och se på taket bara.
Edge Hill.
Mm.
Edge Hill. And where they go. Edge.
Ja, men det går inte. Om jag tejpade då skulle man bara se taket då.
Give me Somerset.
Sådär.
Nej, ingen tar du på låret.
Det här då, ta den. Den är inte kladdig. Den är inte bra till. Den är bara inte så kladdig. Sen. Det är inte bra till. Varför ger mig dålig tejp?
Man har inte mer tejp. Man har bara inte tejp.
No way we
Tack,
actually.
vad sagt med det?
That could be the whole wrong
Tack, man.
city. I'm gonna guess
Tack.
Liverpool.
Mm.
Please be accurate. Oh, Glasgow?
Inte våra tejp.
It was the Glasgow Center. Okay. I really thought it was New York because so embarrassing. Next round, there's more? Okay.
Jag håller ju den
Oh,
bara.
no. We're definitely in the
Eller nej,
past.
det kommer
This is Normandy. This is a real photo of Normandy happening. So they're still in the water, so I'm gonna go, I guess, in the middle between English channels here. If anything, it looks like they're like arriving at shore, being already in France. Here. Okay, so we're pulling up in 1944. Big guess, and whoa, I was very accurate. Okay, they're actually at the shore, and the year is, I got the year. Okay, yeah, that's what happened. So it was Normandy. I just expected. Anyways. Not too bad. Next up, this is I recognize that guy. Rocco Marcel.
Kim đi khỏi cái kia đi khỏi đó.
UCLA. This is looking like 94. 94, right? As long as it's here, right here, that's all that matters. Location, like this is hard to guess. I'm trying to lean towards America. Wait, class of '88. Okay, that's all we needed. Because this looks like a graduation. Oh, no, these guys are old. If this is a high school, this can't be a high school graduation or college. No, we're just say UT. University of Texas. Wait, what is this? What is this? Waco? This is giving that vibe of that show on Waco. I feel like it's Waco. It's or I guess because last in '88, it can't be before that. Like in '83, Waco. I'm over it strictly because of oh, this is Lithuania. Well, this guy's shirt is all I had to go off of. He was in '87. How was this guy in class of '88? I should pre-order the shirt. Okay, well, there wasn't English.
Ja, va? Det var den där. Den puttade den där. Titta upp den. Såna.
Next up, we have Manual. This is a game that I probably should have played right after Song was to guess the song game. It's released 10 years ago. 2.4 billion views. A lot of views. So we're going to start out here with drum and bass. Let's hear it. It's not enough. I'm getting nothing. Skip, piano. I have probably heard of this song, but it does not sound familiar off this. It's going to be like Bruno Mars. Guess. Try Bruno Mars. 12 years ago today, 24K Magic. Is that it? I thought I got it right now. Can we get the guitar now? Oh, this song. I know what this is. I'm scared to play it too much for copyright reasons. I hate that I know what this is, but I want to say Avicii, but I know it's not Avicii. Oh, is this Riptide? Don't tell me this is Riptide. It can't be it, right? No. The thing is, I know what it is, but I don't know what it's named. Like, I know what this is. I'm going to have to skip again. We get the voiceover next, so we should know immediately.
Wake me up.
Wait, this is Avicii. I said this earlier. Wake me up. Oh, that's actually it? Oh. I thought that was more like EDM, like electronic. Okay, well that's unfair because we had it early and I doubted myself so much. I went to Bruno Mars and Vance Joy. Anyways, this game is good. Not as good as Song was though. Let me give it a B. Let's bust out the protractor here for angle. So this is almost a right angle. You can tell it's just a little bit over. It's not a 90. If I had to guess, because you can tell it's a bit obtuse. It's a tiny bit. I would say like 94 degrees. If it was fully stretched out, it'd be 180. Full circle. It's 360 degrees. You guys know how angles work, right?
Nej, bästa vägen. Utan att spilla bara äta sådär på högen.
95. 97. Okay.
Hej, det är inte så här va? Nej, det är den enda vägen som fungerar. På den här dagen.
Look at this. It's crazy. It's covering like
Annan väg kommer bli bort.
4% of my screen. Editor, checking that's accurate. That game is going to be, honestly, it's a C. I know there's not much to it, but I kind of like it. Actually, no, that's a D.
Nej, det är fredag också bara.
Ja,
det är fredag.
We try and guess the combination, 3 colors to make this shade of violet. So let me try, a purple mixed with a lighter purple and a white. Maybe that looks like that would give you the right color. We're 92% accurate. This purple means it's in the equation, but not the biggest color. So let's try something else first. Let's do this yellowish, then the purple is a secondary. It's 50% yellow, 25% purple. Let's just do like pink or something. Oh, okay, we have 2 of the right colors now. So we don't know the first color. Let's try this. We do hot pink here and then this. Honestly, okay, we do have 2 of the colors now in the right place. What mixes with these 2 shades? It has to be a light shade. It has to be a small shade. Maybe this, hot pink, purple. 100% we got it. This game was better than Angle. There's more to work with. For that reason, it's going to be a C. I'm going C though. Next up, we have Weaver, where we have to go from nigh to near. We can only change 1 letter at a time. So we can do. Is there a word I can even change it to here?
That's smart.
Hi. What's your sign? We have no letters in common. We changed 1 letter at a time, so that's the way we had to go. Oh, I could do sign. Oh, I like this. Sign. Okay. Gotta wait for the H. Is there an S-I, like N-word here that works? Scene, Sion, Sion, Sippin, Sim. Well, I just realized we could go back and change our old answers. We might have to just restart. Sigh is Y a word? There's probably a word here I've never heard of. Oh, nigh is a word. I think we did it. Wait, no. That's the original word. What am I doing? I honestly don't know if this is possible. I bet there is a chance that it's just not possible to solve. I feel like if there was a way, it would have to be through sign to sign. But then what? Unless there's a different word here that I'm not seeing, like dig. This I vowel is throwing me off. Oh, Saga. Okay, we're in action now. Saved. I have to get rid of that H at the end because there's so few words that end with an H. Oh, I can do such here. Okay, let's do such. Too much. Is match a word? It is. Okay, mace is a word. Let's do that. Is nace a word? I mean, it doesn't really matter if it is. Let's do male. Oh, let's do malt here. That's a word. Let's do melt. Oh, we're getting there. E. Oh, we can do meat now. Meat. Let's do neat. And let's do near. We did it. We got the word that took a long time. Okay, that game's not too bad. Weaver. I might go. I don't really like it though. I'm gonna go C. It's not up there with connections. Can't be. But with that being said, let's play the other game that's similar, but Tweenle. In a very similar format. You have to guess the words in alphabetical order. So, for example, sport. Okay, the word does not start with an S. It starts with closer to an A. That's what that means. Let's do something like diver. D word. Okay, it's between an A and a D, the first letter. It's much closer to A, so let's do alarm. Okay. It's very close to alarm. Let's do alert. Can we just hit it without even... We're super close. I think that means we're really close to 0.02. To check, let's do a word like bench. Yep, it's between an A and a B. Start the word. Let's do a maze here. Okay. Actually, I think the word is A-L, and then we don't know the last 2 letters. So we know it's A-L. A lot? Okay. No. Okay, it's A-L. Next letter is one of these. But judging by how close it is to the top, I think it's an E or an F. If it's not alert, what could it be? Alphas. Okay, so now we know it's A-L, and then now between F and an L instead of I thought it was E. Now it's a 0.01 before it was 0.02. Algos, let me try that. What? Algode? I thought algos was a word now. They added the dictionary. Algin, that's a word? Okay, A-L, now it's between an F and a G. Whatever the word is, I haven't heard of it. Oh wait, I think it's a G word. So if I press F, it gives me the whole alphabet. Allergy. Wait, no, allergy. Oh, it's allergy. Okay. Randomly came to mind, and it was the word. This game, I think it is better than Weaver, is it? No, Weaver's better. Because this is more like struggling to think of words at all. This one feels like an actual challenge. So I'm going to move this up here. Tweedle can stay at the end. Flaggle. A game where you have to guess the flag. Canada. We are halfway there. It is southeast, 9,000 kilometers. So yeah, that's the country's flag. It's part orange. Let's go. Afghanistan. And we're closer. It's now west, 3,000 kilometers. Ooh, wait, I think I know what this is. Let me look at my options. Let me go Italy. I know it's not Italy. I'm just going to guess Italy because I know it's over there somewhere. And okay. Oh, I think it's one of those. What's it called? So one place has no taxes. It's an island. Let me just guess Cyprus. I know it's not Cyprus. It's the one to the left of that, right? Oh, it was Cyprus. Oh, that was not the country I was going for. I did not know that was their flag. That's cool. I was going just off of where it was from Italy. I thought it was from the islands below it. That was right. Okay, the thing I wanted to guess was Malta, but I got it wrong correctly though. Cyprus, nice. That was way better than
Cyprus
I expected.
looks like Cyprus.
That game is not bad.
Obviously.
I'm going to put it, everything's going to C tier, unfortunately. It's not as good as global, but it has like the same aspects where it tells you what direction the country's in. So for that reason, it's still in the C tier. These might all end up being C's though. Hopefully we get a few B's, A's, or maybe another S in here. Let's see. Time for the crossword. This is the last game we have from New York Times. Mini crossword. Speaking confidently but dishonest. Liar. Oh no. What's that called? Speaking confidently but dishonest. Lie. I'm just put liar for now. I know it's that, but traditional dance at a Jewish wedding.
Ít đó là cái gì?
Notice.
Nó phút nào ở đây.
Hyundai electric car with a correctly spelled name. Bionic. That's it, right? I think that's it. I've seen these on the road before. Hoops Legend with Shaq? There's no way. Size 22 shoes? I mean, that sounds about right. But what would the number 2? Score that's nowhere near men's over. I don't know what.
องค์โก
Baghdad's
วุ้นอ่ะ
country.
วุ้นซอว่าวุ้นแบบที่ว่าตอนเด็ดมันจะพูดแต่สุด
Wait, is it Ionic with a Q? Oh,
อุรักกันละ
Iraq. Is that right? So what is this one? Speaking confidently but dishonest. I don't know. I think I have Ionic, Shaq,
แล้ว
and
ใช้
Iraq.
แต่มอสออฟ
Which
ดาว
makes
ฮันเซ
perfect
เฮก
sense because loading
ผมเค
area
ยนึกตั้งนั่นเลย
A,
ให้พูดตี้กับมัน
Africa's largest exporter of gold. Oh,
พูดเสียอย่าลุกก่อน
China.
ก็อะไรเยอะได้ตัว
China. Nice. Blank and
พู
ooh
ดโต
and
เขาดูแบบตัวบิวเดอร์บุ๊กเขาปิดคนไม่เจอแต่ว่าเขาเซาว่าเดินแล้ว
Africa's
แค่
largest
ว่า
exporter of
แต่
gold.
มอสสา
Oh,
มัน
China. Yeah, China. Nice.
แล้ว
Blank
ก็
and
แค่ว่าอม
ooh
ดู
and
แต่ว่า
that's gonna be it.
อมดมเยือดมเยือ
This
ไม่ถูก
one, Army soldiers for short.
เขารู้นี่
His,
นี่เด็กเขาไป
Liz,
จะ
Miss.
จะโทนไง
I don't know.
เขาล่าอีกที
Two,
อย่างเงี้ย
score that's
จะโทนกับคลิป
nowhere near
ได้เชียบพูดกับเขาแล้วเขาแค่สั้น
ends with IQ. I can't think of a number.
เจอ
Unless
แต่
it's like
ว่าพอ
low
มา
IQ.
แต่คนตัดเรื่องอื่นก็ว่า
Maybe
แต่
just
ใคร
low
จะรู้
IQ.
ก่อนเขาจะจะโซมมันมัวกันแล้ว
Aura, and then
พอบริสมอลนี่จะใครจะเยอะสมอลเฟสก็ได้จะสี่เฟส
Oye.
Norway.
Not far off. The puzzle is filled, but at least one square is amiss.
อาจจะคอมปิดมันเป็นเราเอาคอมปิ
Something
ด
is
ทิ้ง
very wrong here. I
ด
don't
ม
know
หอ
what
ย
it
อก
is.
กันนะ
Definitely
ด
China
ม
here.
หรือก็
Low IQ. I mean,
โดยภาษากับ
I
รัก
guess
ตัว
like
เนี่ย
that almost makes sense.
ดม
Maybe
แบบ
just
ตัว
not
ตัว
hooray. Oye. Oye. Scram. Go away. Is it go away? Wait. Go away.
คันเราจะเรียกว่าได้ดันนี่นึกตอนก่อน
Oh,
มัน
there's
มาก
the importer. Okay.
ก่อน
Maybe
ทุกแบบ
Ghana.
นะ
I got it? Okay.
ในเด็กมันแล้วก็
China
จะ
to
เสีย
Ghana.
แต่
I
ไม่เลย
didn't
แบบ
realize it wanted an African
คอม
country. I
ปิ
thought
ด
it was more like
เขาลากกัน
the gold or whatever. I guess why would China have the gold? I don't know. I'm not sure what China has. Anyways, that was pretty good. I like that with the crosswords. I mean connections. Is it an A though? I'm gonna put it into B tier for now, but by the end of the video, I might change it up. I think one of these games has to go to A. Total.
โอ้
The
ตาดิน
NBA
อมน้ำผู้
player
ชาย
guessing game. So we have 8 guesses. Guess the player. I'm gonna name drop
No, but
somebody
that-
here. Let's think.
อม
Peyton
น้ำ
Pritchard.
นะ
Peyton Pritchard
แต่ละเอ็ม
out of nowhere.
รู้ตัวเองคนไอ้คนผิดตัว
Older than 27.
ก็เชร์ไม่เขาติด
Higher than number 11. Okay.
พอกินมันฝรั่งเนี่ย พอ
We
กิน
do small
เนี่ย
forward
ตมอ่ะ
Tobias Harris.
แล้วคุณเนี่ย
No. Taller than
พอกิน
6'8".
แล้วพอแล้ว
Now, I'm an NBA fan, so I happen to know a lot of players' names, which is why I picked the
ที่
NBA.
ซอยตึกคือ
NFL. Oh wait, I have someone coming to mind right
แล้ว
now.
แล้วคุณทำนี้เวนผมจะพี่ตัวเห็นเลย
Is it them?
มัน
Okay,
เป็น
they're in the West
ผม
Conference.
พูดหอฮันนี่ผมเป็นแล้วผมพูดหอกินแล้วเปิดไปที่แล้วเปิดตรงนี้ค
I think who's
ำ
the
คำตัว
West
แล้วพอเรา
right
ว่า
now?
คือ
Oh,
เพราะฝนก็จะบู
Laurie
ไทยแล้ว
Markkinen. Don't
จะ
tell
ใช่
me
ใช่
it's
ปะ
Laurie. Come on, please be Laurie. No.
คำตัวเขาบอกคำ
Yeah, we're
คุณ
making
ก็
a
ไม่
guess.
ตัวเขาก็ตัวจะแบบผมตึก
Jared
คุณ
Vanderbilt.
หอมันแล้วคุณต้องหอ
Okay, they're in the
ไทยแลนด์
Pacific
กินแล้วก่อน
Conference. Let me go
เรา
some
กำลัง
others.
ยื้อไฟเนี่ยแต่ละพูดกับเขาแล้วอันพิง
And wow, we are making great guesses. We have 4 of them correct. They're 28 years old. They're 6'10". We know it's not Lakers. We know it's not Sacramento.
แล้วก็เลยเสียว่าหออยู่
Tell me it's not
แต่
right.
เพื่อ
Joseph.
อยู่บ้าน
Nurkic.
เพื่อให้เมาล้อกับเขาจะแบบไปเจอจะโวย
We
กัน
have one more guess.
Get it,
Who is
man.
this?
เออ
Show
แล้ว
it
พูดกับ
shows
พอละ
silhouette.
ท่าน
Don't
หยอ
tell
ด
me.
ว่าโตไปเอง
There's
อั
an
ปก่อน
option.
เนี่ย
They have like
คือ
short
ว่า
hair.
ปะโทล่าท่านก็คือล่าของอัปก่อนเนี่ย
They're unk.
อมฮันวินอัปก่อนคือพันสรุปวิธีเลย
Who is unk? I'll be
เออ
honest.
พูด
I
กับ
feel like I
อัน
picked
ที่
the
ก่อนเห็น
fan
เด็ก
here. I
ท่าน
did
ของ
not
ท่าน
know
เนี่ย
this
คือ
is. Let's
คุณ
guess.
เยอะเห็นเด็กวูดมาม่าเอ็นวูด
It was
ดูเอ็น
Ben
วูดซิสเตอร์เอ็น
Simmons.
วูด
Oh my
คุณ
god.
ท็อปที่บอกกันจริ
I
ง
knew who this is too. I was
คุณ
not
เผื่อ
thinking.
ให้ก็เพลงกับคุณสรุปแล้วไง
Okay, wow.
คุณเซ
I mean,
เรีย
this
น
game is a good game, obviously.
เด็
It
กคน
gives
ติด
us
นะ
all this information to go off of. I can't believe I lost to Ben Simmons
ก็
before
รู้
number
ที่พอ
one
เนี่ย
draft.
เป็นเด็กคือฝรั่ง
That game is a
อี
B.
กเรื่องนนต
If
ม
you
ที่
like
อมเป็นเด็ก
basketball, it's definitely a B. A turtle, a
Who
game
have been
where
there?
it tries to work against you.
อมพูด
Meaning
ฝรั่ง
I
ที่
can
พอเพลง
search
นั่นนะ
something
ใคร
with
คิดเล่โมใครคิดเล่ที่อมเห็นเด็กที่พอเพลง
guaranteed
อ่ะ
have none of them in it. So I
What
went ahead
about
and found
that?
whoever
What
put
about
these
that?
letters. All
พอ
right,
รู้
so I'm
ที่
just
ผม
trying
ส
to again.
วัสดิ์อีก
We do
ที
a word like fight.
อมฝรั่งก็เยอะที
It's
นะ
still
ที
a
ที
point
แล้ว
on
พอ
the
เพลง
letter.
อ่ะทีว่าเปิดไทย
Now
คิด
we
อะไรที่
know
อ
that
ม
there's definitely
พูดพอเพลง
color
นะ
you
ถ้าจะยอมว่า
unless there's no vowels
ก็
at all.
กูละทั้ง
Let's
เย
do
อะ
a
บิ
word
น
like
กับบิน
sound.
กับมาเพลงกับ
Oh
ดี
wow.
ดี
I feel we
หา
got
ที่
pretty
อม
far
มาดิ
there. You
เขา
can
ก็
only
คือเพลง
avoid
กับ
us for so long.
ทั้งจัด
I
ตัว
think I've solved this game in
ก็ตอนนี้
5 before. I have played this one
ไม่
before.
เคยเยอะเวียด
Let's do
แล้ว
score.
เกิดแล้วก็อม
Just
พอ
to find
อ
out
มพ
whether
อ
or not it's
ที่
good.
เล่นมัน
Yeah.
ฝรั่งกับฝรั่งไทยก็ไทยไปนะ
Slows. That's a word.
แล้วไม่ใช่ว่าทอแล้วก็
Slows. Let's do the word blimp here. 4 new
เด็ก
letters.
ก็ตัวแต่ว่าดำเป็นอยู่ตอนนี้
SPO. Spook. Is that it?
คุณ
We
เซน
got
บอกมา
spook
เขา
in 7 guesses.
รัก
Honestly,
และกล้า
pretty
ว่าพอ
good.
เห็นเอกคมปี
I think your absolute best bet is to guess all the vowels in the first 2 guesses.
แล้วก็หุ้น
So ready was
พอ
good.
เพล
I
ง
should
เนี่ย
have went
ที่กับ
something
เพลง
that
กับ
had
ใคร
I
คิดเลย
O
ที่
U
เล่น
in it. Absurdal. It's either C plus or B minus. Yeah, I'm gonna go C plus for now. But then again, I will be going through and
มัน
updating
จะ
these
ยึ
at
ด
the
เล่น
end.
โคตรตัวแต่ว่าโดนเพลงต่อแต่ว่า
Next up,
ก็คือคุณ
Hurdle.
เขาไม่ฮิต
A
แล้วคุณ
game
ก็หย
where
อก
you
บ้า
only
หยอก
get
บ้าหย
10
อกบ้าที่
letters
ใช่ไหม
wrong. We have hearts or
ต้องพอ
lives
จริง
to
เลยคุณ
display letters.
เพื่อ
Especially we're
คุณ
like
เสกแล้วไม่ใช่เองคนนะกำมันแล้วเช
3
นะ
lines right off the bat. We have 2
เชก็
vowels.
กำมันแล้วนะ
It's kind of huge.
เออ
Want to make sure we don't
ไม่
get
ใช่อง
more
เช
letters
นะคะ
wrong. That could be catastrophic. I wonder if we lose a heart for guessing the same letter again. Like, is it a second time for that, or I just want to guess the word like Earth. Though to see placements. Let's see if we lose 2 or 3 hearts here. We lost
กินเล่จะเป
1
ลี่ยนแล้ว
heart. Okay, so you
ต้อง
can't
หุ้น
use
เยอะ
the
หันเองนะ
That being said, maybe that's the
อมนี้จะพอ
strat.
ถึง
Like,
นั้น
if I guess trace right now, I only lose at most 1 heart. Wait, I lost 2 hearts. We're slowly learning placements though. So the A is the first or one of the last 2 letters at the top because I have to base the E around that. Unless it's EA right
คุณเจอ
there.
วันนี้รู้สึกโอมันเจอ
Steam.
เดี๋ยว
Honestly,
ต่อ
I
ให้
like Steam.
รักอ่ะ
Losing at most
ที่
2
อมเจอ
hearts
ก่อน
here.
วัน
Oh
นี้จะ
wow.
ให้รู้สึก
Okay.
ตัวแต่ว่าผู้ส่วนนี้เยอะ
Maybe steal. Let's try snake. I was snake of that. Honestly, pretty good. I played this game before, and I did not catch on to guessing the same letter again. It's not so hard. So honestly, that's the strat. Myrtle, it's going to be a C.
แต่คุณเจอว่าโก
Next
โก้
up,
ก็
we
แบบ
have Loodle, the inappropriate wordle. So we got to guess only
ผมชอบ
inappropriate
ที่ว่า
words.
ไม่ซอยเอง
Okay, is that inappropriate enough for them? It's in their library. Okay, we have an S. Mouse. Okay. Sorry, that's not in our dictionary. What is in their dictionary? Like, why was snake in it? What about plums? I knew it. Okay, the S is the last letter, so it's
แต่
probably a
ผู้แสดงอยู่รัก
word.
ผู้แสดง
Cruise, is it a word? Not inappropriate enough. Churd? It sounds like
จะ
it
ได้
should be
เพื่อน
something.
มันคุดปี
What about dicks?
คุณยอมว่า
There we
จะ
go.
jobbar och en hatt i läge.
So a few letters left.
Huh?
Trying my hardest to think it appropriately. I'm drawing a blank.
Huh?
Okay, editor. We have to censor this one. I
Huh?
see it, but it's not appropriate for YouTube. Okay. There's no. I had to write TOS.
Huh?
I guessed another word that was there. Unfortunately, you guys cannot see that word, but we know there's an O from it. You can see the O.
แต่พูดถึงพอต้องไปสนั่นเลย
I know what it is. I'm happy you guessed it. And yep, we got it. Okay. Word is boobs. Crazy. Of course it is. We're on. What are we on? Loodle.
Huh?
This game sucks. Solution boobs. Press. I like boobs. Literally everyone. I guess that's
โอ
the
เคว่า
definition of
โดนคำฮิตเนาะเขาบอกคำเต็ม
Either
อะไร
way,
ทำไมเรา
Loodle, that's kind of like a D.
เห็นในคืนแล้วเขาคำฮิตแล้วว่า
It's
ส่วน
hard
ที่
to
จะแรก
guess
กับ
words. Unless
ใคร
you're
เล่น
a
ต่อ
gooner. But yeah, not. So, number. Make an equation here.
ว่าโดนคำฮิต
Makes
ใคร
sense.
ที่แรกเราก็
15
เชื่อเสือ
times
เขาคุ้มเขาคุ้ม
24 equals.
ผมมุ่งหอยยิ่งจริง
Can't
นะ
be
คะ
right
คำว่า
because it can't be
But
multiplied.
that's
Let's do
what's another one.
plus 37. Let's do that. So it gives us 52 as an answer. So it equals 52. And
พอพ่อคำอ่ะ
okay.
ไม่ใช่ตัวลูกสาวเนี่ยลูกสาวหอยยิ่งหยบใบยิ่งทีการทำอะไรเลยนะใช่ไหมที่คุณหอยยิ่งทีเขา
How
ลูก
would that work? Oh, maybe it's like one. Maybe it's like
แต่
three
ที่เราแค่โดนคำเป็นทำมัน
times
นี่เลย
5. Try that. So we know it's a 2-digit number for sure. Like with the equal sign
เป็น
is.
ฟาดไว้ดอกเนี่ย
I have a feeling we're doing like single numbers or something like that. 3 plus 2, maybe multiplied by the 9 in there. What does that give us? 21. Enter.
Huh?
And yep, there is a plus sign right there. There is no multiplication. So, what does that mean for us? 8 plus 6 minus 3. 14 minus 3 is 11. Is that it? And we get the 1. We got one of the ones. It must be division then. If it's not, maybe it's another addition. So let's assume we start with the 2. Running into place for that 2. 2 plus 8. Addition again. Plus 3. Then equal 10, 13. Oh, I think we got it.
No head, big
Equals
head.
13. We do it.
Big head.
Boom,
Boom, boom, boom. Yeah. Double addition.
ก็มองก็ได้
Good work,
Where's one
guys.
for now?
We saw this together. Number is a meaning. Mental. This is a game where you have to try and figure out what the daily word is by guessing other words. For example,
โอ้โห
red.
ทุกสิ่งอาจจะ
Red
เกี่ยว
is cold. It's not close to the real word. Let me do like,
ทุกสิ่ง
Newman.
พอเรา
Indoors. Could be a
Yeah,
noun.
พอได้ก็
Similarity
ถอดตะกวอน
6.
ได้แล้วเราเห็น
Similarity to
ถูกแต่
Darling.
ป้า
And here it
ถอด
says
ตะกวอนแล้วก็ให้โซล่าก็
Men
ได้
jag har
ได้
inte
แล้ว
similarity of 24.
jag har inte ätit det där från förra
Usually
veckan.
it's 6. We're not really that
เขา
close.
มีโซล่าแต่ว่าถ้าสุดท้ายว่าเขาดูเป็น
Jag har inte ätit det här från förra veckan.
Outdoors. Maybe it's an outdoor thing. Or maybe it's just like a phrase. One phrase.
What is going
Sleep.
on?
Night. Day. Quote. Everything is cold. None of these are that high. It'll be accurate once we get closer to 24 on the similarity. Let's do game. Okay, game is our best word so far. 13 similarity. Play. 15, okay. Oh, we got one at the top 1,000 already. Move is our highest. Play, game, controller are the following. There's only about, 269 words closer.
Ah!
Jump, hold on.
Jag måste ju sådär hett eller?
I feel like I'm close.
Ja, hörde du inte?
Already. We have
Hörde du inte? Har du så dåliga öron eller?
it is there. Let's
Hörde
see
du
here.
inte?
That's work. Try that.
Det är jättemycket ljud. Du vet det.
I'm going to be saying words for a minute here, right? Okay, right was our third best. Forward. Oh, forward's a good one. Okay. Back.
Det måste vara så mycket ljud där just nu.
Reset.
Så va? Det måste vara så
Our
mycket
second
ljud
best
där.
word. Reset. Fast.
Idag.
Forward. Don't work with it. Almost. Move, reset, and right. Slide.
Alltså det är
Adjust.
så mycket ljud.
There it is. Plus
Speciellt
3
idag.
from the word. Adjustment. Is that it?
Du brukar inte
We got it.
göra förra. Du gjorde det där fel förra
That
fredagen.
was honestly
Jag vet inte så
incredible.
mycket
Where's
ljud eller?
adjustment? And I went for adjust.
Det?
That is
Jag
actually
tror
really
det.
good.
Jag hörde inte.
I'm proud of myself.
Hörde.
Mantle, that's going to be,
Hörde
I'm
inte.
hoping it is D, which I shouldn't. I think it is good. The concept is good. I just don't think it's executed that well. Next up, we have my favorite game so far.
I haven't
Taylordle.
even gotten
7-letter word. We have to guess a Taylor Swift song. Well, this game is just themed on her. Should be easy enough, right? What's a 7-letter word? Rockets. She has a song named Rockets. R-E-T-S. Okay. Let's do street. So,
street.
be something. Whoa, okay. How are we
Streets.
almost there? There's 2 E's.
Streets.
If there's any Swifties out there,
Street.
don't tell me what the word is, but let me do it. Please.
Also.
That might give me what the E is.
Please.
There's 1 E. We're almost there. Now, make sure I do all the
Huh?
Swifties proud. I will not lose this. Let's do
Trä.
I was going to do treasure, but no. I'm sure all the Swifties already know what this is, fortunately. I feel like it's L. I think it ends with an E. Because if it doesn't end with an E, then there has to be one of the front two. Mainly because we know that E's actually here. It can't be these two. Because so the E is in first, second, or last. We know it's third. I think it starts with an E. Or, Eternal. Isn't that like one of her albums? No. Okay, so I think it's safe to say that it ends with an E. I feel like we're missing the first letter and only the first. How can I make an educated guess here? I think she has like 600 songs, right? Like, how would I ever know every single one of them? I think it's ES right there, or S over here as well. And E. T could be right here. It could be something Estel. Is Chestel a word? Crestel? Oh, the word is wrestle. Is she a wrestler? No way. Does she have a song called Wrestle? Or is she in the WWE? One of the two? Let me look it up. Wait, what is this? It says, while there are no confirmed reports of Taylor Swift wrestling in the WWE, there have been discussions and speculation about it. What is this? Attends WrestleMania? I guess she's a big wrestling fan. There she is. And then Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson. Is this literally because she attended WrestleMania that she gets, like, this word is just themed after that? If so, that's a stretch. I thought we're naming her songs. Taylor is going to be a C because it can't be better than Wordle. It's just a regular game. I mean, it's not better than Podal, the basketball game. There's way more things to go off of there. I mean, C isn't bad, okay? I'll put it right here. Happy? Last but not least, we have Hurdle. Now, this is a game that YouTube Games actually purchased or made themselves. I'm not sure. So the first round is regular. We to try and get to the end, which is the actual challenge here. So let's do Raise. A. Nice. Okay. This game is much slower paced than the others. Let's do Wound. 5 new letters. And nothing. Okay. Very limited on letters now. It could be something like Batch. And. I thought I was close there. BA. Bulky. That's a word. Bulky. And it's not. What? Is it Bali? Balmy? This is tough. If it's Bali, that's ridiculous. Not a word. Is it Balmy? No way. What does that mean? Balmy. Whatever. So what happens next is you start with the word you just solved, which doesn't really add anything to it. It's just like, here's your first guess, by the way. First, let's just do the word pound. 5 new letters and nothing. Oh, D. Okay. I think it's something like child. I think it is child. Nope, it is. Okay, so it is I blank LD. Field. No. Wheeled. So wheeled. It is solved in 5. So now we have wheeled as our first guess. Doesn't really make it more challenging, just kind of annoying. Let's do the word pound again. And okay, this is actually. Let's do batch again. Letters. Whoa, it is bland. Bland, yeah. Spelled bland. There's the word. From balmy to bland. There's bland again. We have the A. Let's do fight. 5 new letters. T. Stampa. Is that it? It is. Okay. And now we are entering the final round where it puts all of our guesses so far. And now we have to guess in 2. What? We have nothing to go off of, and we have 2 guesses to solve. Which sounds impossible, but there might only be like one word here. Which the odds of that are incredible. We haven't even used the O or U yet, so this is not good. I feel like it's something or. This is tough. I don't even know. I've never seen this before. So little to work with. I could just guess the word like hours to get 4 letters, but this is difficult. Oh, the word is rough, isn't it? Oh, I guess so. I think it has to be rough. What else is there? It's solved in 1. I mean, that wasn't our first guess, technically. A lot of hints. That might have been the only word there. Okay. And I'll be honest, I am a big hater of this game. I hate how slow it is. I don't think the concept makes any sense. YouTube just wanted to capitalize, or Google wanted to capitalize on the Wordle trend. But I'm not a fan. I don't like this game. There's a reason I don't play it. And yeah, that's my ranking. Okay, let's go back through here and adjust some of them. I feel like I'm being too strict with my A tiers. Let's put global up with world lull. Something has to go to A. What's been crossword or connection? Honestly, the mini crossword might go up to A. And anything else? I don't think any of these deserve a B. D, yeah, these are all valid Ds. We have no Fs. I feel like we could toss some of these Bs to As, like maybe the waffle, maybe wordless. I think that's valid. And I think the S tier is pretty well separated. We've arrived at the end of the video. Let me know what you think about my rankings, if you would do anything differently here. Am I far off in any of these? Let me know. Guys, we need to talk about something. we are catching up to Suda in subscribers. Now, this is important because this guy stole my branding a long time ago. Look how close we are to catching up. I need your help. Please subscribe. Leave a like on the video. We need to pass this guy. He's been copying me for too long, using my name. It's too much. I've reported it to YouTube, but they won't do anything. I've spent hours sitting in Google support trying to file a complaint, but nothing. If we could just pass him, that would mean the world to me, guys. Thanks again for watching. This was a ton of fun. Let me know what you want to see me play next, okay? I have a few other videos similar to this one, which I think you guys will like, so I'll put them in the outro. I went back and played all the IO games, like Agario, Slither IO. And then I also went back and revisited Cool Math Games. 2 separate videos. Check those out, guys. Leave a like, subscribe, and let's beat Who's Suda once and for all, okay? Thank you for watching. I'll see you next time. Goodbye.
Så idag har, vilket dagen var fredag den 13, va? Vill du se? Förra 13. Februari 13 var fredag den 13.
Okej.
Mars 13 i fredag 13 2 gånger i och sen vi har 3 fredag den 13 i år. 13 november också. De har typ en, 2, en, 2, en. Och så här. 1, 2, 3. What is going
เอา
on?
ไปแล้วนะใส่ไปยัง
Friday the 13th.
เราใส่
In
นะ
this year, that is weird. That's weird. Varför lånar ni inte den? I don't wanna go. Sometimes we shine a little bit more than all. Carry on, as if nothing really matters. Too late, my time is gone. Sensible stomach, but body's aching all the time. I don't wanna die. It's me, Mario. Woohoo! It's me. It's me, Mario. 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 And it's me, Luigi. Whoa. And today we're gonna go to the park. Mario. What is it, Luigi? I don't know what you're talking about. What? What am I talking about? Nothing. Oh, you're right. I'm not talking about anything. What? Huh?
ที่เรามาที่เรา
No, I do hear what you're saying. I'm just not convinced that. Sorry, I'm gonna have to play it back. I just laid an egg.
O fai muy frío. Cama, o cosa. Lördag. Eller? Ja, då går jag mot gången. Sen mamma måste gå där. Måste åka. Hả? Hả? Cái xe hay. Åka bút nó hay sầu chơi làm nào mà. Nó. Làm nó không có cuốn. Mẹ thôi tao cuốn cái đây. Cái này quá. Giờ lúc còn. Thì bây giờ đồng cổ về nghe mà thì có đâu nè.
Skit.
Cô hổng thayคันที่โกเควนไงดูตะพอบอลโกไฟมูลเดี๋ยวจะโกนั่นไงนึกไงก็โกได้ตุนโกได้โกไฟตุนแต่มันไม่ได้อัตโนมัติแต่ก็แต่มันสุดหัว
Så gav de mig också lite riktning på det här sen 75. Så ska man försöka ge sig på trycka då är det som vi säger risker att man hellre gör och så opererar sig på två.
What was it you doing on June? June. Jag bara, det här är vad jag gjorde på 13 fredag. Jag bara, här är en bild från fredag den 13 i 2025. Här är den enda som har fredag den 13 2025. Jag är från bilder, visst. Ja, jag gjorde det. Hur det är otur, det här är otur. Jag tyckte åt 1,5 donut. På fredag 13 2025. Intressant. Jag vill se vad som hände december 2024. 13 december, för då där var också före den 13. Jag bara tittar på bilderna från varje fredag den 13. Det här bara. Jag har en lista här bara. Från fredag 2020 till 2030 bara. En lista typ, som de visar varje fredag den 13 när fredag den 13 händer. De är med, alltså jag vet. 13 december 2025 finns det ingenting på. Hittar inte. Tror jag. Alltså jag bläddrar med ner. 2023. Oktober 2023 finns också inte. September 13 september. Finns inte där. 2023, oktober, januari 20. 13 januari. Nej men det finns. En undercover and he's hände på finns inte 13 januari 2022 13 maj Finns inte. Augusti. 13 augusti. 2021, 13 augusti. Finns inte 13 augusti 20. Den här fredagen 13 finns inte heller. Vad någonting om. 2020, november 20. November finns inte. Mars. De har alla de pappa. Från hit. Från 13 mars 2020 till det här. Ända vägen typ hit. Någonstans här. Alla de här typ här. Alla de här datumen finns inte. Alla de här fredag den 13. Finns inte på telefonen. Det är intressant. Jag bara, det är intressant. Varför står det här spart på 9 februari 2004? Nej, det är fel. Det står 9 februari 2004. Men om jag så här, det är rätt datum. 9 september 2015. Vänta. Jag visste inte det där. Att vi hade... Att det var då. Mamma, kom hit, mamma. 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 Kom hit där. Kom hit. Kom hit. Kom runt.
Ja.
Kom hit. Mamma, jag ska komma hit. Nej, hon har inte ens kommit upp. Mamma. Här är konstigt. Mamma.
Ja.
Här står det 9 februari 2004. Det är konstigt. Men om man gör så här, det är så rätt. 9 september 2015. Ja. 9 september 2015. Ja. 2015. En mus.
Densa. Va?
Nu ser jag, men jag... Vi ser här, det är längst ner. Om man bläddrar ändå ner, det är längst ner här. Så kommer jag typ så här och sen ändå ner. Ändå ner här.
Ja, du telefonen? Ja. Då blir det full.
Men hur har den här videon? Hur finns den här? Hur har den här 2015? Hur har den här kvar? Så jag visste så här. Nej, så här. Så här. Nej. 1%. Så. Det var 1%. Då tar jag. Aha. Okej. 3, 2, video settings. Backkameran. Sådär. Mamma. Sara. Hej, vet du vad jag sa? Har du sådär? Sara, vill du se den här gammal video? Vill du se den här till länge sedan video? Innan den här bild. Men inte den. Det är om jag bara bläddrar här så. Vad får man där? Är du med?
Det var så kul.
Är det?
Kolla. Vad är det? Lilla bror dig. Ja, Sara, du då?
Jag vet inte, men det är konstigt med videon. Videon står, vet du vad är konstigt med videon så här? Videon här, om man zoomar in här. Det står här, 9 februari 2004. Ja. Men om man gör så här, då står det 9 september 2015.
Va?
Det är rätt. Här är 9 september 2015. Men om man går så här, då står det 9 februari 2004. Det är konstigt, visst.
Den här bilden.
Det var en bild. Men det är spart från 2014. Det är för jag tror det där när bilden gjordes. Ja.
Men vart har du bilden?
Jag vet inte vad har den.
Va?
Ah.
If you share my desire to transform this country, because of that, I would
Man.
like to read all
Kom igen, man.
Sara, ser du där du mosade här? Den hitåt, den är mer plattad. Så om jag stretchar den på en webbsida, då kan det vara rätt, så jag kan fixa videon, så vet du, jag kan fixa något på något sätt, jag visar dig. Så om jag har en så här, om jag har så här, om jag byter speakers, tror den är så här, så här, den videon är så här, men om jag gör så här, det kan inte kosta för mig. 5, 4. Jag måste titta på numren så här. Om man gör så här och så titta på numren här. Här så här. Om man tittar här så det är att videon är bild 3712 2088. Man måste komma ihåg den här numren. 3712. Här. Så där. Videon är 3712x2088 som storlek. Pappa, den här bilden står där, det är 3712x2088 storlek. Pappa, det är intressant. Man skriver. Jag får papper och penna. Papper och penna. Jag ska skriva. Använd det. Penna. Papper. Var någon papper?
Nej, inte papper.
Men det där är ju någon ritat på den andra. Har du ritat eller det? Nej. Ska du skriva någonting här? Ska jag så här och så skriva någonting? Ska jag skriva Sara? Nej. Ja, är du en Sara eller är du Sara?
Nej, Sara.
Okej, jag förstår. Men jag måste skriva på lapp så jag ska få ihåg ditt namn. Nej, det är inte så. Men jag måste... Se här. Okej. Här står det så. Där, Sara. Så 3, 7, 1, 2, x 2, 0, 8, 8. Det fick inte plats helt på en rad, men det är okej för mig. Och sen det går, vet du vad jag gör med den här videon? Från den här bilden så här. Vet du vad jag gör med numren så här? Så här. Paus. Och så visar jag. Om man skriver video. Om man skriver stretch video. Stretch video format. Så här. Stretch video format. Om det är gratis av stretch video format. Så man kan välja filen.
I'm sorry, my daughter must
Ja,
be
passa. Sen foto videor. Måste vänta. Gå till galleri. Nej, inte driven. Galleri. Vänta. Nej, det hände någonting. Nej. Nej, det var rätt. Så här. Men jag så här. Vi går hit. Välj fil. Och sen trycker här. Och så vänta. Och sen om jag gör så här. Det här och välj galleri. Det är enklare. Och sen bläddrar en vägen ner. Jag bläddrar en vägen ner för den här videon. Ta här videon. Ta den. Ingen fil, va? Ingen fil valt. Intressant. Bläddrar en vägen ner. Nej, inte det där går inte. Videor. Nej.
That's pretty. I love
Så
that.
jag har videor så. Men bläddra mer än så här så att det är många videor. Titta, va? Men det bläddrar ändå ner, det gick inte. Det bläddrar ändå in till 2021. Inte den där 2015 videon jag hittade. Så den här var laddat ner i 2022. Men den är inte från 2022.
Can't see? Well, that's silly. Can't you trust me?
Galleri. Så nummer prov igen här. Eller här. Och sen close.
Sorry, my daughter must have grabbed
Ja, nu har det fixat. Nu har jag hittat Sara. Den har hittat videon. Sara. Om man gör biff. Gör den här numren. Biffen 3, 7, 1, 2. Och sen är det här 2, 0, 8, 8 som bilden. För det verkar som som hände Sara. Okej. What? Ah.
One is poison, one is not.
Okej, då måste jag byta här till 2, 8, 0, 8, 8. Och det här till 3, 7, 1, 2. De är ändren. What?
Come on, no matter what I choose, I die. It's rigged. No back. One more time. Can I watch? Sure.
Ratio. Horizontal. Så. Om jag väljer den här så här. Välj den här så här. 16, 9 horizontal. Convert. Så här.
Choose Valentine. Never seen anyone do that.
Horizontal.
One is poison, one is not. Choose right.
Portrait. Vertical. Jag tror det är rätt. Så. Men vänta här, så här. Du kommer ändå då. Om jag är så här. Jag kommer veta så här. Jag tror det funkar. Så, spela Minecraft. Okej. Har bytt i Minecraft. Har bytt i Minecraft.
Jag menar du bytt.
Eller spelar du Minecraft också?
Ja.
Okej. Nej.
Come on, no matter what I choose, I die.
Har jag också börjat spela? Så. Var är den? Var är den? Den hittar inte den. Nu provar jag igen och provar igen. Då måste se om den är här. Nej. Nu provar jag igen.
Come on, no matter what I choose, I die.
Here it comes. Pretend like we're talking about something.
We are talking about something, you crazy friend.
Oh, Moose, hi. What are those flowers for? Flowers for me?
I got your text that said, "Hi Moose, it's Kat. Please bring flowers to me at Hollywood Arts immediately."
Come on, let's go show Tori and Dave the flowers you brought. And not that, I heard my name. Oh, yeah. This is a copy of the costume that Johnny Walker Black wore in your favorite movie.
Fransk chokladtårta.
What's wrong? They love it.
Ska vi ha fransk chokladtårta? Sara?
Så jag vill ha fransk chokladtårta, Sara.
Ja.
It's the actual scissors from the movie.
Oh my god, that's so cool.
Yeah, look how sharp they
Tycker
are.
ni bara tyckte om svensk chokladtårta?
No.
Tycker ni inte bara om svensk chokladtårta?
Moose.
Tycker ni inte bara om svensk chokladtårta?
You and I got tickets to tonight's kitchen. Okay, she is not an LA Kings fan. Why are you thinking? So, you like my dress, my scissors from your favorite movie? Who wants a hamburger? Hey! Want to see how great our seats are? We can go look them up on my computer. huh? Using hockey to try to get Moose to like her? It's disgusting. I'm gonna come up with a better plan. I didn't think a hamburger. Here it comes. Pretend like that's something. We are talking about something, you crazy redhead. Okay? Oh, Moose, hi. Who are those flowers for? You. Flowers for me? I got your text that said, "Hi Moose, it's Kat. Please bring flowers to me at Hollywood Arts immediately." Come on, let's go show Tori and Jane the flowers you brought. And not them. I heard my name. Is that? Oh yeah. This is a copy of the costume that Johnny Walker Black wore in your favorite movie. This is very cool. Moose brought me roses. Did you bring any for Jane? No? Okay. Look. Here's the action scissors. Oh my god, that's so cool.
Dennis, slå din franska. Här Dennis, kom då. Kom då. Ta. Ja. Vad är din kortbit inne? Vad är din kortbit?
Min kortbit.
Oh yeah, this is a copy.
Andra videoklipp visar rökgrenande från ett närliggande militärområde som kopplas till det
funkar inte så bra.
Satellitbilder visar förövarna. Träffats eller skadats. Det här kriget fångar
What the? Ingen video. Va? Ingen video. Jag menade ingen video för vad? Jag valde ju nyss. Jag tycker på en sån här sakta hur ett boom.
Enligt analysen vid Armament Research Service visar bilderna fragment från en amerikansk.
Nope. Resize video.
Den här bilden, släppt av USAs riksdepartement från den 28 februari, visar hur ett amerikanskt fartyg avfyrar en Tomahawk.
Outcrop. Aspect ratio. Resize.
Och här visar hur området kring Irak var måltavla under krigets första dagar. Enligt källor
Så du cropped a bit. Just resize it.
där bakom attacken mot skolan. Enligt New York Times ska det ha berott på att gamla underrättelser och anläggningar används. Skolan och specialister som
please. It doesn't work.
Det är utklart hur den nya lönen och en egen entré. Också sjukvårdsområdet var tidigare en del av militärkomplexen. Men mellan 2022 och 2024 separerades också det här området med nya murar och en ny ingång.
Ukrainska styrkor har de
senaste
400 kvadratkilometer mark, framför allt vid
vad menar du?
Den amerikanska tankesmedjan Institute for the Study of War. Orsaken ska främst vara att
De fick det med på nyheterna. De där, bara... Har du så en blooper eller? Som en Mr. Rock, pappa. Det är inte ens direkt, pappa. Inte längre, pappa. Så är den direkt eller inte? Pappa. Är det direkt? Är det direkt? Eller inte? Det står inte det, men det är... Det är inte, den här biten är inte direkt. Fenomenet till kameran. Förstår va? Eller typ de här klipperna. Bara när de visar att de pratar. Förstår va? Ringer någon, va? Ringer någon? Ringer någon, va? Ring någon. Vad hände? Vad är din telefon på, va? Vad är din telefon på, va? Vad hände då? Varför är det?
Men regeringens beslut innebär inte ett förbud. Och de elbolag som redan infört avgifterna kan fortsätta vara avgifter.
Är det direkt? Är det direkt?
Orsaken... Irans ukrainska styrkor har de separerades också det här området. Nya lurar och en ny ingång. Irans ukrainska styrkor.
De sa urans. Här där jag gick tillbaka i liven. Här bara. Det var bra live. Lyssna.
Också sjukvårdsområdet.
Läsa.
Men mellan 2022 och 2024 separerades också det här området. Nya lurar och en ny ingång.
Lyssna.
Irans ukrainska styrkor.
Iran? Var ligger Iran?
Söder om Skåne och sydost om Gotland finns berggrund som enligt SGU kan fungera mycket bra. En fördel för det som kvinnan svårt för fabriken för klimatets skull. Det ser väldigt lovande ut, tycker vi. Och absolut ingenting konstigt egentligen med att trycka ner koldioxid i berggrunden. SGU har provborr både på land, i Skåne och på Gotland. Och man har fått fartyg och djurvågor.
Ge mer.
Och allt det
Åh nej.
Nu måste det till fler undersökningar i detalj. SGU vill ha mer pengar för det. Och sen krävs en
lägga ner flera statligt upphandlade flyglinjer nästa år. Det handlar om flyglinjer där kommersiell trafik inte bedöms vara möjlig.
Vilka flyglinjer? Vilka?
Enligt Trafikverkets utredare har kostnaderna ökat samtidigt som anslaget inte har höjts i tillräckligt hög grad och därför saknas det mellan 20 och 30 miljoner kronor för de statligt upphandlade flyglinjerna.
Va?
I ett förslag som har gått ut på det.
Vänta, va? Så kan vi ens flyga då till... Flyga i år då?
Arlanda, Mora, Arlanda och Kramfors, Arlanda.
Ja.
Liksom linjen mellan Östersund och...
Jag menar, det är bara inom Sverige då, eller? Nej, bro. Jag vet att det är inte de som vi skulle få. Ändå. Det där är ändå bra sak, men för oss, men inte för dem. Men ja, det menar jag. Bara så vi får veta att vi kan flyga i år. Det är intressant att tänka på.
Ja, det är för näringslivet. Det är de som är långt jämlik konkurrens med övriga näringslivet.
Det är besvikelsen stor mellan och landade på nästan 13 000 personer.
How? Yep.
Probably because it is now officially the 10-year anniversary of such an iconic year.
Yeah.
I think we can all agree that 2016 was great for many reasons. One of the most iconic things for meme culture to come from that year came from a legendary app called Vine.
Ooh, but I was on YouTube at that time.
6 seconds. And because they had that time limit, this app is
But I had more time limit in 2016 because that's where I started on YouTube.
I kind of want to try and do a little experiment. And here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to recreate 6 of the most iconic vines and post them online.
Interesting. Interesting.
Still go viral
But,
in today's day and age. Every day for the next 6 days, I'm going to pick up
okay.
my favorite vines to recreate. And then I'm going to post it online to the big 3 short.
Okay.
Last night, I set
Okay,
up a brand new account on YouTube Shorts, Instagram Reels, and
this is
TikTok. All
62.
3 accounts have the same username at 2016 reruns. I also get all the same profile picture. I found this summed up 2016 way better than any other image. So now that we got everything set up, it is time to recreate our first vine. Our first vine we're creating is the most simple one of all systems. As you can see, it goes a little something like this. Very easy, very easy to recreate. The only thing we needed was a croissants and plates. Anyways, I'm just gonna go up the stairs. Get this one in one take. Go up the stairs. Get this one in one take. That's That was really good. That was actually really good. Yeah, that's good. I think that's solid. We got it. Good. Yes, sir. We got it. All right. Good morning, everybody. The next day, the main question that we're trying to find out is, can these videos go viral?
What's up?
What the hell? If they still have a chance of going viral in today's internet. 3 smaller games I want to play. Will anybody in the comments recognize me? A little fun side game number 2. Do people understand the reference? Hopefully we get a couple comments saying, oh, I understand the reference, or something like elite ball knowledge. Kids are saying these days. Number 3, will somebody call me cringe? All of these videos that we're recreating, they are a little bit cringe. I picked 6 of the least cringe vines, but you got to think about what the internet was 10 years ago. It was cringe. Anyways, I have completed the first vine that we're going to be posting. Here's the first video that we made yesterday. Very, very simple. I wanted to start out with an easy one, but here we go. Today's the first day. We're going to post on all 3 accounts right now, starting with YouTube. Okay, boom. Publish. Instagram Reels. I'm going to try putting hashtag Vine in the caption. I don't know if that's going to do anything. We'll play around with it. Post it. Last but not least, we have TikTok. I'll put hashtag Vine and post. Okay, all 3 videos are officially live. We'll check on how they're doing tomorrow. But first, we're going to film the next one tonight. See you then. All right, this next Vine, we are recreating a special guest. I gave him no heads up about this, so I'm hoping that he What's up, gang? What you doing? Oh, nothing. It's totally fine to say no. I'm doing a video where I'm recreating old vines just to see if they go viral in today's landscape. I wanted to see if we could do the Wednesday one together. Yeah, I'm down. I need to do a picture and a review. Okay, cool. I'll come over. That was cool. Yeah, you want to swing over on like 7? That'd be perfect, bro. Yeah, it would take like probably 10 minutes. All right, see you there, brother. Hell yeah. Absolute shit. Absolutely. All right. You're going to recreate the It Is Wednesday, My Dude's Vine with the dude who made the vine, my friend Jimmy here. All right. We are here. Let's see if he's home. I mean, he told me 7 p.m., so I hope he's home. Christy, how we doing? Hey, happy Wednesday, man. It is Wednesday. You ready to hit this shit? I'm not even in character. I gotta get suited up, bro. You're ready with the same original shit. I mean, this thing is very close to the OG, but it's not the OG. The OG was like ripped up the side because like I got a little fat, and like I'm still a little fat, but like you're in good shape right now. I mean, looks like you've been working out a little bit now. I've been chest maxing. I want like massive melons, Loki. Well, we're gonna do this in where it all began. A bathroom. Just 2 dudes in the bathroom putting on skin tight suits. So wait, were you a Vine creator? I don't think I've ever asked you that. Or did you just like post that part? I was not a Vine creator. Now I tried to create a couple extra Vines. That was the first one. Nah, but it was the biggest one, and then I tried to follow it up. It didn't work. Dude, I'm gonna have the worst like goggle like prints. Oh, this after this. If you're going anywhere after this, good luck. You're gonna look like a raccoon. I'm just letting you know. Like I've had a lot of goggle experience. So what inspired this whole kid? Oh, you want the lore drop? Yeah. So I mean, you know when you were in high school, like 20 years ago? I thought that was 8 years ago. You're really don't talk about right now. So in high school, you know how you have like the Spirit Week or whatever? Yeah. They gave me a Spidey suit and they were like, "What you just run around the school?" Like that's it. Like that, the mask and everything. I'm like, all right, I'll just run around the school, just get people hyped up. And I'm like running these classrooms, just go crazy. Were you like the class clown? Oh, I was 100% Chester Maxine. Once I was done, they just gave it to me, and I was like, cool. So I threw it in my stuff. I had it for a while, and then when I was making the Vine, I just wanted to be weird as fuck. Do the stupidest thing possible. And I was like, cool. So I threw it in my stuff. Had it for a while. And then when I was making the Vine, I just wanted to be weird as fuck. Do the stupidest thing.
But the goggles. Wrong goggles.
My stuff had it for a while. And then when I was making the Vine, I just wanted to be weird as fuck. do the stupidest thing possible. I was like, what do I have that I can put on that just does? Of course. But yeah, then I had the goggles already because I was kind of like making that my shtick. And then everything's history. I'll do one just for you. It is Wednesday, my dudes. A little lesser. It is Wednesday, my dudes. That was like the same. It is Wednesday, my dudes. Does that sound like the guy? Yeah. It is Wednesday, my dudes. I did it again. I did too much. 3, 2, 1. It is Wednesday, my dudes. That one felt good. That one felt good. Okay. You ready? Yeah, ready. So we're going down. Yes, please. 3, 2, 1. That was really good. Oh, okay. That hurt. Gotta go really high. 3, 2, 1. Like that noise should not have given. Cool. Damn. We did it. Ladies and gentlemen, how many views predict that? I think it's at least getting 1 million. That would be insane. On a burner account? Yeah. Wow. That's high hopes. I hope it gets at least 1,000. Morning, everybody. Day 2. So yesterday we filmed the Wednesday video with Jimmy. Earlier today, my member posted the first video. I haven't taken a look at how it's performed on any platform. So the first thing I want to do before we post our new Vine is look at how the one yesterday performed. Let's start out with TikTok. Okay, the account has 3 followers and the video had 720. Wow, that's actually what I expected. 728 views, 57 likes, and that's way more than I expected. What's the one comment? There's actually 3 comments. Somebody commented, "Crispy Concords, what's good?" and a picture of me. A picture of me and Dexter Morgan used together. So that was one of the first challenges I mentioned earlier. Was let's see if we get recognized throughout this. And literally the first comment, there's another guy named Gavin who said, "I prefer my Concords crushed." And the third comment, just some hearts. So we're gonna get some love. But recognized twice already, so we'll check that one off. That was a little mini challenge. The other 2, we got to get called cringe, and people got to recognize that we're recreating the vibe. But that on a fresh, brand new account, 57 likes, 700 views, not bad. Let's check the Instagram. Looks like we got 1 follower. And the video has 142 views. Okay, that's about more what I expected. I was expecting 10 views. So the fact that they both got over 100 is crazy. This one only got 2 likes.
What's the comments?
Scott said, "Looks like I'm your first ever follower and like." Oh man, W Scott. You got a W Scott in the comments? Oh, that's huge. So not as successful as TikTok. But before we post the next one, let's check YouTube. And this one got 1.6K views. Only 4 likes. That's a weird
1
ratio.
comment.
1 comment that says, "There's no way that the old crispy right there. If it is, I'll come back to." This guy doesn't know English, but it looks like I got recognized there as well. Okay, that's crazy. 1.6K. We also only got 1 subscriber on YouTube, 1 follower on Instagram, 3 on TikTok. By the end of this, let's just see which platform we get the most on. Let's go ahead and post the new video. Or first, let me show it to you guys. Here it is. It is Wednesday, my dudes. I think it came out great. Honestly, I think it came out great. Shout out to Jimmy once again for making that happen. I think it makes it even better that we got the original guy from the original Vine in there. So let's go ahead and post it. Okay, public on YouTube, bang. Instagram, post it. Your reel just dropped. TikTok has been posted. Wednesday, my dudes. I have more faith in this one than the one we posted yesterday, so I guess we'll see in 24 hours how this one.
Jag har ingen wifi. Network då förstår jag.
Another Vine. I'm not going to want to miss this one, so stick around.
Aww.
We need it for this next video that we're about to recreate. Oh, I see it. I see it. That's not what I was looking for. I was looking for something else.
Huh?
That's not it either.
Huh?
That's not what I was looking for.
Huh?
I was looking for something else. That's not it either. It's food. I feel like I'm on storage wars right now. That's half. Oh my god. Got some bad news. Where's the other half? We're going to take this thing together. Oh shit. Yes! 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 Okay.
No.
Definitely is a problem. This is split in half. But we're going to figure something out because I don't think we can buy these anymore. Alright, we're back. I don't know how this happens. Gonna try.
Big spoon.
See what we can do here. Only a spoon. They should make this a Fortnite ticket actually, and give King Box a skin. Epic Games. If anybody's watching this, that's what we want. This next mine also needs a special guest. So I called up the one person who I thought would be perfect to co-star in it with me. My friend Yummy. So basically, what we're
Hey, Don, get some ice cream? Only a spoonful.
I've never seen the extended ending like that. I always thought it like ended with him like looking like that. I didn't know he's like.
Only a spoonful.
Co-starring it with me. My friend Yummy. So basically, what we're
Hey, Don, get some ice cream? Only a spoonful.
I've never seen the extended ending like that. I always thought it like ended with him like looking like that. I didn't know he like walked into the fridge.
I didn't even know that was the original. I thought he did a backflip. That's a different one.
That's a separate vibe, bro. That's a completely separate thing. I'm just noticing he's opening the fridge. Like
Not the freezer.
the ice cream would not be in the fridge. I just need to say the one line here.
Okay, run it back to the beginning.
Yeah.
Hey, Don, get some ice cream? Only a spoonful.
So you're King
2013.
Bash.
Yes.
I'm other guy.
You're whoever he is.
Okay, I'm whoever he is.
Wait, does he have it? Is this spoon his hair the whole time?
But the spoon full video is from 2013, not 2016.
And then that left
That doesn't count. That doesn't count. 2013 is not 2016.
What's wrong?
Hey, Don, I get ice cream? Only a spoonful.
You're so bad. So
It is that. Listen. I'll be like a small pot. Yeah. Hey, Doc, get some ice cream? Only a spoonful. Hey, Doc, get some ice cream? Only a spoonful. How's that?
That's actually my problem.
Hey, Doc, get some ice cream? Only a spoonful. I want to smile. What? Hey, Doc, get some ice cream? Only a spoonful.
I would want me to go on to it.
Hey, Doc, get some ice cream? Only a spoonful. I think that's it.
It takes 25 takes.
All right, good morning, everybody. Day 3. I'm actually really excited to post the one we made last night, but I'm also excited to check on the one we posted yesterday with Jimmy. Today, let's start by going to the Instagram, because on the first day, that was the lowest performing one, so we're just going to rip the Band-Aid off and see how the Instagram did. Let's take a look. We still have 1 follower, and video got 23 views. No, I mean, any likes? Wednesday, right? 1 like. I bet it was Scott. Oh, it wasn't Scott. Not today. The video got 23 views and 1 like. We still have 1 follower, and it's still Scott. Shout out to Scott. Thank you. Instagram so far has not been successful. Let's go to YouTube Shorts. Okay, the channel has 3 subscribers, and the video yesterday got 1.9K views, 300 more than the first day, and it got 10 likes. That's kind of great. Like 1,900 views. Okay, that's pretty good. We're starting out slow. These are continually growing. We're taking a step up every single time. So over the next few days, I think it's just going to continually grow, hopefully. So let's check the TikTok and see if we got success on there again. Oh. We definitely got success. 7,000 views on a
Ooh.
That's insane. I'm scared to click on it. 16.6 7K likes. Oh, comment. Crispy secret account found. This shit is so tough. Can I be in the video?
Pappa? Pappa? Vet du varför de här kostar 1639,60? Vet du varför? Vet du varför, pappa? De här två. Pappa, Teva, vet du varför? Vet du varför? Vet du den storleken av de här? Om man tittar på den här videon, då är det typ så här stor. Typ så här stor. Så det är jättestor sked, pappa. Förstår va? Förstår va? Det är därför det är jättestor, pappa. Det är därför det kostar så mycket, pappa. Pappa. Förstår va? Förstår va? Pappa, en jättestor sked och jättestor gaffel. Kan jag få den, pappa, eller inte? Okej, någon gång. Kanske. Ha?
That is the best one by far. And we're just going to go ahead and post it on all three. TikTok, post it. Instagram, post it. YouTube, post it. Now the question is, do we maintain this momentum, this new success, or do we fall off? Like, it's either one or the other. The videos I have planned are like designed to go viral. We're not making another one later today. So, see you guys then. This next one is a little exception. It's the only thing I'm recreating that's not a Vine, but around the time, maybe it was a Vine. There's not a specific Vine tied to this, but this, some may argue, was one of the biggest internet trends of all time around this era. There was two, I think, that can take the cake for that. One was there's a black and blue or white and gold dress. There's this picture, like what color is that dress? But there was another one with a short little audio clip, and here's what it sounded like. Basically, some people can hear it saying, "Oh, it's like
low yen. What? Low yen.
Some people can hear it saying,
high yen.
Me right now, all I hear is yen. It's like either focus on hearing Loro, you can hear Loro. Focus on hearing Yan, you can hear Yan.
What?
Anyways,
Yeah, maybe, probably.
Where you can record into it and it plays back whatever I record to it. So let's test it real quick. Okay, it works. So I'm gonna record this. I'm just gonna make a really cringe video of me pressing the button and like adding text on the screen. I don't know. We're gonna try and when I press this button right here, I like adding text on screen. Guys, this is insane. Half the people, when I press this button, what if you just saw all the people watching the video? Oh, that's a good hook. Yeah. When I press this button, half of you guys watching this are going to hear something completely different than the other half. So let me know what you hear. Here we go. 3, 2, 1. Did you hear Yanni or Laurel? Leave a comment down below. Did you hear Yanni or Laurel? Leave a comment down below. Oh, we killed it. We killed it. That I feel like that's gonna go insane. That could actually, like, that is just like it grabs the attention. Like, oh, I'm gonna edit that. That's gonna do better than all your other TikToks. Yeah, if I had faith in any video, it would be this one. So let's see how it goes. All right, here we are, day 4. With the success of the TikTok yesterday, I'm very nervous to see what that looks like. So once again, I'm going to start with YouTube and Instagram. I'm not expecting much. Let's go to YouTube today and see how yesterday's video performed. Oh, this one got 7.8K. That is way more than the last year. Also got 9 comments. I feel like I stepped into some accursed alternate dimension. Wait, that might count because this guy is understanding the reference. He's understanding. This is like where the time traveler steps on a rock. Now it's me and Yummy making this video instead of another comment here says, "What is this?" That's successful. I'm curious to see if these like compound over the next few days. You know, we got a couple days of this challenge left, so I want to keep an eye on all the views of the other 2 videos on YouTube will not be affected. But the channel does now have 50 subscribers, so make it up for the next. Let's take a look at the Instagram. I have no hope at all. We have 3 followers now. How did the video do? 178 views. The highest performing one so far. It's got 5 likes and no comments. Okay, the Instagram, who knows if it catches on by the end of this. It might be stagnant ground. I'm glad I did this on 3 at the time, where you are quite literally getting 3 different results. It's a fun little experiment. And then for TikTok, I'm the most nervous to check this. Yesterday I said it'd be fun if we can get 10,000 followers by the end of this challenge on the 4th day. This is 18.4K followers. The video from yesterday has 226,000. This app is like a domino effect. Once one does well, I want to look into this a little bit more. First, let's take a look at the video yesterday. 42,000 likes, 800 comments. Got only a spoonful. Okay, that's another guy understanding the reference. We got that box checked out. The last thing we need is for someone to comment cringe. And I will go through all 800 comments until somebody calls me cringe. Oh my god, there's a top comment. I recreated Vine videos for a week on a secret account. I did freeze. Not gonna lie, I don't think this turned out as secret as I didn't know what to expect. This is like insane. The question is for the remaining 2 days, like, can we continue this momentum and will it shift into the other platforms? The video with Jimmy is still doing the best. 320,000 views, 64,000 likes. Slim Jim commented on the brand Slim Jim. Can I get some free meat, bro? This is genuinely insane, though. We do have a new video to post today, of course. So here's what it looks like.
When I press this button right here, half of you guys watching this are going to hear something completely different than the other half. So let me know what you hear. Here we go. 3, 2, 1. Laurel. Did you hear it Yanny or Laurel? Leave a comment down below.
So like I said yesterday, this line is like a trend that's popular in 2016. So I decided to try to get some kind of easier to watch today's day and age. I do have most faith in this one. And also, like, there's a lot of shareability to it. I think that might compound into this doing well. So let's see. I'm gonna go ahead and post it on all 3 right now. Instagram, posted. Boom. TikTok, posted. YouTube, posted. Okay, we got 2 more videos to make, and this next one is so iconic. I want to travel to the original location where it was filmed. We got a flight to catch. For this next one, a little special. As you can see behind me, we are in San Francisco. And while we were here, I know that there's a really iconic video that was filmed in this area. I only know that because the GeoGuessr guy, what's his name? Rainbow. He made a video like finding this exact location. I don't know why he made this video, but I knew that this video that we're about to recreate is filmed in San Francisco. So while we're here, let's recreate it. We're in Walmart right now. I need to buy one thing. Let's go find it. It's exactly what I needed. Monopoly bar. All right, we can go now. Okay, this is exactly what we needed. For those of you guys who are chronically online, you probably know what video we're about to recreate. But for those of you who don't, you're about to find out. Anything else, sir? That's gonna be it. Okay. Bag secured. Got an extra skateboard just in case. So I really only got one take to get this right. So grab an Uber right now, heading off to this location. Here we are, iconic location. Look at this, man. One of my favorite videos on the internet ever was filmed here. The classic, So No Hate. We got the skateboard, we got the phone. Pretty much only got one take. I did get an extra skateboard just in case, but hopefully we can nail this one take and just give that skateboard away. You got it. I heard I got it. So no way. Doing the cell phone. Under any trouble, then like no. And throw the porn directly down. Unless it goes directly down. First one action. So no hit. So no hit. That was good. I don't think I snapped that hard enough, did I? That's fine. It's going to be constant. Directly down. Let's go directly down. 3, 2, 1, action. Here, the classic So No Hate fine. We got the skateboard, we got the iconic location. Look at this, man. One of my favorite videos on the internet ever was filmed here. The classic So No Head. Fine. So we got the skateboard, we got the phone. Pretty much only got one take. I did get. That was good. I don't think I snapped that hard enough, did I? It's fine. It's gonna be caught on. I think we break the other skateboard. Yeah. So no head. The first one was actually really good. So no head. Hit the same. It was actually better than the second one. So no head. Wait, that's really good. That one is, yeah. All right, good morning, day 5. Almost done. Today and tomorrow. The line that we filmed yesterday, we ran into a little bit of a situation with, but I will explain that in a second. First, let's see how the button video is going. I'm actually really curious about this one. I think today we start with TikTok. So we're going to refresh the account. We're at 3.9K followers, and the video yesterday is sitting right now at 43.8K views. Not as crazy as the other two. I think this account, the niche for this account is just old finds, and I feel like the no head clip that we're about to post is probably going to do pretty well. But let's really quickly just dissect the button video. It's got 5,000 likes, 600 comments, so good engagement there. Top comment, Crispy doing something other than a bingo video. I just hate that, like, everyone in the comments, like, it just reached my audience, and that was not the goal. Like, the goal of the experiment was to get outside of my audience. Someone said, "What are you planning, Unk? Smile for the camera. We're all gonna be in this next video." Everybody knows it's a video, man. First time in a video, kind of nervous. The video with Jimmy is on pace to hit 1 million views. It has 820K right now. The big spoon one has almost 500,000. Like, so I think those videos are probably leaving my target audience right now. So the original question was, can Vines go viral in today's day and age? Those two basically just proved it. Anyways, let's take a look at the YouTube. We are sitting at 24 subscribers, and the video amassed 6,000 views, 65 likes, 59 comments. Sometimes I gotta cook a little bit, but like most of the comments are commenting what they heard. Oh, someone said bro is a decade late. Nobody said cringe at all. Like, that was the goal. The third goal that we haven't checked out yet is nobody's called me cringe, which is insane because I would have thought that would have been the easiest one to get. Last but not least, today we're gonna take a look at Instagram. We got some notifications. This video did well. Wow, we got 32 followers now. And the video got 20. That's huge for Instagram. That is huge. So now that means we should be in the algorithm. A lot of people in the comments commenting what they heard. Laurel Yeti. That was a good idea to sprinkle it. I think that was good for the health of these accounts. But on to today's video, I'm going to play it really quick, and I want you guys to watch it and tell me if you notice it. So no head. So that was it. If you didn't notice anything crazy, that's good. But if you did notice, you probably remember us filming multiple takes. What I did in this video was, I did a very talented editor named Ed. Very good. But if you did notice, you probably remember. So that was it. If you didn't notice anything crazy, so no head. So that was very talented editor named Extra Thick. Very good. He did some VFX editing on this. Basically what happened was I liked one take a lot more, but the board did not break. So we took the board break from the first take and edited it into the second take. So I'm going to play it one more time and watch the board this time. So no head. You could see it's really not. I'm hoping. I sent this video to 5 of my friends, and I said, just give me your first reaction to this, and nobody noticed the board. So I'm hoping you could see it's really not. I'm hoping. I sent this video to 5 of my friends, And I said, just give me your first reaction to this, and nobody noticed the board. So I'm hoping if this video blows up, nobody notices that. It is noticeable if you look, but I don't want anybody to think this is AI or something like that, because it's not. Like, we went to the actual location, we actually broke a skateboard. I just wanted to fuse two takes together. I have a feeling it is going to do pretty well, because this is one of my favorite vines of all time, and I think a lot of people have it. Might literally just be the most iconic vine of all time. We'll see that. All right. Final day to make
Final day.
Final vine. I just woke up and I wanted to film this right now because I gotta be shirtless for this one. And I'm looking the most skinny in the morning these days. I mean, I guess most people are. Look, I'm still working on my physique. I've been in the gym. Still a little skinny fat. You know, I'm my goal this year. I just want to have a nice physique by the summertime. This is one of the most iconic vines of all time. It is the 21 vine. If you guys haven't seen it, it goes a little something like this. You stupid. What's 9 plus 10? 21. You stupid. And there's the last one we created. It looks like he's got like this purple kind of lighting on him. So I'm gonna first cut the light right there. Get this to a nice little purple. Okay. We're gonna put it like over here. Slightly close this door. Okay, don't get my legs. I'm not showing you, like, I'm showing the lighting. Yeah. Stupid. No, I'm not. What's 9 plus 10? 21. Stupid. I don't think I should say like, no, I'm not. Or like, you see my normal voice. No, I'm not. I think probably your normal voice, he wants to go viral. No, I'm not. You're stupid. No, I'm not. What's 9 plus 10? 21. You're stupid. It just looks so like correcting disagree. And the lighting doesn't affect. The lighting's good. You're stupid. Oh, huh? What's 9 plus 10? 21. 21.
Take 20.
We got it. One of those.
You got it
What's
on
9
take
plus 10? You're stupid.
voiceover.
Yesterday,
Okay, nice.
we posted So No Head, and here we are. It's a brand new day.
What?
Check how it performed. Starting out, the YouTube channel now has, drumroll please, it now has a grand total of 52 subscribers.
52.
The video yesterday got 8,000 views. That's like the most we've had in 20. If I'm not mistaken, that might be the most. We got a couple comments on the video. Crispy Concords will bring back 2016. We'll see about that. This guy said, "Will never be the original." That's true. Oh, this guy commented, "Man-child." Oh, wow, that's like our first. I think that does that check off? That guy definitely thinks this is real. He definitely thinks it's cringe. I think we're gonna check. I think we get that final check. I think we've been looking for like some sort of hate comment. Somebody calling me cringe. And I think "man-child" takes the cake. I think that's even worse than being called cringe. Anyways, video performed pretty well on YouTube, 8,000 views, and then the one from the other day with the button has 28,000 views and a bunch of likes, a bunch of comments. I knew that one would cook. It looks like we go to the real-time analytics that So No Head is still cooked. It got 200 views in the last 60 minutes. Curious to see what that's going to look like tomorrow. Let's move on. We're going to the Instagram, which has showed the most diminishing returns so far. Let's just see. We got a bunch of notifications, it looks like. We have 46 followers, and the video yesterday got 400 views. The video got 15 likes, 4 comments. What do the 4 comments look like? Okay, that's a gif of a cat thinking and a giant angry bird. Again, the button video has 28K on Instagram as well, so that one is still, it's cooking on here too. It's weird how that one.
I think it's big, people. Yeah.
TikTok. So No Head has 46,000 views in a day. I think that's like 10 at this point. Like, I'm not even surprised anymore. That has 8,000 likes and a bunch of comments. I'm just hoping nobody noticed the skateboard. Okay, top comment says, "Bro, is that the original spot too? Glad you noticed. I'm glad you noticed. You didn't go there for no reason. I may have thousand likes and a bunch of comments. I'm just hoping nobody noticed the skateboard." Okay, top comment says, "Bro, is that the original spot too? Glad you noticed. I'm glad you noticed. You didn't go there for no reason." I may have lied to you guys earlier. You know, I said that we were catching a flight, but I'll be honest, we were already in San Francisco when we recorded this because we made another video. If you guys haven't seen it, at the big game. You totally know what I'm talking about. The big game. Go watch that if you haven't seen it. Anyways, did anyone notice the skateboard? And yes, there it is. Why does the skateboard in the it's rendered in? The guys below said budget didn't allow for a pretty cool skateboard. Sorry guys. Someone commented the same guy, by the way. I love how like it's just common knowledge. Said budget didn't allow for a breakable skateboard. Sorry, guys. Someone commented the same guy, by the way. I love how it's just common knowledge that this is me at this point. But it is now time to post our final find, and I really think we saved one of the best for last. It's so iconic, and let's just take a look. You stupid.
What?
No. What's 9 plus 10? 21. You stupid. There it is. I feel like this has the highest likelihood of people thinking it's cringe. But let's just go ahead and post it. All right. Starting on Instagram. Posting to 2016 reruns. Post it. We're posting on TikTok now. That's a great comment to see at the top of the screen while this is posted. And it is posted. And for the YouTube, we're making it public right now. Okay, that is every find officially posted. We will revisit this tomorrow morning.
Wait, you put it on private before you post it? That's actually not that bad idea.
The next 24 hours?
That's actually a good idea. Put it on, put the video on private first, and then upload it when you want to. That's actually great.
All right, everybody. It is our final day. It is time to take a look at how the accounts performed. We're going to be reviewing all 3 accounts and seeing where they all ended up. Anyways, let's start with the YouTube. Throughout this challenge, we have accumulated 56 subscribers. That is not good. The video yesterday got 540 views. YouTube and Instagram are going to be fighting for last place here, obviously. So let's take a look at the Instagram. But before we even last night, my phone was blowing. Like I kept getting Instagram notifications nonstop. I couldn't figure out how to turn them off. So I put on sleep mode. So I'm guessing the video might have blown up. Let's take a look. Maybe it just took a couple days, and now the Instagram is finally coming. So let's take a look. 489. That is it. And it took a while for the Instagram finally took the one. It wasn't a 21 video. It was honestly very surprising. 25K views. Let's take a look. 1,300 likes, 100 comments, and a bunch of dear comments. Okay, this will never go away. We got a video to finally do well on the Instagram. It sucks that it's at the end of the challenge, but I think Instagram is just one of those slow burn type of apps. Let's refresh it again. Oh, we just went up 2 more followers. We're going to end basically, let's just call it 500 followers on Instagram. Pretty cool. Now the TikTok, if this did well on Instagram, I'm guessing it did well on TikTok.
Have it to your missade den.
Almost a million views.
Nej. 10 år sedan.
Better than any other one we posted.
10 years.
44.6
I've
thousand.
been on YouTube over 10 years.
And they all do the Jimmy video has 3 mil. Jimmy predicted that would go
Over 10
viral.
years.
He was right. That's crazy,
That's
dude.
me.
That is insane. I'm more surprised about this one.
Over 10 years.
Same lighting.
No.
Hey, we tried.
Not,
Same guy from the original video,
maybe.
by the way.
I don't know.
Oh, he grew up. Said Netflix adaptation.
10 years.
Let's check this one with
10
Jimmy
years.
real quick.
Over 10 years.
800,000. This has to have escaped my target audience. The fact that I'm seeing this on a Wednesday makes it so much better. This has 93 likes and it was commented today. They must have pushed this out to the algorithm because today is Wednesday. I was kind of mad that I posted it originally on a Thursday, but it makes sense because it cooked and now it just reached a crazy second win today. Rio commented, "Hey, let me get some cookies, bro." This has to have escaped my target audience, and I think it cooked, and now it just reached a crazy second win today. Rio commented, "Hey, let me get some cookies, bro." This has to have escaped my target audience, and I think this right here, this proves that these videos can still go viral. I might take a couple of my favorites here and post them as shorts on this channel, and let's just see how they do. Let's see if they do well without the challenge, but we'll see. Hey, if you made it to the end of the video, I bet you do not have the subscribe button. And guess what? It's free to do so. It's free. Go below the video, click the subscribe button. Maybe leave a comment saying, I made it to the end as well. This was a fun little challenge. Wasn't expecting it to go that well. But anyways, I appreciate you guys watching along the journey with me. That was a lot of fun. I'll see you guys in the next video.
It's been over 10 years. You only get over 10 years. I can. It's been over 10 years on YouTube. I've been on YouTube for over 10 years now. Ooh. I've been on YouTube for over 10 years. Wait. 65 subscribers is from making live streams. Great. Wait. Oh, I had 50 to make a live stream, and then I had 65 now. So again, I gained 15 subscribers. Interesting. Here's one. 10 years now. What should I do? I also 2019 I started on TikTok.
And now, South Science presents Digits of Life. Let's review the first 300. This is 555 265 circumference over diameter 79323 OMG KGC 8462643 and now we're on the screen. 38 and 32, now we're blue on the news, 7,950 and then a 2. 88 and 41, so much fun, now we're around 9416939 and 3651.
48 and nothing 829 65 49 4559 today goes and then 8 you can be this is the president of everything. You see the two are getting through or 9 and 5 3 67 I've been on YouTube for over 10 years. I've seen many YouTube videos too. I started watching YouTube in 2012 and I made my first video on my first channel in 2016, 6th of March. No, it's 13 March 13 in 2026. Over 10 years now. Oh wait, 423 views in 10 years. What? That's not good. That's views, but that's not like what I wanted. Oh. Yeah. Oh well. Wait. What? Wait. Wait. Let me just. Smano. Shoot it, baby. What the? Let me just look at some. Not like that. Smile. Sorry, baby. Mm. Mm. I'm like, let me see who comes up when I search up my name. Let me just wait. If am I the first one that comes up on Google now? Let me Google myself. Here. AI? Nope, 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 wrong one. Here. Pictures. Nope, not me. There. Ooh. Wait, what? What? Nope. Wait. What picture is what from which video is this? But what video? Which one? What? Which live stream? Videos. Okay, me. Me, not one. Stop it. Me. Wait, what? What? Oh, I have so. Don't wait. What? What the? No, I'm not gonna show. What? What? Ooh. Okay. Interesting.
Sen efter några månader så bestämde väl vi också att vi skulle träffas. Det var det redan. Ja, i alla år. Men våran kärlek har ju börjat med alla våra samtal.
Ja, det är många timmar.
What's happening? This image is from 2021. No. Yeah, 20. Wait. I haven't looked in it zoomed in this much. Wait, why can you zoom in this much? Wait, what? It's mirrored. I can see it's mirrored. The text is mirrored, yeah, so I know it's mirrored. I use it. Just download it. Come on. Just download. It doesn't work. Me too. Oh. Let me see here.
Reda på att du har Alzheimer. Vilka utmaningar möter ni på dem? Lite kvätt tar det. Ja, men förut har ju Danne alltid liksom skött sig själv. Och kommer det hem folk till dig på morgonen som berättar dig om mediciner och är det så du tänker? Ja. Och sen går du på daglig verksamhet.
Ja, jag är på Sida hemmet.
Here's my latest TikTok on this account. Let's see. Let's make the worst snowflake ever. What? What's going on with my voice? Let's make the worst. Like my voice is going backwards. What happened to my voice? It's changing. It is changing sometimes. I don't know why, but that's weird. Wait, no, what? Just scroll. Let me see here. Let me see. I can't not look at it anymore. Let me just see. Let's see.
Let's
Connectade. De var liksom i sin
I just got kicked.
Before this was the most latest one.
Daniel,
Nice. Yeah, this is nice. Let me see. Yes. Let me search up my name, see how long it takes until I find myself. It might take a while. I might know. Just set this. Nope. Let me see. Go.
Jag såg på radion och det gör ont i mig också. Jag vet. Jag kommer ihåg min mamma.
Hur kan Danne hjälpa dig idag? Kan han det eller? Alltså Danne och jag har ju en kärlek. Det är ja. Och du har alltid varit min soldat.
Ja.
Alltid tagit hand om mig. Men ja, det var ju bra. Och nu känner jag att jag ska ta hand om.
Nej. Inte vad jag menade. Nej. Jag menade det där. Jag menade inte det där. Nej.
Det är svårt. Det är jättesvårt för
Det är liksom en person som... Ja, det var det höstas liksom när... Ja, det var... Jag alla mina kompisar försvann. Ingen aning, jag vet inte varför, men det var ett slut. Med alla. Okej, det är det som jag fattar det. Ja. Det måste vara ensam. Man är väldigt ensam i den här. Jag märkte ju väldigt tidigt när vi höll på att bygga vårt hus att någonting var konstigt. För det var jättesvårt att mäta saker och det var alltid också att laga mat. Och det blev svårt. Och du vågar inte riktigt heller. Du tycker inte att det är så kul att skära längre. För det, alltså det är så mycket sånt som händer. Och sen faktiskt att jag jobbar. Det är ju... Jag jobbar 100% på jobbet och sen så kommer jag hem och så är det... Ja. Så är det liksom. Har du kunnat titta lite?
Ja, jag har ju några kompisar på Silverhemmet. Och det har blivit tajta ganska fort.
Vad betyder det mesta?
Det mesta. Förutom mitt hus.
Kaeli, du är väldigt berörd. Vad är det som händer? Ja. Jag kan prata. Vi är alla människor och vi behöver varandra. Alltså, någon gång så behöver den här vännen någonting och man ställer upp och någon gång så behöver jag någonting och jag tycker det är så omänskligt att hålla på sådär. Att bara bryta kontakter med någon. De är lite sjuka. Du är fortfarande... Du liksom... Vad vill du säga? Jo, jag vill också säga så här att jag fattar.
Pappa. 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 Ja. Pappa. Pappa. Huh? Oh. Pappa. Pappa. Oh. Pappa. Oh. Sara. 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 Du står här, för du står här. Sara. Nej, okej, det är okej. Okej, men Sara. Sara. Men gör du två saker samtidigt? Nej. Gör du? Så där. Där. Så där. Ja. Det står här att jag har bott här i den här husen i 13 år och 30 dagar. Och du är 12 år. Det står här. Ja. Det är februari 2017. Så det står på mig. Det står jag här. Ja. Visst är det? Visst är det? Starta. Visst att jag hade information? Nej. Ja. Mamma. 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 Ja, mamma. Ja, men du så skulle precis säga det, men det gick in. Precis. Så säger jag till pappa då. Pappa? 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 Ja. Ja. Va? 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 Ja.
Premiär här på SVT den 2 april. Nu,
Ja. Mamma. Mamma. Så här. Mamma, det är så här att du får här jag. Här. Här jag. Där jag. Där, men så blir det ner här. Här står det jag har bott här i 13 år och 30 dagar. Från 11 februari 2013.
Jag bor här. Så
Jag bor här.
Ja. Har du fyra år där borta?
Ja, men inte där här.
Sara 12 år här.
Ja, 12 år. Ja,
Ska hon född här?
nej, hon är inte född här. Hon är född i sjukhus, inte här. Du är inte född här. Ja. Sara. Så mamma sa du är född här. Men nej, du är född i sjukhus, inte här.
Hur så då? Kan jag komma hem?
Ja, då betyder det om du var i sjukhus för 2 dagar, då kom du hit på 6 januari 2014. 2 dagar efter du föddes. Så då, du var inte född här. Du var ju född i sjukhus, inte här.
Mamma, oh, mina barn, mamma. Mamma.
Vad gör du? Det är ont. Du gillar mig.
Hon har inte det där.
Du behöver inte filma mig hela tiden.
Filma inte, jag bara visar dig.
Men ändå, filma live.
Jag filmar inte på dig. Jag bara tittar på dig. Nej, jag filmar inte. Jag visar dig på kameran, inte på... Jag filmar inte, det är inte... Det är inspelning, inte filma. Jag filmar inte, det är ingen film. Jag inspelar det, inte filmar. Jag filmar inte, då är det mer som en film. Men filmar en film, men inspelar en inspelning. Och då gör jag en inspelning, inte inspelning, det är live. Då gör jag... Ja... Livestream. Live. Ja. Okej. Låt mig ta kort. Ska jag inte äta godis först? Det här är från igår. Nej, inte från igår. Från förra veckan.
Du äter kolor?
Nej, men låt mig ta kort först, sa jag.
Du vill ha kort för?
Nej, jag gjorde inte kort på tårtan, nej. Alltså, låt mig ta kort på tårtan först. Mamma. Okay. Du sa att jag gjorde kort. Jag gjorde inte kort på tårtan. Vad menar du? Jag har inte gjort det. Det sa jag gjort det. Men jag sa inte att jag skulle ta kort på godis. Ja. Jag skulle ta kort på tårtan. Jag sa jag skulle ta kort. Så jag sa ta kort på tårtan. Så okej. Men och sen sa jag att jag inte ätit min godis. Då sa jag från förra veckan och sen jag säger jag vill ta kort. Men du säger jag har inte tagit kort på godisen. Jag sa på tårtan. Jag sa för att jag skulle ta kort på tårtan. Du hörde inte. Är det varm? Foten? Okej. Så snart, inte... Ja, snart. Blomma. Var? Jag ser inte. Det är så mörkt där ute. Det är ju konstigt. Vad är det?
Jag kan skjuta något mer. Nej.
Va? Ja. Låt mig göra det. Låt mig göra. Låt mig ta kort. Låt mig. Se här. Okej, där måste jag sätta mig så här först. 1. 2. Och sen... So. Bara next time. Okej, 4 bilder gör det. Mamma, okej, det tittar. Mamma,
Ja.
ska första min bra? Andra min bra?
Ja.
Tredje min bra?
Ja.
Och så fjärde min bra?
Ja, okej. Ja. Okej, mà chả. Có tên nữa không? Thế.
Hả? 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 I don't wanna, I don't wanna what we will rock you. Body you up, young man, hard man. It's easy on me, baby. I was ooh. Huh. Huh. What ska jag säga? Vad ska jag säga? Jag vet inte vad jag ska säga. Vad ska jag säga? Lamp oil, rope, bombs. You want it? It's yours, my friend, as long as you have enough rupees. Sorry, Link. I can't give credit. Come back when you're a little richer. Lamp oil, rope, bombs. Lamp oil, rope, bombs. You want it? It's yours, my friend, as long as you have enough rupees. Sorry, Link. I can't give credit. Come back when you're a little richer. YouTube. Come back when YouTube. YouTube. What is going on? What is going on? What is going on? He's the leader of the bunch. You know him well. He's finally back to kick some tails. He's broken. What?
case that took place in Sweden.
Sweden.
While I was looking into some disappearances here in the UK, I came across this comment, which led me to an unusual missing persons case that took place in Sweden.
I'm in Sweden.
Disappeared in a place called Ljungby,
Cool.
which is a town in southern Sweden, back in the winter of 2020. It's a story that involves a sudden, unexplained missing persons case, a massive search effort that brought an entire community together, and a series of clues that caused people to disagree as to what happened. Matthias was a 17-year-old identical twin, described by everyone that knew him as a polite, well-behaved guy who was deeply integrated into his local community. He vanished into the night on 5th of December 2020, leaving a party without any of his belongings, and despite the largest search operation to ever have occurred in that county, he has never been found. To appreciate why this case is so unusual, it's worth noting that the search involved hundreds of volunteers, the National Guard, and specialised dog teams. Yet the search was unable to provide any definitive answers and came up with almost nothing. Matthias was born on the 28th of February 2003, and he actually lived in the same small town that he would come to disappear in. He lived with his mother, Erica, and his twin brother, Dennis.
What?
Based on my reading,
What?
and as far as I can tell, he
But
didn't suffer from
mine
any
is-
known mental health issues, which is important to highlight as this is usually shared in the press and often identified as something that might be a factor in a person purposefully going missing. Crucially, Matthias was actively engaged in local athletics, specifically participating in track and field with a regional sports team, which established him as a highly capable runner with a lot of endurance. This is a really important detail to keep in mind, because his physiological ability to run for long distances becomes a major factor when we look at the timeline of his disappearance and what exactly was going on. Academically and personally, Matthias demonstrated a strong forward-looking orientation. On the afternoon of Friday, the 4th of December, mere hours before he vanished, Matthias returned home from his daily activities and had an enthusiastic conversation with his mother. He expressed excitement regarding his future, detailing a teacher training program he had discovered at a university in Berkshire. The program featured a major in the French language and offered the very tangible prospect of studying abroad in France for a while. This conversation was important because it indicates a state of optimism, cognitive clarity, and a focus on the long term. Such a mindset is inherently contradictory to the prospect of a voluntary disappearance. So, you have this picture of a healthy, happy, athletic young man with plans for the future, who just suddenly disappears out of nowhere. The evening began as a pretty standard social evening. On Friday, the 4th of December 2020, Matthias and his twin brother attended a small house party located in the Outgårdsvägen area of Ljungby. The gathering consisted of a tight-knit group of friends, and witness accounts confirmed that the social atmosphere was relaxed. The attendees were drinking and consumed a moderate amount, but observers unanimously agreed that Matthias was not heavily intoxicated. Investigations revealed absolutely no evidence or suggestion of illicit substance use at the gathering. Throughout the initial hours of the event, Matthias's demeanour was described as normal, relaxed, and cheerful. I have seen a few different timelines, though I believe the following to be the correct one. Matthias arrived at the party at 7:45 p.m, where Dennis had briefly left to go on a walk with someone. At around 9 p.m, the broader group began formulating plans to transition to 45 p.m, where Dennis had briefly left to go on a walk with someone. At around 9 p.m, the broader group began forming. Arrived at.
I make myself cookie. You need to learn your hair.
Aye.
The party at 7:45 p.m. where Dennis briefly left to go on a walk with someone.
Huh?
At around 9 p.m., the broader group began formulating plans to transition to a secondary gathering at a residence on Club Vega.
Club Vega.
Hosted by a girl who Matthias had reportedly not met before. Just after 9 p.m., the group, including Matthias, found themselves now at this second residence. Somewhere between 12:30 a.m. and 1 a.m. on the morning of Saturday, the 5th of December, something bizarre, completely out of the ordinary would occur. Matthias, who had been calmly sitting on a couch with his friends, abruptly stood up and announced his departure. While it was reported that he sounded completely normal and he did not appear outwardly distressed, panicked, or upset, his subsequent actions were profoundly strange and basically instantly dangerous. Matthias exited the residence directly into the near-freezing winter night, leaving behind every crucial piece of survival gear and personal identification.
Huh? What?
He abandoned his shoes, his winter jacket, his mobile phone, his wallet, and his keys.
What?
Furthermore, his bike, which he had used to travel to the location, remained parked outside the property.
What?
It's very difficult to understand this behaviour, other than stating that for one reason or another, it seems to indicate a severe cognitive disconnect. The temperature at that time was hovering between 3 and 5 degrees Celsius, or 37 and 41 degrees Fahrenheit. There were remnants of snow from previous days on the ground, significantly reducing the surface temperature of the terrain too. Leaving your shoes behind in such conditions would obviously not be a good idea.
True.
When Dennis eventually returned home from the secondary party,
Oh, not me.
and discovered that his brother had not arrived, the family immediately recognised
Oh,
that something was
this
not right.
is the same name.
Upon learning that Matthias's personal items were left behind at the party, Dennis and Erica began an immediate but unsuccessful localised search before officially contacting the police that same night to report him missing. Both of them thought that they'd heard a shout or scream, but disagreed on the origin. It is not clear to me where they were standing at the time, but Dennis believed that the sound emanated from Yor's mouth, while Erica believed it was coming from the direction of Algornsbrook Bridge here. Apparently, it is later understood that Matthias may have been seen near the area around the bridge at some point. In any case, because of the serious nature of what was going on, Erica and Dennis had reported everything to the police. The pair wanted to cross the bridge in their search, but according to Dennis, the police stopped them from crossing, stating that they could destroy any tracks left behind and that they must wait for a search dog. Following his departure, Matthias engaged in a series of highly erratic movements through the residential outskirts.
Min min telefon där. Min telefon. Ja, just det. Här.
The resident, wary due to recent burglaries in the area,
Ja, mina saker.
also a victim of burglary
Va?
himself.
Men var min iPhone släckt? Här den. Ja, 100% mamma. Vänta, jag behöver en harddisk. Nej, kanske jag behöver den då.
The vehicle's owner and his daughter opened their door to investigate the disturbance. The daughter recognized Matthias and started a conversation. Matthias confirmed his identity and stated he was looking for a girl from Club Vega. Now, Club Vega was only 100 to 200 meters away from where they were standing. It seems to me that it would be safe to say that by this time, Matthias will likely be suffering from hypothermia, which of course deeply impairs cognitive ability. However, that doesn't tell the whole story, because Matthias seems to have suffered cognitively for one reason or another right before leaving the party. Matthias then abruptly ended the conversation, stating, "See you later." He sprinted in the direction of Clubhagen.
Det går inte att skriva.
Private security camera traps in the garden. The father and daughter, alarmed by his lack of footback, attempted to follow him in their car but lost sight of him entirely. This description of his running as energetic and at full speed suggests a massive, I'd imagine, adrenaline-fueled flight response. Of course, because Matthias was so fit and was a great runner, it seems that even under the circumstances, it was just difficult to keep up and track him. Especially since he had a head start before they were even in the car. It is just important to highlight that multiple witnesses explicitly noted that Matthias was steady on his feet, ran in a straight line, did not seem to be intoxicated. So it does seem as though something else might be happening here, though it's not exactly clear what it was. Between 2 a.m. and 3 a.m., unconfirmed reports indicate that someone, believed to be Matthias, knocked on the door of another property near a rural farm and asked for a glass of water. The resident felt uneasy and shut the door. Additionally, there were unverified reports of yelling or cries for help in the area during this window. And that is where the trail essentially ends. The scale of the response to Matthias's disappearance was unprecedented for the region. Immediate mobilization occurred on the morning of the 5th of December. The Swedish police deployed immense resources, including helicopters, unmanned aerial vehicles, and specialized dog tracking units. A dedicated Facebook group helped us find Matthias rapidly amassed over 12,500 members to coordinate massive grid searches. Civilian searchers used GPS trackers to document their routes, ensuring that vast swathes of the forest were methodically cleared. Ljungby is characterized by a mix of dense residential neighborhoods, expansive tracts of dense forests, and rivers. The most prominent barrier in the region is the River Lagan, which flows directly through the area. This river became the primary focal point of the search. From December 2020 through the ensuing years, the waterway was subjected to intense scrutiny by sonar-equipped boats, advanced underwater drones, and specialized dive teams. The working hypothesis that Matthias entered the water was reinforced by the deployment of specialized cadaver dogs. On multiple distinct occasions, independent search dogs alerted handlers to the exact same location along the riverbank. In December of 2021, police confirmed that these repeated canine alerts strengthened the official operating theory that Matthias had fallen into the Lagan. Civilian divers, most notably a man named Henrik Sandqvist, dedicated extraordinary personal resources to the search, logging over 153 cumulative hours diving into the treacherous and low visibility waters. However, despite this exhaustive multi-year diving intervention, absolutely no physical trace of Matthias was ever recovered from the river. It is just important to add here that while falling into the river does seem to have been the primary working hypothesis, it is not definitive, and it is possible that something else entirely could have happened. The reason that many have come to believe this seems to come from a piece of evidence that was discovered just before the 25th of December, or around 20 days after he disappeared. Volunteer searchers located a single dark sock in a densely wooded area. To my knowledge, the precise location of the find has never been officially revealed. When looking online, things are rather vague, and some sources state that the sock was found in a densely wooded area near Highway 25. However, if we're trying to understand the likelihood as to whether or not falling into the river, it's important to have a better understanding than that. I did some more research and I came across some individuals discussing Matthias. They seemed to believe, based on the conversations that they come across involving people who've been searching, that the sock was actually found in this area here on this dirt road. In addition to that, as press conference that Erica said, just before Christmas 2020, a sock was found along a dirt road in the Replacer area in Ljungby. So I'd have to imagine that the sock was found at least in this general area. Although a small Vatican outlet states that the sock was found in an area above Midsummer Vegan, making out to be here somewhere. I'm not really sure why this information isn't more specific. From the first suspected dirt road, it is about 3/4 of a mile from the river, while this second area is about half a mile away from the river. I've had to come back to edit this part here, but the discovery of the sock actually led to some controversy. It is first worth pointing out that the sock was found in an area that the police had already searched before its discovery, meaning, I suppose, either they just missed it during the search, or you'd have to start reasoning as to whether or not there is any possibility that it could have been placed there after the fact.
Konstigt. Men det är inte rätt så det. Numren då.
To answer at this stage. In any case, the authorities refused to subject the sock to DNA analysis. I was initially under the assumption that their reasoning for this was because it was found on the outer edges of the search area and beyond the primary search area, since they were so focused on the river. However, according to Matisse' family, it seems that they were told that the sock could only be sent off for analysis if there was a strong indication of foul play, which there was no direct evidence of. That doesn't seem like fantastic reasoning to me, because surely, or hypothetically speaking anyway, the analysis itself could have the potential to reveal such evidence and would have provided an obvious answer to that question. Erica disagreed with the police assessment, and she began to believe that Matthias felt hunted for some reason. It is of course worth reiterating that Matthias left the party in a strange fashion, potentially indicating that something cognitively was not right. So it could have been the case that Matthias was genuinely being followed, or it could have been the case that he believed that he was being followed. There doesn't seem to be an obvious way one might discern that now. But either way, it seems that poor decision making is like a universal police language sometimes for some reason. We have our fair share of that in the UK too, if you've been watching the channel recently. You have a very obvious potential piece of evidence, and it essentially just gets ignored on the basis of what seems to me to be faulty reasoning. Erica rightly refused such logic too, and was not going to allow the evidence to degrade further. And she managed to secure the services of a professor of forensic genetics at an academic institution to have the fabric analysed herself. This analysis took place 5 months later at the end of April in 2021. An assessment of the sock also provided some insights into Matthias's movements. Erica noted the presence of small distinct holes located exclusively under the front of the sock. In the context of the rough, unforgiving forest terrain where it was found, it suggests that Matthias must have been running on his 4 feet as opposed to a normal stride. When an individual runs barefoot or without proper footwear over painful, rocky or uneven terrain, the body automatically shifts from a standard heel strike gait to a 4-foot strike gait. I'd never thought about this before now, but it seems that we do this involuntarily, and it acts as a way to absorb shock to protect the heel from injury. Erica and Dennis also discovered peculiar markings etched into the dirt approximately 50 meters from where the sock was located. The markings consisted of distinct faces drawn into the ground, with the eyes deliberately crossed out, accompanied by various arrows pointing in different, seemingly random directions. I have to admit, reading about this part gave me a bit of a chill. Erica believed that these drawings were related to Matthias, while the police seem to believe that these drawings were already there and must have been made by youngsters in the area. I must admit that it is a very strange coincidence given how close they were to the sock. If they were created by Matthias, maybe you could reason that it was a highly disorganized attempt to leave a trail for the searchers. Though it's odd, and I say that with no confidence whatsoever. Alternatively, as the police suggested, the drawings could be entirely unrelated to the disappearance. These forests are frequented by hikers, hunters, and local youth. The markings could be completely disconnected and irrelevant to the case. But it seems to me that it's just not possible to know. Now, I absolutely hate that some sickos do this, but this part does need more political.
In the months following the disappearance, Erica became the target of trolls and people trying to take advantage of the situation. An unidentified user on Snapchat contacted her, claiming to know of Matthias's location, then went on to demand 25,000 Swedish krona for the information. That's about £2,000 or about $3,000. When the family hesitated, demanding proof of life, this sick individual then lowered the demand to 15,000 and goaded the family. This waste of space then ultimately provided a location indicating that Matthias was being held at a specific agricultural farm located on the opposite side of the river.
What?
Law enforcement treated this with seriousness and went on to search the property. However, the operation yielded absolutely no evidence of Matthias's presence whatsoever. From an investigative standpoint, this is highly indicative of a common digital fraud scheme, rather than a genuine scenario. Something very similar happened to Jack O'Sullivan's mother here in the UK. I will leave a link to my coverage on Jack in the description below. I've had to rewrite this part a few times, but there isn't a punishment great enough for these people that do this. I'd love to give you my genuine thoughts, but I'd probably be banned from the platform. To give you an idea though, what these freaks actually do is routinely monitor missing person databases and social media groups, and if they come across something like this, they'll try to exploit the families of the missing person. Like literally, while the family is in the worst possible state dealing with what's happened. It's difficult to even imagine what's going on in their heads to do something as horrible as that. But people like this exist, and they're out there. Evil exists, and I'm so tired of pretending that it doesn't, or that people like this somehow need to be understood. Anyway, moving on from that, what actually happened to Matthias then? The various witness testimonies, the route he took, the manner in which he left in the first place, and the finding and state of the sock supports three distinct possibilities. The most agreed upon suggestion posits that while at the party, Matthias likely suffered a sudden severe psychological incident leading to
det är så varmt så pallar inte, och varmare kommer det bli. Min kropp klarar inte av de här omställningarna. Till sommar.
Ska jag stänga av den här?
Men i alla fall,
det är ju konstigt.
Ett fall som har upprört
Jag vill titta på en. Jag vill titta på det här sen. Stäng av. Så, paus. Så.
This behavior just seemed to align with an acute panic state or becoming highly delirious. If Matthias fled into the rough, wooded terrain, either near Highway 25, or perhaps more likely, much further to the east, that basically would have taken him far away from potential safety. In the low ambient temperatures of that night, most individuals without any protective gear would experience severe hypothermia relatively quickly. It really depends on the weather too. If it was raining or if there was significant cold wind, that process would speed up dramatically. But even if that isn't the case, it's a very bad situation to be in. At the end stages of hypothermia, some people have been known to engage in what is called terminal burrowing, which is exactly as described. If Matthias did try to find a small enclosed space within the dense forest, it would have been exceptionally difficult to find from the air by helicopters, or through standard ground searches at that. This could help to explain why the massive grid searches failed to locate him if he didn't enter the river as originally thought. With that being said, that is actually the second suggestion. The same circumstances apply, but instead of the end stages of hypothermia, an accidental fall into the river Lagan is suggested. After all, the low visibility at night, combined with cognitive impairment, could make a fall more likely. This suggestion also may have some support since separate, highly trained search dogs did hit at the same location along the river. I'm not sure how you reconcile that if the sock was found on that dirt road. It seems unlikely that he would have travelled all the way back to the river at that point. Certainly not impossible. Also, the total absence of a body, despite major focused dive efforts, does introduce some doubt to that too. Though this river has variable currents, underwater snags, and also shifting sediment can transport or deeply conceal a body and make it inaccessible. The third idea considers various forms of foul play. On the 9th of December 2020, just 4 days into the search, the police did actually upgrade the case status and opened an investigation as to whether Matthias could have been taken by a third party at some stage. This could have been opportunistic if someone had passed by, for example, but there is another alternative to that idea, while still considering foul play. In the weeks preceding the 5th of December, the residential neighbourhood had experienced a series of burglaries. Consequently, in the weeks preceding the 5th of December, the residential neighbourhood had experienced a series
Har det varit här? Nej.
of burglaries. Consequently, local residents were on high alert and set up warning alerts to one another through neighbourhood watch channels, presumably through text or WhatsApp or something similar. On the night in question, Matthias was captured on security cameras cutting through private gardens, running wildly and knocking on doors at around 2 a.m. The idea has been brought up that a hypervigilant or paranoid person may have misidentified the erratic, fleeing teenager as a burglar. In a high adrenaline, middle-of-the-night confrontation in the dark, it is possible that an individual might have attempted to intercept Matthias, which could have ended badly. To clarify, that is only a point of speculation that I've seen spoken about. There's no evidence that something along those lines occurred, but you could see how being faced with the realization of having accidentally done this, the person may have subsequently hidden all evidence. People have pointed to the fact that there are accounts of people hearing cries for help in the area on that night. Despite investigative attempts, the hypothesis failed to find any evidence, and the police eventually suspended the specific angle of the investigation. As of 2026, the search and the hope for a resolution has continued. Annual candlelight vigils are organised by friends and volunteers near the Lagan River and serve as a hope that it will eventually be understood as to what took place that night. These public memorials, I'd hope, help to make sure that Matthias remains in the public consciousness and helps to maintain some pressure so that it doesn't become a forgotten investigation. In the end, though, while we have some possibilities, it's not really understood what happened to Matthias at this time. Until new evidence is discovered, it's just not possible to know what precisely happened with a high degree of confidence. With that being said, that brings us to the end of this. Please do remember to subscribe and turn on notifications for the channel, and also to like the video and hype it if you can. I'd be very grateful. Or a dislike if you disliked it. I'd just like to thank you for watching, and a really big thank you to the patrons who've been running around on the screen. Be safe all. Peace.
Ja. Det är 12 grader just nu. Det är alltså det är så varmt så jag pallar inte. Och varmare kommer det bli. Min kropp klarar inte av liksom omställningarna från vinter till sommar. Sommar till vinter går väldigt bra. Men i alla fall, det är det vi ska prata om idag. Ett fall som har rört, fascinerat, förbryllat, väckt många känslor. Många människor är det Mattias Borg ifrån. Han vann en decembernatt i december i år är det 6 år sedan, men det är 5 år sedan. Från en fest kan man säga, en liten sammankomst av ungdomar och omständigheterna är väldigt märkligt. Och där och då när Mattias försvann så var jag väldigt tidig med att prata om det här. Jag pratade med Mattias moster, jag pratade med Mattias bror, jag minns inte om jag pratade med Mattias mamma Erika direkt eller med bara pratade med moster, men jag var i kontakt med familjen. Och det var helt enkelt för att människor hörde av sig till mig och mina videos och tips eller vad fan det nu kunde vara. Och stort som smått så tycker jag kan vara relevant. Alltså det här
skickade jag till Boston. Det är så många år sedan det här. Men Mattias är fortfarande inte. Han är fortfarande borta. Där och då så var det väldigt... Vi ska prata om allt det här idag. Jag tänkte bara jag skulle dra och där och då så var det väldigt omskrivet i media och strumpor, det var ritningar i marken och allt. Vi ska prata om allt idag. Skönt att bryta klippa-mönstret lite grann äntligen. Jag har inte så mycket klippa-content kvar nu. Nu är det på fredag, kommer roven, det kommer vi prata om. Sen ska vi analysera färdigt poddavsnittet där Jocke och Klippa pratar. Men sen tror jag väl att vi är färdiga. Jag hoppas det i alla fall. Du ska vara varmt välkommen hit. Hjärtligt välkommen. Och dig önskar jag en kommentar. Gärna fråga. Tryck på prenumerera för att inte missa liknande videos i framtiden. Instagram heter jag. Gå mer än gärna in. Nu rullar vi dagens det är samma intro varje gång. Nu rullar vi intro och sen kör vi dagens video. Så ska det vara. Det är så här att varje vecka, i alla fall varje vecka någon gång så blir jag kontaktad av någon som undrar hur är Mattias hittad? Vad hände med honom? Eller någon som skickar en ny länk från en podd eller något sånt där. Så sporadiskt gör sig Mattias på mig i min inkorg och jag har aldrig riktigt släppt det heller utan det har gått runt i mitt huvud många varv och jag får liksom inte ett grepp om det. Jag har lite egna teorier kan man inte säga, men jag har ändå lite saker som jag vill lyfta som jag tänker att vi ska prata om idag. För det vi ska göra, vi ska lyssna till någonting snart och reagera till någonting snart. Så det får vi då först. Ska jag recapa allting. Så här var det. Jag började prata om Mattias fall för att jag tyckte att det var hjärtskärande att en 17-åring försvinner på det här viset. Och när jag gjorde den videon om Mattias så var det ingenting unikt direkt med den så. För att jag har på min kanal gjort videos förr om försvunna personer eller så vidare. Jag minns att det var en person och jag säger ingen namn eller något speciellt enskilt fall så där. För det kanske personen inte vill och jag vet att människan följer med fortfarande. Ja, medicin.
Just det, medicin.
Tack. De får ju inte äta min tårta. Det är tårtbit. Men vad? Men vad? Ta medicin. Ta tårtbiten eller? Du sa det är sent att ta tårtbiten. Jag sa det är för sent att ta tårtbiten. Du sa det är lite för sent.
Vi tittar bort här.
Ska jag ta tårtbiten imorgon och jag redan fick den idag, va? Men det är jätteenkelt att äta med. Vi behöver bara en sked och en mun. Och tänder också om man vill tugga. Annars kommer man bara svälja. Men om man inte vill svälja då måste man ha en hals. Om man vill smaka då måste man ha en tunga också. Ja, men måste också ha en insida av munnen, inte bara en mun och en hals. Men bara också insidan av munnen och kinder också. Och delar av munnen typ, för att äta. Och men också resten av kroppen för att... Så magsäck också för att det kommer i magsäcken och resten av kroppen behöver med. För allt andra saker. Nu får man ju ta det för vad det är. Ja, jag förstår ju att många sitter här och skrattar. Det gör jag själv. För att det är faktiskt så att en ansiktstatuerad läpp från en småsnackshåla utan en utbildning sitter och kritiserar en liksom spelar på riktigt. Man tror att det är. Och jag håller med. Men vi ska prata om varför jag kritiserar det. Och så ska ni få berätta för mig om ni tycker att det är liksom så här gick varför flippade men i alla fall så här gick det då. Beträffande polisen. Jag var inte så kritisk till dem i början utan då pratade jag mer om fallet på något sätt. Och allt eftersom att man fick läsa i tidningar om det här. Alltså jag minns hur uppslukad jag var i det så fort det kom någonting nytt. Jag läste det upp och ner och upp och ner. Jag kommer till och med ihåg jag var på väg till Nyköping satt och käkade McDonalds. Jag satt inte och kollade YouTube-klipp utan jag satt och läste artiklar om Mattias. Jag konsumerade varenda jävla artikel som fanns. Varenda artikel som
som släpptes och satt och försökte hålla liksom koll på allting så media. Och då kunde man ju då läsa om polisen och samtidigt hade jag då lite kontakt med familjen. Som jag sa, jag pratade i telefon med bron. Jag pratade i telefon med mostern och mamman minns. Jo, jag tror att jag pratade med mamman i telefon också. Jag för mig. Och så läste jag då i alla fall om polisens jobb. Och mer och mer så visar det sig, det första som jag reagerade på tror jag var strumpan. Och då kan man ju tycka sig, vadå strumpan? Först och främst, Mattias, alltså det är så spretigt och jag bara antar att ni alla vet vad som hände. Ska vi gå igenom lite snabbt vad som hände med Mattias första innan vi pratar om strumpan? För här går vi händelserna i förväg och jag sitter och pratar om en strumpa och vad som hände med den och så vet ni inte vad hade Mattias gjort med man. Mattias Borg är /var en 17, han är inte en 17-årig kille, men då var han en 17-årig kille. Enäggstvilling med en bror, skilde med sin mamma.
President Ronald Reagan has just survived an attempt on an emerging virus called HIV is becoming a concern. Workers at a wastewater treatment plant in Richmond.
Träffade kompisar, hade liksom planer och framtiden och sådana saker. Och en kväll i december.
Så ta medicinen. Kom igen nu, ta medicinen nu. Måste ta medicinen. Det är så tårtan sen. Kom igen nu. Ja, medicinen nu. Och sen kommer det.
Jag vet inte om det
Vi har en bakgrund, och då blir det när de säger champion, lite champion är har ju lite copy, lite. Det är nog att det.
Vännerna säger att det var ingenting konstigt med Mattias. Han var inte så påverkad.
Tức là em thôi em
så lämnar man sammankomsten i stället för att hitta bilen. Jag tänker att jag ska gärna
man tar på metod och talent.
This is a well-documented phenomenon known as unintentional.
Jag sätter mig bara nu och trycker på det.
The 2006 volleyball incident. On July 2nd, a high school volleyball game in either South Dakota or no official or Nebraska back in 2006. But here's where things get strange. If you search for any information about it online, you'll find nothing. No news articles, no official casualty.
Medicinen. Kom ta den nu. Så den här blå medicinen. Kom medicinen nu.
Some even say they were in Mount Rushmore around that time and heard a report about it on the radio. For a long time, the only evidence of the incident on the internet was this still frame from a whole video that was supposedly taken just before the incident with the date September 27, 2006 embedded on it. That is, until some ordinary gamer, a YouTuber who often dives into dark web rabbit holes, discovered it. While browsing the late nights forum on a 4chan-like site, he came across the gruesome pictures of a bloody school gym that were allegedly taken soon after the shooting already happened.
Medicinen. Kom igen nu. Dennis, du måste ta din medicin nu, säger jag. Ja, men gör det nu på en gång.
Things got popular ones. The incident did happen, but it was covered up by the American government. As the story, this has led to some pretty wild theories being spread all over the internet. According to the most popular ones, the incident did happen, but it was covered up by the American government. As the story goes, the government was trying to assassinate someone who was attending this high school volleyball game. Things got out of hand, however, and a lot of the young volleyball players were caught in the crossfire. And since this would have caused tons of backlash from the public, the government instructed the news media to not talk about the story, and also something this big under wraps for so long feels pretty out there. At some point, you'd think the truth would slip out. A somewhat more reasonable theory is that this is a classic case of the Mandela effect, where large groups of people collectively misremember something. And coincidentally enough, I actually did find a similar incident that happened in 2006 in that region. In the Platte Canyon High School situation, 53-year-old Dwayne Roger Morrison took 7 female students hostage, attacked them, and ended up shooting. Post on the forum above top secret for considering its been over. This was a digital re-upload of a very old VHS video, an extremely chilling one at that. In it, a young man goes into disturbing detail, explaining step by step an extremely chilling one at that. A young man goes into disturbing detail, explaining step by step how to rob graves and sell the remains on the black market.
By the eyes, you pull out, put your finger all in. There's nothing there that will hurt you at all. You have to make sure of that. There's nothing that can hurt you. Do not be afraid. Pull out like that. Alright, look by the teeth. Break out like that.
What makes this video even more unsettling isn't just its content, but the mystery surrounding it. No one knows who the man in the video is. To this day, his identity remains unknown.
Kom igen nu. Du måste ta den nu. Klockan är snart. Kom igen nu. Ta den nu då. Titta bort här.
Others argue it's an obscure horror short crafted purely for shock value. Surprisingly, I came across evidence that supports both sides of the argument while researching this topic. One undeniable fact, however, is that the original video is extremely old. The earliest mention of its title, Grave Robbing for Morons, I found on the internet was a now defunct online store for horror VHS tapes called Shocking Video. This website listed the tape for sale in April of 2003, stating, "What we have here is genuine camcorder footage of a drunken teenage stunner giving a half-hour lecture on how to steal body parts from graveyards for fun and profit while holding a fresh, rotting skull in his hands." That said, the original video is likely from the late 80s. We can clearly see the VHS box for the 1987 Evil Dead 2 movie, 5 minutes and 43 seconds into the video. And to narrow it down even more, there's an issue of Horror FX magazine visible in the bottom left corner at the same time. This specific cover was a part of the unique Fangoria Horror Magazine edition released in July 1989, which means the video was probably shot around that year. The horror memorabilia scattered throughout the footage implies that whoever created this video might have been a die-hard horror fan just trying to make something creepy for the thrill of it. And while most of the gruesome advice given in the video feels very authentic, like describing ways to remove the skull from a body that hasn't fully decomposed yet, there are also sections that seem extremely
Kom igen nu.
when the host suggests knocking out witnesses so they think it was all just a dream.
Never leave witnesses. You have to knock them out. Knock them out so that they think it's a dream.
This gives further credence to the theory that the subject doesn't have any real grave robbing experience and is just making it all up for the video. On the other hand, some people argue that the skull he's showing in the video is far too detailed to be fake. As for the inconsistency in the advice, that could be explained by the theory that this was likely his first time robbing a grave, and that he was simply making things up to seem more knowledgeable on the topic than he actually was. But this is where things start getting really weird. Toward the end of the tape, the guy almost mumbles his full name, but stops himself before saying his entire last name.
Okay, this was made by Anthony. Was last name.
Saying his entire last name.
Okay, This was made by Los Mavericks.
And in 1999, a man named Anthony Casamassima was arrested in New York for stealing an expensive stained glass window from a cemetery. There was a real possibility that this was the same person who made the grave robbing for Moron's Guide. That being said, there are a few inconsistencies that say otherwise. For instance, I did not find any charges against Anthony Casamassima that mentioned him desecrating bodies. He was more into stealing valuable artifacts like stained glass. And more importantly, Casamassima was 40 when he was arrested in 1999. If he made the tape, he would have been around 30 at the time. However, given the young appearance of the video's subject, that seems highly unlikely. I also found a couple more theories as well, but most of them lead to dead ends. One such theory claims the guy in the video might be Craig A. Bradley, who was arrested in 1995 for stealing human remains from a cemetery in upstate New York. Craig would have been around. One such theory claims the guy in the video might be Craig A. Bradley, who was arrested in 1995 for stealing human remains from a cemetery in upstate New York. Craig would have been around 24 when the grave robbing video was filmed, which fits with the young appearance of the guy in the video. Plus, he even looks a bit like him. However, the issue with this theory is that Craig doesn't have a stunner that was portrayed in the original video.
Winter months, I'm laid off. Winter months.
mà bình luận với việc khán của cái gì đấy nhưng mà
I think you have to find some place really secluded. There's no interruptions, okay?
Now,
He could have faked the stutter in the original video for some reason. However, people on the internet find that extremely unlikely given how realistic it was. Grave robber or actor, the stutter is. I've known several people with really bad stutters, and it's such a specific and uncontrollable thing that makes it hard to say. This kid's stutter feels unique and authentic. I've never seen an actor in a movie fake a stutter that is real. It's possible one day the person seen in the video will come forward with the truth. But for now, we have no idea who the person is or whether or not this extremely realistic looking grave robbing video is real. Strange sounds in the sky.
Huh?
For the past 50 years, there have been numerous reports of people hearing mysterious sounds coming from the sky. In some cases, the mysterious noise resembles the sound of screeching metal, like someone dragging heavy metal furniture across the floor. However, the most commonly reported noise is a low-frequency hum that persists in the area. Those who can hear these sounds describe them as omnipresent and extreme. Those who can hear these sounds describe them as omnipresent and extremely annoying. However, the most commonly reported noise is a low-frequency hum that persists in the area.
Ta du medicinen då, Dennis? Annars hinner du inte äta din tårta. Kom igen nu. Medicinen.
Those who can hear these sounds describe them as omnipresent and extremely annoying. And according to the BBC, the humming noises. Those who can hear these sounds describe them as.
Is this Swedish? Wait.
Omnipresent and.
Wait, it is
extremely annoying. And according to the BBC, the humming noise has been linked to at least one person ending their own life in the UK. However, there are likely many legit reports of people hearing which we'll get to in a bit. Many of the claims are either fake or can be explained quite easily. For instance, the metallic screeching noise could simply be from a nearby railroad with a long freight train rounding a corner and causing vibrations. Some of these trains are incredibly lengthy and can take several minutes to pass. Similarly, in another video, you can hear what sounds like an extremely loud trumpet. The original poster of this video titled this as a judgment trumpet,
Har
referring to
tagit
the divine
medicinen nu
trumpet
då?
described in the Christian faith.
Har tagit medicinen?
However, given the poor weather conditions in the footage, it's likely just a malfunctioning tornado siren, like this.
Vänta.
A few of these videos are also outright faked, with mysterious sounds being edited in to generate views. Notice how the birds around the area appear completely unaffected by the loud, ominous noise.
First.
Notice how the birds around the area appear completely unaffected by the loud, ominous noise, which would be unlikely if the sound was genuinely overwhelming the environment. Birds have sharper hearing than humans, and they would likely react. That said, there are still thousands of reports from people who can't be easily debunked or labeled as fake. Unlike the examples I've shown so far, the vast majority of seemingly authentic reports involve a persistent low-frequency hum. This strange phenomenon seems to trace back to Bristol, England in the late 1970s. The city council received hundreds of complaints from residents about a strange noise that was audible at night. One local newspaper even asked readers in the city, "Have you heard the hum?" And almost 800 people said they had. French scientists back then proposed that the sound might originate from the ocean, suggesting that continuous waves could be vibrating the ocean. Now, this explanation might have been true for Bristol, but as time went on, more and more people around the world started reporting these disturbing humming noises. And it appears the Bristol hum is still present to this day. There are many theories that attempt to explain the bizarre global phenomenon. And these can get into some truly out there conspiracies, like aliens or secret underground civilizations. However, the most plausible explanation I found suggests that these sounds are more connected to the listeners themselves rather than their surroundings. Things like hypersensitive ears and early signs of hearing issues like tinnitus could be a major contributor. Another possible reason could be the increasing levels of anxiety and stress. A BBC researcher also noted that she only heard the hum when she was exhausted and stressed out, which further supports the notion of this mysterious hum being a psychosomatic or stress-related phenomenon. During my research, I even found the video.
Hörru, vad tar du medicinen nu då? Hörru, kom igen nu, medicinen. Hörru, du måste ta medicinen om vi sagt.
It's entirely possible that the person who recorded it was hearing something from inside the...
Varför gör du inte som vi säger nu, Dennis? Kom igen.
When I watched it, there was nothing unusual, just regular environmental noise. It's entirely possible that the person who recorded it was hearing something from inside their body, misinterpreting it as an external sound, which further supports the stress-related theory. However, this doesn't explain the hundreds or even thousands of other videos that do include the hum. And given the endless amounts of possibilities for each individual case, I doubt we'll get a concrete answer. John Lang, Fresno Police. On March 20th, 2015, a YouTube channel by the name Lang Marine uploaded a 3.5-minute video titled Fresno LE Harassment, Ford crew cab that stalked me and my residence numerous times. The video showed the same vehicle driving past the camera twice in 3 minutes. The uploader was a 51-year-old former Marine named John Lang living in Fresno, California. The video footage came from a security camera he had installed outside his home. And in the description of this video, he provided much-needed context behind the oddly disturbing encounter. According to Lang, he was critical of the way Fresno PD and Fresno Fire utilized their budgets online. So now they were stalking and harassing him in retaliation, and the Ford truck in the video belonged to either the Fresno Police Department or the Sheriff's Office. The next day, he posted another video of a man walking his dog outside his home. The video showed the dog and his owner stopping outside Lang's home for a few seconds.
He's back! Someone appear, something appeared.
The next day, he posted another video of a man walking his dog outside his home. The video showed the dog and his owner stopping outside Lang's home for a few seconds. Nothing too unusual. However, Lang claimed that the person in the video was a plainclothes police officer who was conditioning Lang's dog so that it wouldn't attack if the same officer broke into his home later. Over the next 10 or so months, Lang continued posting videos of shady activity captured by a security camera.
No, okay.
Or a police truck stopping outside his home for a few seconds and then driving away. However, the most disturbing of these videos showed a mysterious black van stopping outside his home and filming it with a massive camera for about 30 seconds and quickly driving away. Lang claimed that the device in their hand was a thermal imaging sensor, and they were trying to determine whether or not he was alive. By January of 2016, Lang was fully convinced that the Fresno police were planning an assassination. On the 16th of January, he posted a video about a cleaning company van parked outside his home. In the description of the video, he wrote, "If I turn up missing or dead tomorrow, remember this van. I think I seen a couple of guys sneak out the side door and into the building when it was parked in the carport. This has been causing the city of Fresno a lot of problems recently, which I now regret." Unfortunately, this would be the last video Lang would post on YouTube, because just a few days later, firemen found him dead inside a burning home with multiple stab wounds on his body. This was sad news for people who were following the story. However, this was only the beginning of a much bigger conspiracy. You see, when the news of his death initially broke, the report stated that he had a few stab wounds on his upper back as well. If this were true, it would validate all of Lang's worries about getting assassinated. This would also put the Fresno PD as the #1 suspect for his murder. However, when the Fresno coroner released Lang's autopsy report, it only mentioned 3 self-inflicted stab wounds on his chest, and there was no mention of any stab wounds on his back. Was the earlier report a mistake, or were the Fresno police trying to hide their crime? This inconsistency led to tons of backlash and even a petition to reopen his case, but it remained closed.
What?
To this day, the John Lang case sits as a mystery. Was he actually getting stalked, or was he just severely mentally ill and paranoid? From my research, the answer seems to be a mix of both. First and foremost, it's worth mentioning that the Fresno police are well known for being rife with corruption. A Reddit user mentioned a story he knew about the PD, stating, "My friend's dad was Jerry Dyer showed up with officers back in the late 90s, so it wouldn't surprise me if the cops were intimidated too." So, did the Fresno PD retaliate against Lang? Maybe. What's more likely is that Lang was getting more paranoid and losing his mind over time. From what I can see, the man walking his dog is doing just that, walking his dog. And claiming that he was somehow conditioning Lang's dog in just a couple of seconds is pretty out there. Even the suspicious van can be explained quite easily, since the device shown in the video was just a film camera on a gimbal, not some high-tech thermal imaging sensor. As for why they were shooting like that from a vehicle, they were likely indie filmmakers who just didn't have the proper permissions from the city. However, all of this is just conjecture on my part. The real evidence that proves Lang's deteriorating mental state is the fact that he turned off the cameras he had in his home a day before the incident. The last saved footage on these cameras was of him sitting with a kitchen knife in his hand. Not only that, but when the fire department arrived on the scene, all the entrances to his home were barricaded securely from the inside. If this was truly a murder, the killer wouldn't have been able to escape the crime scene without removing one of these barricades. Ultimately, if there was some big murder conspiracy behind Lang's death, I doubt we'll learn about it over 8 years later. In November of 2014, Nicole Allen purchased a pink princess wand for a 2-year-old daughter.
Oh, no, this story. No.
The name of the wand,
No.
Listen.
No. What? No,
However, this
I
thing also
remember
covers
watching
things
this.
like luster, beauty, and wonderful.
No, don't show it.
The box art also featured the
No,
character
please,
Sakura
no.
Kinomoto, who was the protagonist of a popular Japanese animated show called Cardcaptor Sakura.
Yeah.
In the show, Sakura is essentially a magical princess. So the inclusion of just a cute-looking character made Nicole drop her guard even further.
No.
But she couldn't have been more wrong. The thing is, the inclusion of this character on the box
Men
art
det
suggested
fin,
an Asian origin.
kom igen nu.
And looking back, the evil stick does have a small, and I do mean small, resemblance to one of the ones Sakura uses in the show. The evil stick was most definitely a bootleg version of a product that should have looked something like this had it been official. However, the evil stick was much more sinister than just being a bad product. Unlike its official counterparts, the manufacturers of the evil stick bootleg had free reign to do whatever they wanted.
No.
And it's worth they chose to use this freedom that was utterly disturbing.
No.
See, the top of the water
No. Wait.
shiny star in the official.
No.
However, this foil was hiding an
No. Wait. No.
Kom igen nu. Kom igen nu säger jag. Så måste du ta din medicin.
Okej, låt mig ta den då. Sluta tjata så mycket då. Jag försöker titta på YouTube först och så låter inte mig.
This also turned on a light behind the creepy image, so the little girl would have likely seen it even if she hadn't removed the foil. When Nicole found out about the disturbing truth, she made her findings public in hopes of getting this creepy toy banned from stores. News coverage of the evil stick went viral, but the toy remained as mysterious as it was creepy. And the disturbing images within the toy was traced back to French photographer Butcher Woodway, who appears to be a master of creating the most nightmarish artworks one can imagine. Nearly all of his work is too graphic for YouTube. For most of them, however, even a quick glance is enough to trigger your fight or flight response. As for why the gory, horror-filled work of his photograph was still wanted to be included in a children's toy, no one knows for sure. The only other thing people learned about the evil stick after examining its package was that it was manufactured in China.
Okay.
That's it. The packaging didn't have the name of the manufacturer. I even looked up the universal product code embedded in its barcode and couldn't find any relevant information through that either. This is
$100 store?
that really makes you wonder
Why would it cost $100? No, don't show me. No, I don't want to see it. No. Oh, it's gone. No. Good. Great.
$700,000.
What did it?
On November 6th,
what did I click on?
a Reddit user named Bangarang made a deeply concerning and odd post on the site reading, "Need $700,000. What do I do? I need it by January 2016 or I'm dead from the mob. What are my options though?" Now, if this was posted in subreddits like r/advice or r/helpme, people would have taken it more seriously. However, for whatever reason, Bangarang decided to post this plea for help in r/sadboys. This is a subreddit for the fans of the Sad Boys music collective that emerged in the early 2010s, primarily associated with Swedish rapper Young Lee and his music group Sad Boys. So, a completely unrelated post like this left most people confused about what it meant. Not sure if this is real. So confused. What is this? Some users wondered if this was some obscure reference to Sad Boys music. Is this a reference to Lean being worth $700,000? However, most users quickly realized that Bangarang was serious when he began responding to some of the less serious joke comments with sincere replies. "Let me ghostwrite your next mixtape. I need all the help I can get." But that's when the post took a disturbing turn. One user jokingly told the OP to end it by jumping off a bridge and shoot himself while falling. However, instead of getting offended, Bangarang replied with something that made everything way more unsettling. "I think they'll get to me before I can make any moves." Alongside this, he posted a link to an eerie photo. A group of men standing in the middle of a street with multiple cars lined up behind them. The way the photo was framed suggested that OP took it while hiding in the bushes, as if he was watching from a distance. At this point, people wanted answers. And after some back and forth in another thread, Bangarang finally explained what had gotten him into the situation. "I was involved in a fight where an 18-year-old kid was killed. I was on drugs and had a bad temper. I was always protective of my friends, especially John. John was in a band and was taking off. He had a Facebook page, so he deactivated it. He made a new one. One of his friends that made a new one got real mad that he deleted the old page and thought he didn't want anything to do with her or his old friends because of the new fame and band. John tried to explain to her that wasn't the case. When he tried to, I peered over John's shoulder, read their texts, and got heated. I started trash-talking the girl. She got her boyfriend's friends to meet me and my friends out in the desert for a walk. One of the guys there was with the gang members' guys group and pulled out a gun to shoot me and my friends. One of my friends grabbed the gun from him and ended up shooting the guy and killing him. The dude that pulled out the gun in the first place. Then, after the fight, I violated my probation. The cops were already after me for drug use. They found out I was involved in the fight and the shooting of the guy, and they added the battery charge. I wasn't charged with murder, but was involved in the fight, which is why they added assault and battery charges, plus the probation violation. But I continued with drug use and violated my probation by leaving the state. Now I'm sobered up. I just turned 23 and I'm in a real bad place with some people. While these responses provided some important context for OP's situation, it still didn't explain why the mob was after him now, or how having $700,000 would help him stay alive. By this point, people had stopped joking. It was clear that this was most likely real. One user finally spoke up, saying what everyone else was thinking. First of all, why are you posting this here? Second, run and get out of town. To which OP replied, I got no one. After learning about his sheer helplessness, user PizzaMan2345 chimed in with some detailed and practical advice to help Bangarang escape with his life. Get yourself into jail and tell them to safely escort you to an airport afterwards. If you warn them about the mob and spread the word, the police will look stupid if you die soon afterwards. Then, if you do get to the airport, take several planes to several places and settle down somewhere far away. No matter how uncaring a police department is, they should listen to your plea for help. It might also help if you have a writer friend who can tell the whole story if they don't ask for it. Let the police know as a last resort that they will be flamed online for not dealing with the mob themselves and for letting you loose, only for you to die right after. This, of course, involves you being in jail for a while, which, if not the case, leads me to say that you should simply leave the country now. Use your head. Don't drug your problems away. Either work hard and loan the rest, or just run. Unfortunately, we'll never know if this advice helped him. A day after making the original post, Bangarang stopped replying to any more comments and hasn't posted anything on Reddit since. As for if the story was legit or not, you have no way of knowing for sure. The Bangarang account was likely a throwaway since it was created the same day as the post. I also tried reverse image searching the picture he posted, and while there are many similar looking images online, I couldn't find anything that matches the OP picture to a T and predated the Reddit thread. And since Bangarang didn't provide any clues about his location, I couldn't find any relevant news articles from that time either. Most users under the original thread believe the OP was likely caught and killed by the mob. However, it's been over 9 years since the original post with no updates since, and I doubt we'll ever learn the truth. Dog operation. On the 31st of March, Reddit user City, posted a disturbing entry on the Reddit Bureau of Investigation subreddit. The title of the entry was, "What could have been the reason why someone operated on my dog?" It read, "I originally posted this to another sub, now deleted, and was insisted that I repost this here instead. I live alone in a suburban area, and when I go out, whether it's for work, social gathering, shopping, or whatever, I leave my dog. He's a Labrador to play in my backyard with plenty of food and water. He's a pretty Yesterday, I came back home from work in shock to see that my dog had been stitched up. In shock, I immediately rushed to him, called and took him to a vet. I visited the vet for checkups, so the vet knows him. Strangely, the doctor who was inspecting him said that whoever was operating on him actually did a pretty good job, and for whatever reason, took out part of his fat. His lower and upper belly. Pictures here. Luckily, he isn't in any danger, but the doctor said he would be in some pain for some weeks. I was prescribed painkillers and antibiotics for my dog. I was also given a cone for him to wear so he wouldn't lick his wounds. Naturally, I asked him if a Labrador came into the vet today, as in yesterday, and he and the receptionist said no, and they said to their memory it's the first time they saw my dog that day. So this got me and my doctor thinking, either someone operated on him or someone took him to another vet and got him operated for him. In the meantime, I have reported this to the police and have called other vets around my town, and no luck as of yet. Due to this, I am still unsure what could have caused this. Who and why would someone take parts of fat out of my dog? I don't have any enemies, nor any past relationship partners. I've also spoken to some neighbors, and they said they didn't notice anything strange near my house.
Okay.
People on Reddit quickly began speculating on what could have happened. Some wondered if this was the work of a medical student who practice or a budding serial killer. However, neither of these makes much sense. No sane medical student would risk ruining their career by competing with random people who are safer options like ethically sourced cadavers. As for the potential serial killer theory, why would they cut open a dog only to stitch it back and return it to the instead of just disposing of the body? But there were some more reasonable theories as well, stating that the dog must have injured its stomach while jumping over the fence. Someone then saw the wounded dog and took it to the vet for treatment before leaving it back in OP's yard. Or maybe the dog successfully jumped over the fence only to get hit by a car, and the person driving the car took it to the vet and dropped it off after the operation. However, a major flaw in both theories is why the person who took it to the vet didn't leave a note explaining the situation. If it was an accident, maybe the person didn't want to get in trouble. But even then, leaving an anonymous note would have been the right thing to do. Some users also consider the possibility that someone might have shot the dog with a pellet gun, either by accident or on purpose. A comment from user Banana Phone quickly rose to the top as it offered a more plausible explanation for what might have happened during the OP's absence. That rubber thing sticking out appears to be a pen Restream, which is most commonly used to allow a wound to weep and drain through the hole where it goes on the skin, which prevents the skin from closing into a pocket and turning into a huge infected abscess, which requires secondary treatment and antibiotics. This is most commonly seen in professional experience after bites from another animal, as the bacteria in dog/cat mouths can be difficult to totally disinfect after the fact and often leads to abscesses. While the general consensus is that dog mouths are cleaner than cats, there's still plenty of bacteria in your average dog's mouth that could lead to infection. That drain will need to be removed in a few days to a week after the risk of infection has been removed. My guess would be, with the size of the incision, another dog got to affect yours, whether it jumped the fence into your backyard and pegged the fight itself, or somehow your dog was accidentally able to be out of his fence, and the owner felt guilty but did not want to get sued or put their dog down. I dealt with this hypothesis because if they put him back, they knew where he lives, and that means he was probably inside the fence when the incident occurred. And hiding the conflict probably means his dog has a history of aggression to the point where it jumped your fence. I suspect that pellet/gunshot because anyone who would shoot a dog in its own yard is probably not going to have the moral compass to get it treated. Another user, decent writer, also backed this theory with a personal reading. I'm almost 50% sure someone has a dog with a bite history attacked your dog and they did not want to get caught. I have a dog with a bite history. If he bit someone or an animal a second time, it would be disastrous, and myself and my partner would both be in jail. They likely got off with a small charge the first time and are on probation. I've already paid out a ton of money to whoever was the first victim and cannot risk a second person suing them. We've been going through the process for our one dog bite for over 2 years. It has been miserable at every single step of the way, and I'm sure that's what has happened here. I'm sorry, it sucks so much. Hopefully they feel guilty and come forward to you one day. In which case, you have 2 years from the day of the incident to sue them in a civil court case. I know this because I'm on the other side of that civil lawsuit as we speak. That said, after further questioning from other users, the OP shared additional details about the situation, debunking many of these theories in the process. Edit. People have been asking about my fencing. I'm about 5'8", and the main fencing is taller than me. The side fence is about half my height. However, there are other properties around those fencing. So if another dog, for example, got in, I would think the neighbors would have noticed, as the other dog would have needed to go through their properties first before reaching mine. People also are asking if my dog is known for jumping over stuff. No, he's not. So that's why I don't think he hurt himself while jumping over the fence. But that doesn't mean another dog jumped over to him. One of my neighbors, right next to one of my shorter fence, has a dog of his own. But it's a small poodle, and I don't think they could have done that to a Labrador. Plus, neither of them has shown aggression to each other from what I've seen. They usually don't even pay each other mind. No other organs are missing, according to the vet, just the fat. It was not a car crash. He has no bones broken, bruises, or anything like that. There was blood, but only around him, normal amount, not anything crazy. So either someone did it and cleaned it, or it was done elsewhere. The picture was taken the day after the day I made this post. That's the examiner that gave him the At least one of my neighbors in the surrounding fencing has a camera, to my knowledge. The footage has been examined by the police and myself, and we couldn't see anything really wrong. They said they've been going around to see if I can get the However, with this additional information, the OP mentioned something that made many people question whether any of this was real to begin with. They mentioned that they were which is not typically enough time for someone to take their dog to a vet and get a complete surgery and drop it back without getting caught. As one user pointed out, this whole thing strikes me as suspicious. I've worked in both private practice and ER. OP said they were gone for 5 hours. Even if it happened right when they left, 5 hours is a really short amount of time for this size of
Okay, no me.
The actual suturing to remove hair, debris, dirt, etc. Then flushing and cleaning the wounds, cutting the skin to remove sections that wouldn't heal well, and then actually suturing it, including white dogs plus a bunch of blood requires a bath. Not to mention the time it takes to get the dog there, check the dog in, and explaining meds, paying for it, and getting the dog back to easy. This makes me wonder if it could have been done in this time frame if the surgery wasn't done in a professional veterinary hospital. Maybe the person involved in the incident had a surgical background and did everything themselves off the books. However, this is all speculation, and unfortunately, not long after this update, the OP deleted their account and didn't post any new updates on the map. But before that, the OP did make a post stating that the police were investigating this as a criminal case. However, given their complete silence over the past 4 years, it's unlikely we'll learn if anything ever came. Fraudulent numbers. On January 16th, 2021, user Pagan Princess 22 made a Reddit post recounting her strangely terrifying experience at a hospital. The post read, "A woman posing as a nurse stole my blood from an Indiana, USA emergency room in 1996 or 1997 when I was 5 or 6 years old. Hello everyone, I'm not sure if this is the correct place, so please feel free to direct me to a better subreddit if there is one. I flared it as a cold case because it happened 23 years ago. There were no charges. This is a strange story, and I was 5, maybe 6 when it happened, so I don't have a lot of details. I had recently told my younger sister about the story,
Vad är musiken?
Ja, mamma. Jag vet inte vad. Dabba. Vet du varför jag har en hjärta just här i Sverige? Här nere i Sverige, vet du varför? Nej. Det är där nere, vet du varför? Vet du varför? Ja, men zoomar in här, vet du det? Ja, men zoomar in här, jag har gjort det jättefört. Vet du varför den får den här specifika kopen, pappa? Det är för den där, det var den där kopen förut. Vi var i den här kopen förut någon gång. Och sen i den där var det köpte en apa typ med hatten, tror jag. Eller typ någon apa typ, det var när ingången på bara. Någon gång i tidig 2020 typ. Eller tidigare typ på bara. Jag typ någon gång på bara. Typ på bara. Typ typ här, om man tittar på insidan här. Om man tittar på insidan och ser med. Titta här, kom med, typ vad gör typ här typ. Vi gick in här. Vi gick in här och sen gick in här. Och sen här fanns det typ, jag kunde köpa en apa där typ. Och sen köpte en på bara. Jag vet inte vad som hände med den, det är typ någonstans. Kommer inte ihåg vad som hände med den så. Jag är för vad. Någonstans. Det hände.
It spilled some blood. She did not give me a band-aid or guns. She just left me bleeding and shoved everything back into her pocket and then ran from the room. She ran to the left. My
Pappa, det är hjärta pappa. Det är så coolt. Men när jag trycker på den då står det extra.
And he asked what she looked
like. Men jag gjorde hjärtat på den när den var en ko, pappa. Vet du pappa? I hjärtat när den var en ko, pappa. Och sen har jag typ en bild på utsidan här. Ja.
I've never been able to find out what happened.
Titta här, de är här. Här nu typ. Kommer du ihåg va? Inte det in här. Och sen är det typ någonstans där min mesta. Det här är 5 år sedan, 5 månader sedan, 5 år. Sen 5 år sedan. Nej, ja, runt så bara. Men det här är typ bara en specifik ko som gick jättelångt för att komma till. Så det gick jättelänge typ. Typ bilder. Vilket känner igen någon, se någonting specifikt. Alltså extra. Så det här, extra. En del av Coop. Står det. Det var. Det är så här. Extra. En del av Coop. Vi kallar det för Coop. Förstår. Eller gjorde vi. Förstår. Eller för det är en del av Coop. Men så då är det tekniskt sett en sorts Coop. Så där. En del av Coop. Det är bara någon. De extra. Är de som äldre Coop? Eller? Är de som det eller? Har de ändrat som en äldre Coop extra som de som inte eller ja eller
Phlebotomists sometimes wear
ja,
different
så det mest.
It seems highly unlikely that
9 år
someone
sedan.
stole your blood and put them in tubes. Those tubes are full of various additives for different diagnostic testing. If I were to steal your blood, I would use a bag instead. Not like I would steal blood or anything, just making a point. It seems highly weird that a civilian would have the necessary tools/tubes to invade his lab. Many blood draws are done with equipment carried in scrub pockets, so not having a cart is not atypical. Supplies in hospitals, especially needles, are required to be locked per Joint Commission/DNV for obvious reasons. Drug users, children. Also, blood draw carts are actually an infection risk in some cases. Lastly, hospitals are extremely stranger-unfriendly. Every nurse and tech knows who's supposed to be there and who's not. Even when you're a coworker that's been floated from another floor to assist, you are treated as an outsider, and many coworkers still stop and ask you what you need/what you're doing there. This was most likely a flashbulb memory instance as you were 5 and have a childlike
Se, det stod inte om här.
I hope this provides some reassurance for you. I'm not trying to diminish what you're saying. I'm just mentioning that from my experience. Yes, the doctor saying someone doesn't work, that is also ridiculous, as doctors do rotations, they don't stay on one floor permanently, and typically do not know all staff members working in a given unit at a time. Megan Princess 22 is still fairly active on Reddit, but she hasn't posted any new information about her story. Who knows? Maybe one day her mother will come to me about what she knows and will finally learn what happened to OP on that day. On May of 2013, a user made a chilling confession on my chest subreddit with a disturbing title that read, "My mother has poisoned me. Ever since I became an adult about a decade ago, my mother has been against me moving out of the house. I finally got a job as a line cook 3 years ago. My mother and the rest of my family, which includes my sister and father, has been against it, mainly saying that such a job cannot sustain me. They also said I would hate working, which turned out to be false. About a year and a half later, I quit due to health reasons. The following spring, I got a new job as a computer programmer. While they seemed supportive at first, my mother and sister, who I lived with, eventually became hostile. Eventually, I moved out of the house. About a month later, I lost my job, and about 3 months later, moved back home. Everything was cool at first, but as I was getting calls from recruiters and going to job interviews, they gradually became more hostile again, accusing me of being distant and not caring for me. However, they seemed to be very controlling and hateful of the fact that I wanted to move out and wanted a decent job. So last month, I finally got that job as a computer programmer again.
Jag tror det där var
They just enough money to relocate to the new city.
det himlen
They became
så
very
står det
hostile
någonting.
starting a few days before I left, accusing me of not loving them, of hating them. On the day before I was scheduled to leave, my mother gave me 2 of the styrofoam ramen noodle cups and tore that covering that normally comes in.
2023 då det står det i
I was
himlen där.
suspicious that they would try to
Då
sabotage
det 2023 det här.
I'm not trying to anger them.
Jag tycker det är himlen där.
Food items, which I
Så
didn't use.
där 2023.
When I arrived at my new city and entered my hotel room, I chilled out.
Sant.
I was to go to work the next day. So after the first day of work, I ate a cup of ramen
Stay.
noodles and it felt
Okay.
real. I knew that
Stay
feeling
down
because my
for
sister
there.
fed me something that made me feel the same way in late
Where?
2011, which I then assumed was because of my recent
Och då är det inte med att åka hit.
and short of breath. I drank water to make me feel better because that's what I did last time that happened to me. Over the week, my mother kept
Han har fått en varsel.
I was shown a test that we something I should never have to think that you would so I resisted that thought.
Liz, ata en hoda nha. Hoda.
I was experimenting in order to kid and I tried it.
Hoda.
Now look at the graphics and the video on this page. Now here are the results of my test. I guess I'm going to have to call the cops and I will never speak to my family again. The results expose the truth. The OP desperately didn't want to.
Kan bara lägga här någonstans. Det blir då någonstans typ. Någonstans, kanske här. Vad finns här? Var la jag den? Vad finns här? Ingenting? Ja. Jag glömmer inte någonstans här. Jag går... Hit.
I visited the Capitol Police Station.
Alltså,
I showed him the evidence. He said he knew nothing about it since the package was
jag tror Sverige någonstans.
So does anyone have
Jag vet inte vad det är, men...
This could have gone down as one of the most unsettling mysteries in Reddit's history. But unlike other disturbing Reddit threads, this one surprisingly had some conclusion. You see, even though this was a throwaway account, OP returned to Reddit in October 2013 and gave an update on his whereabouts. I was only able to file a police report. And so far. The police do not have enough evidence to investigate.
Ja.
I've got no contact with my family. I currently live in a cheap motel in Topeka, Kansas. Yesterday, after getting
Ja, just det. Jag bara
I work for the
väljer
Kansas
någonstans.
state government as a software
Så
developer.
jag vet
The
inte
lady at
vad
the
jag
front
är.
desk told me that my mother called them to
Se
speak
om jag...
for security
De
reasons.
slutade
The
bort
hotel needs both the name
bilen.
and room number. My mother didn't have my room number. She didn't even attempt to call my cell phone, which makes me believe that she just wanted to know if I was staying there and where. And a few months later, he posted one last comment assuring everyone of his safety.
Vänta, har jag varit?
And by the way, I have moved out of state since making my last thread with this account, and I'm doing very well with a nice job and am in better health. To think that this story would have taken a much darker turn if the OP hadn't grown suspicious of the food his own family gave him.
Den enda... Va? Men nu är det...
31st of July
Nu är det
2020,
som jag
Reddit
såg
user
borta.
SoothBB made a
Ja, nu är det
post on the
tillbaka.
Reddit Bureau of Investigation subreddit seeking clues to help locate their missing coworker. The post read, on Wednesday, July 22, a coworker of mine abruptly up and left work before the end of his shift and hasn't been seen since. 1 week later, a text message is received from him containing only 3 photos. Does anyone recognize the locations shown in these photos? I work in a lab that makes prescription eyeglasses in Northern Ohio. Last week, Wednesday, about 6 hours into our 10-hour shift, around 7:10 p.m., a coworker of mine got up from his station in a hurry, left his bag with personal belongings at his desk, iPad, Bluetooth headphones, a prescription, phone charger, book, and a couple other knickknacks, and walked out the door and didn't return. No one
Nej,
seen
det
him
är
since.
någonstans
Some
som
of my
är
other coworkers thought he was just sick
likt
of the long
någonstans
hours
som
and
jag
said
har
it didn't
varit.
but that just doesn't make sense why he'd leave behind his personal belongings and not say anything. We tried calling him that same night, but his phone would just ring until it went to voicemail, and by the next morning his phone was turned off. My boss said he got a hold of his mom and that she hasn't seen or heard from him, but didn't seem too concerned, as she said he had a history of living somewhat of a nomadic lifestyle in his past. She thinks he may have relapsed and owed someone money or just ran off with some girl. Apparently they aren't very close and don't have the best relationship. I know he had a history of drug abuse,
Kanske,
but
jag
from
vet
everything
inte.
I've gathered in the 2 years that I've worked with him, he cleaned his life up after an arrest in 2014 or 2015 for drug possession and had been clean since. He always acted normal around me and seemed to be living a productive life. On the subject of the pictures, a couple days ago after work, I received a group text message that was sent to me, 2 of my other coworkers, and 6 other numbers I don't recognize. It was from him and contained the 3 pictures I linked. No text. I tried calling and it rang once, then went to voicemail. When I called again, it went straight to voicemail. This whole thing has me feeling very uneasy and I don't know what to think. Does anybody here recognize the location of where these photos might have been taken? Below this was an Imgur link to these 3 pictures that OP supposedly received from their coworker. All 3 of these pictures looked like someone had taken them in a hurry, possibly running away from someone or something. If the OP story was true, it painted a deeply alarming situation. However, most users remain skeptical, and as time passed, more evidence emerged suggesting that this might be a hoax or part of an alternate reality game. $5 says this turns out to be an ARG. For instance, one user tried to extract the embedded data in the 3 images to see if they had any GPS information, only to be met with confusion. I tried extracting the first picture's EXIF data. It says it was shot on iPhone on 7/7/2017 or 13/22. It looks like the photos are in the early morning or night. Do you think the 13/22 time is right? 3 years ago also. Interesting. A few other users also pointed out significant inconsistencies in how the OP described the location, stating, yeah, I'm not a fan that they just said Northern Ohio. Like, is it Cleveland, Akron, Toledo, Sandusky? It's way too broad. Same. I'm from Toledo, and no one ever refers to Northern Ohio. Northwest Ohio, yes. Northern Ohio raised a flag for me too. I'm from Akron, and no one says that. For us, it's Northeast Ohio. A few months later in November, SoothBB returned to Reddit with a new update, and somehow things had grown even more mysterious than they were the last time. I wish I could say we found him, or at least closed up any loose ends, but I can't. Shortly after the thread was closed by the mods, a police report was indeed filed. However, in mid-September, I was with several people that were laid off from the lab we were working at, so if there were any updates in this case after that time, I'm not aware of that. I've done several searches of his name since I left the company to see if any media outlets were reporting him, but I personally haven't been able to find him. The OP also attempted to deny the allegations that the whole thing was made up. Understandably, many people are suspect of my story, and I get that, but I assure you I've not made anything up, nor have I exaggerated details. I got some slack in the original post for not filing a police report. I realize now that even though nobody else was willing to, I should have stepped up and done it. At the time, my perspective was that because I don't know this kind of person outside of I should be able to someone closer.
Så går byggnaden att jag har ju varit.
Some people did try to take things
Har jag sett den här byggnaden? Nej, kanske inte någon byggnad likt, men det spär. Ja, jag förstår det. Jag vet inte vad jag är här. Jag bara tittar runt någonstans på Google Maps. Okej, vad tittar. Okej, det är intressant. Nej, gå fram.
I still think it's an error. I hope it's an error. We will likely never know for sure. Unfortunately, shortly after posting this update, Sooth VB deleted the Reddit account, leaving us with no way to recover the truth.
Solglasögon eller vanliga glasögon? Välj 2 för 1 från 395.
Vänta, nu är jag tillbaka. Vänta, va?
On May 1st, 2020,
Va?
Reddit user R. Bradbury 1920 made a strange post to the site.
Hur kom jag tillbaka hit?
Somebody was breaking into his apartment and leaving post-it notes in random parts of his home. The entry read, "On the 15th of April, I found a yellow post-it note in a handwriting that wasn't on my desk, reminding me
Nej, jag är inte tillbaka. Det är bara en till extra. Men hur hittade jag en till annan extra? Ja, jag trodde jag var i samma ställe som jag fått med. Vad går någonting sånt?
On the 19th, I found another post-it note on the back of my desk chair in the same handwriting as the previous one, telling me to make sure I saved my documents. I was freaked out, but there were no other signs of a break-in, so I set up a webcam in my house and aimed it at my desk.
See how good I'll be now.
Record after detecting bullets. On the 28th, I woke up to find another post-it note, this one saying, "Our landlord isn't letting me talk to you, but it's important we do." I immediately checked the webcam's folder on my computer and found nothing from the night before, but my computer's recycling which I'm certain I did not do recently, indicating someone had noticed the webcam and
but yes, so
they were just saved straight to my folder on my desktop called webcam. Today, on the 1st of May, I found another post-it
en bil. Den åker baklänges. Tiden går baklänges när jag går den här vägen.
Do I have any legal recourse here? I have no proof except for the post-its, but those are written by my pen and on my post-it notes, so conceivably I could have faked them. Would contacting the police get me in any trouble if they can't determine an outside source for this? I just want to make sure I'm not wasting anyone's time. Should I consult my landlord, who's also living in the complex? The entry is already extremely odd and a bit concerning, but in a later edit, the uploader mentioned something that took his story to a whole new level of creepy. Edit. I pulled up a letter I
Åker bara någonstans tills jag känner igen vad jag är.
After reading the post, most
Jag vet inte hur länge det här kommer ta. Vänta, va? Men det var det som jag vet att jag varit. Jag tittar bara vad jag är. Vet vad jag är. Det så här, men för att se om jag kommer till någonstans jag varit.
So the handwriting is identical, and the landlord wrote that the landlord doesn't want the landlord to talk to you. You're probably sleepwalking. Also, I think you're making this up because you're not providing enough detail. Are they showing up after you wake up? So they were there at night? Did you find the post-its coming home? Did you find the one behind your desk by chance, or noticeably the same day? Others jumped into the thread to give the uploader advice. Get one of the door locks that can only be unlocked from the inside. If it's the landlord and he is using his key, then he won't be able to get in, at least through the front door. But it wasn't until several hours later that responded to the entry with a comment that took the thread in a very different direction. You seem sincere, and this doesn't appear to be the plot of a Ray Bradbury story. It's possible that your landlord is leaving notes inside your apartment.
Jag ser som någonstans likt. Förut, ja. Men det är okej. Se, nej, jag har inte varit här. Eller? Fråga mig här då och jag hittat.
Or it might be a physical problem. You mentioned that you have a very unusual narrow bedroom with no windows. Is there a chance that you are not getting enough ventilation?
Jag kan inte. Jag kan inte fortsätta den här vägen. Ja, då får jag gå den här vägen istället.
There's no shame in getting someone qualified to give you an opinion. As you probably know, carbon monoxide is an odorless gas that is incredibly dangerous for humans. At low concentrations, it can cause headaches, dizziness, and confusion. For Kakarlak to know that the user had an unusually narrow bedroom with no windows, he would have had to go through some of Art Bradbury's older posts, which is ultimately what gave him enough information to come up with a solid hypothesis and potentially save the uploader's life. 3 years after the incident, WBUR Boston Public Radio turned the thread into a podcast episode as part of their Endless Thread collaborative project with Reddit. In the episode, they interview Kakarlak, whose real name is Ken Roach, an engineer who had been through a similar experience with carbon monoxide. When asked about how he came up with this hypothesis, he replied, "There was a past post where Art Bradbury 1920 was asking an interior design subreddit about how to fit a desk and bed into a really narrow apartment that they were moving into that didn't have any windows. That got me thinking, gosh, an apartment in Boston with no windows. Of course they're hallucinating. The landlord is not coming in to write notes. Why are they hallucinating? Art Bradbury replied to Kakarlak's comment just a few minutes later saying, I have had really bad headaches, and I actually already do have a CO2. I should probably take that out of its box.
Vi ser bara för mig jag hittat. Åker bakgrunden så åker tillbaka i tiden.
Confusion caused by carbon monoxide poisoning, a theory that many of the comments in the thread seem to echo. Following the original uploader's reply, several users jumped into the thread to praise Kakarlak and highlight how badly things could have turned out if he hadn't been active on the thread at that exact moment. Kakarlak just saved your life. Seriously, send that guy money. The probability of putting these two people, one with the problem and the other with the ability to pick out the details and propose hypotheses, is absolutely insane. Art Bradbury 1920 could have showed on himself.
Det var här, Big Max.
Talk about crowdsourcing information. In a comment that he made on another post a couple of years later, Art Bradbury provided a few more details that clarified his situation a little.
Intressant.
In my case, it had to
Det är som Max här.
It was not technically a bedroom, but cheap apartments and owned by Unibeam directly over the park. There were numerous other issues with the building that further facilitated the severity of my situation, including, as you mentioned, issues with the furnace and ventilation. Since the incident in 2015, Art Bradbury has been active on several threads, replying to people who are in similar situations and helping them understand the symptoms of carbon monoxide poisoning. After Kakarlak's life-saving reply in the original post, there was one small detail that was left unresolved. Why did the landlord's handwriting match the writing on the post-it notes? Although Art Bradbury never commented on the matter himself, other Redditors in the thread came up with their own theories. A bit late to the thread, but how does that explain the fact that the notes had the landlord's handwriting? Yes, I hadn't caught that. Either everything is a lie, his handwriting looks odd when he's tripping on carbon monoxide, or he was just being paranoid. That doesn't explain how the landlord's handwriting is identical to the that handwriting while blacked out makes it paranoia. I don't know, man. I'm not the OP. Considering the uploader initially thought that the post-its were being left there by the landlord, it's highly likely that he imitated the handwriting from the letter in his confused and potentially paranoid state. This is the only loose end of the incident that was left unresolved. But one thing we know for certain is that if Kakarlak hadn't replied to the post as quickly as he did, things could have ended tragically for Art Bradbury and probably some of his neighbors as well. At around 1 a.m. on October 4th, 2010, Reddit user Khaled the Gypsy posted a concerning entry with the title, "Does this mean the FBI is after this?" Me and my friend went to the beginning today. We found this on his car. I'm pretty confident in the tracking device by the FBI, but my friend's roommate thinks it's a bomb. Any thoughts? Edit 1. I should also clarify that the FBI had an interest in my friend since his father passed away, as he was a religious leader, and they made attempts at contacting my friend to dispute racist questions. Edit 2. I should have been more clear when clarifying, but religious Muslim leader, and I'm an ENT.
But it was my
Jag tar
friend's
bort
car
det här.
and he doesn't use Reddit. My plan was to just
Jag är i Big Max.
But when you come home
Hon
to
är med
these stories,
hit.
people who are hearing things in the device and convinced it's a bomb, you just gotta be sure. Edit 3, more
Det
pictures.
var Big Max.
Edit 4. People keep repeating some posts, so I'll address the more frequently asked questions here. The device was found near the exhaust, but further in. My friend's father was a Muslim religious leader. It is not an ex-girlfriend that placed the device on his car, nor some random other employer or such.
Just
Bought the car a little under a year ago, and it wasn't there for sure.
se vad som finns här.
I'm doing another post.
Åh, det finns en dollar står här.
Comment that quickly rose to the top.
Skåne.
It's a Guardian
Fan, det är Skåne.
If the GPS tracking unit made by the
Skåne
company
snäll. Där är det. Men ja.
the red hammer said that the battery and magnetic unit is
Oh, dollar står.
got the standard kit. Sold like that.
Oh, till för plocka om. Oh.
Restricted to Army and law enforcement.
Och en röd. Det är en röd bil här. Kommer för den. Jag kan inte se bilen. Jag kan se bara röd här. Hur gjorde de det? Det visar bara här. Okej. Intressant. Jag bara gjorde en omgång. Så här. Nej, ganska inte mot byggmarknaden då. Okej, nu måste vi fortsätta hitåt. Ja, det var dollarstörre på det där. Det var tidigare tryck här. 50. Så jag mer än 50 eller 50.
On October 7th, 2010, just 2 days after the original entry, the OP posted this update. Update 2, does this mean the FBI is after us? The original post here is the first part of the story. That being said, the follow-up to my friend's story is actually on Wired.com. The FBI is actually now trying to get in touch with me about the post. So as not to anger our government agency any more than I already have, we'll be posting a lot about that. Feel free to ask any questions regarding my friend. According to the Wired.com article, the FBI sent a half-dozen agents to the uploader's friend's house in Santa Clara, California, less than 48 hours after the original Reddit entry was posted. From my research, Cal the Gypsy's friend, then 20-year-old Yasser Afifi, is the son of the late Aladdin Afifi, former president of the Muslim Community Association in California. Although Aladdin himself moved to Egypt in 2003, his son Yasser returned to California alone in 2008, while his father and brother stayed in Egypt. Because of the government's perception of his father's work, he at airports for secondary screenings. The day he was visited by the FBI, agents demanded their tracking rights back, made it a point to let Yasser know that they knew pretty much everything. Declared he and his girlfriend frequently went out to eat, that he had been laid off from his old job and hired a new firm.
Så utan bort mig. Jag bara byter det för den och vilken har laddade och så här sådär. Nej, just det.
After an unidentified person called
Där är
to
jag.
let them know Yasser and his friends threats to national security, two friends were immediately flagged. It was later found out that Khaled's blog post was meant as a casual joke in an online forum. Eventually, the FBI left both of them alone. The case got the attention of the American Civil Liberties Union. The tracking device was disclosed in a recent ruling saying it's illegal for law enforcement to secretly place a tracking device on a suspect's car without getting a warrant, even if the car is parked in a private driveway. As soon as the whole mess was cleared up, Yasser and Khaled's case was used to challenge the ruling on tracking devices, which is a battle that continues to this day. The two friends haven't been bothered by the FBI again.
Så det här var en person där.
On January 21st, 2016, a Reddit thread titled, "To those who have accidentally killed someone, what went wrong?" was started by a user on the site. Although the entire discussion was later deleted by moderators, I was able to find the original post using a Reddit Wayback Machine.
Hello.
In the days following the upload, the thread received almost 7,000 upvotes
Så det
and
var en
10,000
person här.
comments with people confessing to all kinds of horrible crimes they had accidentally committed in the past. As in any other Reddit discussion, most of the responses were obviously fake. However, a few of them were actually believable. Not sure if it was an accident, but while in college in my first apartment, I came home from work at 3 a.m. Some dude was in the hallway outside my door, and I had a bad feeling. I
gone if he went to get the mail.
Jag andra hållet. Så det är väl inte kvar dit.
I asked him what was up, and he said he was looking for John. My name is not John, and I lived alone. I asked him to move and let me in my door. He told me to F off and get John.
Jag undrar om jag är kvar till den här vägen. Fortsätter jag här.
I pushed him out. I swung back, hitting him in the eye, which caused him to fall back and hit his head. Out cold. Apparently, John was the guy who lived in the apartment before me. The dead guy spent 5 years in jail because of John ratting him out for drugs. Dead guy came back to get some revenge. Got dead instead. Most of the comments were similar in nature to this one, but one particular response made by a now deleted account stood out more than any of the others. This still As kids, we had a hideout in a dirt cliff/hill. This is the best approximation I could find in Google. Only 3 times taller and probably 10 times as wide. There was a neighborhood kid who, in hindsight, was probably meant to be handicapped, but to us, he was just a weird /
Nah.
This was the 80s, and we weren't exactly raised.
Inte nej.
3 of us
Kanske.
ran into our base and found a creepy kid sitting on top of our front chair. We yelled at him to get out. He said something like, "Make me," and started bombing dirt clods and sticks down.
Nah.
We all ran around the side to make our way out. It gets pretty fuzzy here, but all I remember is he fell. I still remember the sound.
ที่ว่าฟินแลนด์มันก็เรื่องคือฮันก็คือละฮันฮอติฟูแต่ฮันเชิบเอาฮันฮอติฟูเชิบที่ว่าเป็นภาษาไงมันก็ฮันไม่ได้ตรงฮันไม่ได้บูดาเขาบอกนี้ไอ้ฟูฮอมีมันมียิบเลยเนี่ย
Vad finns här? Oh.
แต่ว่าเขาคุณฮันสมรีบอยเลยก็เยอะแบบละฮันเสื้อทรงฮันทรงเกย์ไงแต่ฮันทรงฮอตโมบอล
Se här.
That would make you around 10 or 11 at the time he went missing. He would have been 9. The fact that the response included such specific information on a particular case raised a red flag for many users of the platform who went to do their own research on the case. According to what I found, Scott Cleeshult was a young boy who grew up in the 80s about 20 minutes from St. Louis, across the Missouri River. He loved playing outside in nature and spent most of his time exploring an area near his home known as the Trails, where the locals went to bike and hike and explore the vast network of underground caves and tunnels. June 8, 1980,
Jag ser någon där.
Scott's first grade graduation.
Som borta.
His parents had promised him that they would buy him a new pair of shoes and take him out to dinner to celebrate the occasion. And when he got back from school, he went to the trails to play while he waited for them to get ready. To make a very long story short, Scott never came back, and his disappearance was immediately reported by his family. Unfortunately, a violent storm broke out that night, followed by a series of flash floods, which
Se den personen här. Och sen boom. Borta.
the case over the years. The disappearance of Scott Cleeshult remains a mystery to
Kommer
this
tillbaka
day.
en steg här.
In 2011, the case was featured on an
Var
episode of
det?
Antique Race, in which Scott's older brother
Det
gave
ser bara en person här. Och sen boom. De är borta. Jag ser inte de här. Jag ser inte dem längre fram ens. Konstigt. Vad är det här för något? Jag som jag hittar. Inte, men jag börjar bara fortsätta. Vad finns det att hitta? Det är på något hus. Vänta, va?
Det var det. Och det är väldigt lågt till ha barn. En dotter, en son. Nu går jobba mycket för mamma. Kommer.
Google Maps glitch.
I don't think he did.
What's most disturbing about the Reddit comment, however, is that almost immediately after the user posted the comment regarding the accident, the confession on his entire account, which came off as extremely suspicious to other Redditors in the thread. According to the St. Louis Post, Scott was last seen in the 3300 block of Leverance Drive near the trails. Based on the Google Maps aerial view of the location, the description of the area by the Reddit user initially doesn't seem to match up with the but one user on another thread mentioned that the location that is now Fox Hill Park in St. Charles had dirt trails that
Doğru doğru. Påse pizzalåda. Som de eller har sina pizzerior. En pizzeria där.
But you can still see the clips. Based on this account, it's not hard to see how the Reddit user's story could match up with what actually happened. Although none of this is certain, the similarities between the two accounts, coupled with the fact that the user deleted his account after being called out, made it a very real possibility that he was somehow tied to Scott Glacial's disappearance. Even though the entire thread was deleted by moderators, the user responded to the confession and suggested the boy being described could have been Scott, and posted an update that same year in a different thread to make sure the post got the attention it deserves.
Hit kanske. Hit just nu.
Since that day in 2016, there have been no further relevant updates to the case, which means we'll likely never know what happened to Scott or if the mysterious render had anything. On July 29th, 2019, user Iceman Throwaway123 posted an entry in the Afraid to Ask subreddit, which ended up getting over 20,000 upvotes and thousands of comments and likes. The title of the entry was 12 Mysterious and Identical Stores Open on my Street. What could be happening? It read, I live just outside a big city in what resembles a suburban main street. Like many suburban main streets, retail businesses have been they've all closed down. After a month of nothingness, suddenly 12, yes a dozen, identical convenience stores popped up. They look the same, they aim the same brand, they sell the same products at the same prices, see variations of each other, like Town Name Mart or Market of Town Name, and all clearly bought their signs from the same place. The fonts, colors, size, and shapes are all identical. These stores see no business that I've ever witnessed, yet have large staff numbers and are surviving way longer than any of the former stores that closed on the street. When I enter one, they all stare at me while I shop. I don't usually get nervous, but it feels like they're staring threateningly rather than intently. They only accept cash unless you pay some $50. Most of their brand great value products being resold for higher prices. Most read from one without checking because I was in a rush, and it turned out it was 2 months expired. Upon returning to show them, I found the entire shelf was expired. What was even grosser was the Dairy Queen, which had ancient milk products. I'm so confused. I feel like I'm in an episode of the Twilight Zone. What's probably happening here? Update 1 didn't end up going yesterday. Sorry for the swarm of people who did remind me of one day. I'm reading through the comments to determine what to do, if anything. Sorry for the less than eventful update, but given how many people were saying I was going to die, I'm just going to point out that I'm alive and well. At first, other Redditors in the thread were understandably confused at why 12 identical and highly suspicious stores would suddenly pop up in a random suburban neighborhood in an unnamed town, and several users jumped in to ask for pictures of the location. Can you take pictures, please? Yeah, if it's a criminal organization, this probably isn't the best idea. This is actually the craziest story setup I've heard in a long time. Every single one had the creepy employees and the expired food. All the stores have expired food and seem to refresh every several weeks. What I found makes a noticeable effort to keep things fresh, but still has old dairy products. Does the food actually refresh, or does it just rotate through the stores? You said one store usually has fresh food. Is there a chance that they buy it from the distributor and then act like the distributor for the next store? So all 12 stores are always stocked, but they only have to buy it. This is crazy, but it also makes sense. Because the OP took a while to answer this thread, other users started coming up with theories regarding what could be happening, with most of the speculation pointing to a potential money laundering or human trafficking scene. One user with a now deleted account shared a similar experience by responding, 1,000% money laundering. We had a pizza place on my block that was always open but never sold any products. One time, shortly after I moved here, I walked in and asked for a slice. The guy at the counter stared at me looking confused, then walked into the back. He came back out with, I'm pretty sure, a slice of pizza from the Domino's next door that had been reheated in the microwave. He just slid it over to me and said nothing, so I had to ask for a price. Again, he looked genuinely confused and was like, $4. Apparently, everyone in the neighborhood didn't understand why. Other users had different ideas. That's it. I bet it's human trafficking. The concept being that they pop up stores where they can rotate 4 to 6 employees from the stock room to the front. With 4 to 6 employees available 24 hours, you could definitely bring in the cash to justify the small retail spaces. Now, inexpensive property costs. Is your small town close to a larger metropolis by chance? Yeah, it's either for drug trafficking, human trafficking, or some type of money laundering. Stay away. When the question of why whoever was behind the operation would open 12 stores instead of just 1 or 2, if it really was human trafficking or a drug operation, user Alpha Pad 23 replied, my thought is that they aren't afraid of getting caught. It's likely that they have some people in pocket. While it's definitely a possibility that the stores were being used as a fund for a trafficking laundering operation, other users had slightly different ideas, including user abuse prevention. One some sort of connection. A lot of it might often the employees all the same ethnic group. I'm not trying to be racist, but maybe some rich families trying to hide money in another country by buying cornmeal. Maybe they have fake people that appear to be legitimate. This may be the best guess of the year. Just like the expired food. In the hours that followed the original post, the LP remained so
Gå tillbaka först och sen fram. Jag har inte hittat.
I hope this isn't giving away my location details, but the town is old. Not the town, but the people in it. It's basically a retirement community, and I often joke I'm the youngest person in the whole town in like 30 years. Honestly, might be true. I don't have many people to talk to about it. I did have friends over a month ago who I showed. Their reactions were like mine, shock and disbelief. But we were drunk and more focused on having fun than chasing conspiracies. Eventually, because the uploader failed to post any pictures or even mention the location of the town, more and more Redditors started to assume the post was fake. Look, you made a throwaway. Why not say the city/area or at least give us some hints so we can conclude it ourselves? This sounds so bizarre that it has to be fake. There has to be some way to get authorities involved if all they sell is expired goods. Dude, this reads like a creepypasta. That's because it's fake. No updates. Suspicious. No update, no pictures, no name of town. I kind of doubt any of this. After a few days, the LP stopped responding altogether. That was the last post, comment, or thread he ever participated in with that account. Whether or not this story is actually true is still up in the air. The post remains a mystery to this day.
Oh.
In 2011, the subreddit The Truth Is Here was created for people to share personal encounters with the paranormal and unknown. Since its creation, the subreddit has some of them rightfully being very disturbing. September 9th, 2011, a user posted the following entry from a now deleted account. This is not something I feel I can discuss with my family or personal friends, but I'm losing my mind here, so I feel the need to work through it with someone. As such, I'll try to give as many details as possible, but I don't want this getting back to the
Go on.
Here's what's going on.
Go on. Okay.
We did not stay here long due to problems with the
เนี่ยตะเอ็นเคเพลงแล้วคำบอกบังแต่มุนดาทิสันแล้วก็ฮอเอเวเข้ามาแต่เรื่องเดียวทิ้งนะ
Around 10 p.m. in May, so it was pretty dark at that time. I reached the bend in the trail with the complex, and there was a guy standing there. White guy, maybe 35.
เจอขามาโมงบ้าโมงปอตื้อเพลงกับคำกับมันจะได้เป็นรักสุดเนี่ยคุณช็อกคาเฟ่วะแล้วฮอเฮ้ยเข้ามาก็เลยก็ก็เลยก็เธอพอเลยก็คน police station โก police ปะปกติคุณก็เลยโกติปกติ police station ปะปกติ police เพลงก็ขับไปอ่ะก็เลยโกติ police เนี่ย
The second I stepped off the trail, I can't remember anything past that. It was like I blinked. Suddenly I was in the hall inside my building.
กระจายพวกทอบังอ่ะเดี๋ยวไปไอ้อยู่บ้านเขาเรียกบังปะ
I was 19, 7 months pregnant, and moving into a new place with my fiance. As fate would have it,
ดูเจ้าอ้วนมาดูละ
apartment complex I lived in when I was 60. It was cheap, it was comfortable, and near where my fiance worked. We ended up in a unit 4 buildings down on the east side of the complex, directly across from the bike trail. We get to living there.
Joki Tusan.
I wanted to get off, so I waddled outside to the
Look at the
dumpster,
dumpster,
which is
Let
right
it go
next to
to
the
the-
bike trail. I close the lid on the dumpster, and after the bang of the lid, I hear someone talking. Look up, and guess who is standing on the bike trail? You guessed it, a white guy.
From this corner.
Still wearing the same down coat. He had a cell phone to his ear, but not the new flat kind. It was an old circa 2005 or so.
เนี่ย
Anyway,
Ah.
looking into the
ทำให้ดีก่อนโซดาก่อนโซดาทุกไอ้โซดาโซดาก่อนไอ้บาทก่อนแล้วก็มาชูกิทุสันเราติดคำอ่ะ
Wait, what?
อุนหอโซดาบ่ละตาอุนหอโซดาบาทบ่ละดูคำเต็มได้
He started walking toward me. After a second, he was off the grass hill and onto the parking lot, and he took the phone from his ear. He then started snapping it into pieces, tearing out the antenna, breaking the screen off, and angrily throwing them all into the parking lot ground, still looking at me. I turned around and ran back into the building as fast as I could, and I don't remember what happened next. The next thing I knew, I was on a bed in the maternity ward. There was a fetal monitor strapped around me, and I had a saline IV in my arm. My fiance was there. After a bit of confusion, it worked out this. I came in from taking out the trash, and I was calm. I didn't say anything about the guy with the cell phone. I watched an episode of Battlestar Galactica with my fiance and started throwing up a bit, which was normal for my pregnant self. But I spiked a pretty nasty fever later, so there we were at 5 a.m. in the hospital, making sure I was okay. All this time, apparently, I was perfectly alert, and on the way to the hospital, I apparently talked about our plans for the upcoming Christmas. I was discharged an hour later. They said I had the flu. They gave me Tamiflu and told me to sleep it off and stay indoors. We pulled into the apartment parking lot. I got out of the car and looked for the cell phone drops. It was there, but it looked like it had been run over, probably by us, and was cracked into dozens of pieces. I collected what I could, and it looks like it was a Nokia 6085. This happened in December 2012. Today is Monday, September 9th, 2013. I have not seen the man in the down coat since then, until this morning. My fiance, yes, still not married, leaves for work at 6 a.m. Not working until 1 p.m. myself, I'm usually still asleep at this point. Around 8 a.m., I got up and put the roof on because somebody was knocking on our door. Shasta was growling at the door, which was a little unusual. She would typically bark at me, but never growl. I told her to go to her kennel, and she sulked
กู
away.
ก็เลยตะบดบางคนบางก็คือบางคนตะบดบางตบบาง
I cannot express how much I regret that. The man in the coat was on the other side. I remember seeing him, and I remember wondering, why is he still wearing that coat in this weather? But after that, I remember nothing. I woke up an hour and a half ago sitting at my kitchen table. The first thing I noticed was how unbearably hot it was in the apartment. I went to the thermostat and found that it had set
what?
to 90 degrees and was blowing out hot air. I wasn't wearing my robe anymore. I was dressed for the day in my work uniform, and I'm getting ready to leave soon. My baby, now 7 months old, was in her crib. She was crying, evidently not having been fed or changed. There was pee all over her bed, as her diaper had leaked. Shasta was laying by the crib, whimpering. I fed the baby, got her changed, and checked my dog for any injuries. She wasn't hurt. I'm not hurt either, but there is blood on the floor by my doorway. I wonder if Shasta bit the man. I don't know. He's gone, and from what I can tell, nothing has been stolen from the place. What do I do now? In case it's not obvious, I seem to have lost an hour and a half in this last encounter. It was 8:07 a.m. when I got up, and by the time I had the sense to check the clock again, it was about 9:40.
อ้าวปกติ
The level of detail
ไทยแลนด์เบียงมากับไทย
the story was made up for
คุณ
attention.
ที่เนี่ยที่อยู่บ้านเปิ้ลมันค่าแต่คนไทยแลนด์เนี่ยเราไปเบียงมาเขาอินแล้วเนี่ยน้องสกีวิทเนี่ย
Immediately recognized the
แล้วคุณจะโกแฮมคุณได้ไง
symptoms of a
คุณบู
serious
เบียงอ่ะ
medical issue.
คุณเนี่ยไอ้เนี่ยคุณเนี่ย
I really hope not. But what if you have a brain tumor? It could cause some vivid hallucinations. Also, losing time is typical of a seizure. But I hope it's really just something that has nothing to do with health.
กลับบ้านไทยไม่
White coat is your brain communicating that you're about to have a seizure.
ไทยไม่ต่อสัญญา
Unfortunately, since the account that made the post has been deleted, there was no way for me to find any potential updates made by the uploader. However, she didn't reply to any of the comments.
Let's go.
She was either able to get the help she needed.
มึงกลับบุรีมึงกลับแต่ไทยแลนด์เนี่ยปะอ๋อพวกกับบุรีที่บูไทยแลนด์ค้าแต่บูไทยแลนด์ละ
On December 10, 2024, Reddit user SuperHeatran2 shared a disturbing discovery they made on the YouTube subreddit. The post read, "Terrifying film found at a thrift store. Found this film photo at my thrift store inside an old Kodak carousel box. Alongside this, they posted a picture of the eerie film strip they found. Now, I'm gonna have to blur the image as it's a bit too graphic, but it basically shows what looks like an undressed human body lying on the floor between a bed and
Jag gick någonstans och jag har sett det länge. Jag bara tyckte det var lite här. Men hus med morsa. Någonstans i Stockholms län. Skånes län någonstans. Tja. Vad hade du i huset? Jag bara fortsätter leta efter. Och gå någonstans bara. Nej, bara. Men se om jag kan åka så länge tills jag känner igen någonstans som jag bara.
I didn't buy the Kodak carousel and just took the photo and went outside. I went to another store next door and called the non-emergency line describing what I saw and that I felt like it was a genuine photo. They told me they're sending an officer when available. She said she didn't have an ETA. The dispatch person told me if I could wait at the thrift store and I said yes. I'm waiting in my car as of now. About an hour after that, the OP posted a second update, this time describing their interaction with the police, stating, "The officer arrived a bit after I posted the update. Him and I looked at the photo, and basically he was just looking thoroughly and asked me where I found it, and I just described where I found it. Then him and I walked to the thrift store and showed him the exact box I found it in. He sent a photo of the film to a coworker and spoke to him on it. He then took down my information and told me that he's going to take it to the people who can properly process the image to investigate it. I basically told him how I just thought the carousel was cool, so I opened it to see the condition. And I saw the photo and thought someone left a family photo. It was definitely not a family photo. I also gave him the time I found it, which was a minute before I took the photo. He then said if there's any more questions or things, he'll reach out to me, but he says it's unlikely since I just found the photo and don't know much about it. He then said thanks, that's all he needed, and then took the box and photo, and then began to walk to the thrift store worker to ask questions, but I left. That's all I have so far, and if I'm being honest, I don't know if I'll get any updates from them, since I'm sure it's hard to go off of a film photo, and since I just stumbled upon it from chance and have no other information other than what I said. Now, usually when something like this is posted on the internet, there's a lot of skepticism surrounding its origin. The first thought most people have is that whoever made the post faked either the whole thing or parts of it for online attention. But in this particular instance, the vast majority of people were convinced that the OP was telling the truth, simply because the picture looked a bit too real. They urged the OP to post more information about where and how they filmed the film, which they complied with by posting pictures of the box the film was in.
That's
the only image in the carousel. It wasn't in the carousel. It was in the middle of the carousel. An hour later, SuperHeatran also posted a clear picture of the film by using their Apple Watch as a bright backlight. This only confirmed everyone's suspicion that the picture exposed onto the film was indeed real, with one user writing, "This doesn't seem fake. If it is, it's really well done." They further added, "I feel like if it was fake, it would be either more or less gruesome. But there's something about the positioning of the body, the fact that it is in a more attractive body type, read thin and beautiful for better optics, and the natural pattern of blood on the wall that indicates the victim fought and didn't die immediately. Visible hand/finger marks on the wall, in addition to smudges and splatter, just doesn't seem like it was some kind of project. Obviously, I can't say for sure, but I watch a ton of true crime and fiction crime shows. The difference in brutality and realism of the crime scene photos are easy to distinguish. But if this film strip was real, what was its origin? The carousel containing this film appeared to be from the mid-1980s. In another thread, the OP also mentioned that the film was sticky, stating, "I didn't smell it, but yes, it was sticky. As in, it would stay on my index finger after pressing on it." This hinted at the old age of the film, as they tend to become sticky when left in a room temperature box for over a decade. So the possibility of it being from the 1980s and early 1990s is certainly high. As for the disturbing contents of the film, there are countless possible explanations, and each just as plausible as the next. Some users suggest that maybe it was a trophy photo taken by a serial killer, which begs the question, how could such a thing end up at a thrift store of all places? One user tried to explain this with a personal anecdote, writing, "My mother lives in a seniors community in California, and there's a Savers just around the corner. When the old people die, a lot of the time their kids pick up what they cherish and dump all the rest of their parents' stuff at the Savers. Could be the person who donated this didn't know what was on it." Theory I came across stated that the film likely belonged to a criminology teacher, reading, "I think a likely possibility is that the carousel belonged to someone who taught classes relating to crime scenes. The photo was accidentally left in the box because it had come away from its life frame. Only suggesting this because I once found something similar from a house clearance, and I knew the person taught some criminology classes. Another distinct possibility is that the carousel originally belonged to law enforcement. This film could have been evidence relating to an already solved case, and someone simply failed to make sure the carousel was empty before. Whatever the case may be, it's unlikely we'll know the truth anytime soon. It's been months since the original post, and the OP hasn't made any updates. It's possible to get a call from the police at some point with an update, but at least until then, the film strip depicting what appears to be a horrific crime remains an unsolved mystery. On September 3rd, 2024, a Reddit user shared the unsettling sight they came across on a hike in Austin, Texas, reading, "Stone crosses in South Austin. Anyone know what's up? Went hiking with my sister and dog today at the Westgate and Stastny area, and we kept seeing piles of blocks made into crosses. We stopped counting at 11. Does anyone know what these are? One of them had animal bones mixed into it. Weird voodoo or just memorials?" Alongside this, they also shared several images of the many stone crosses they described in their post. The OP also provided some more context in later comments, stating, "We didn't see anyone around, but there was a ton of trash back in the woods. It was creepy though, with cross after cross. Felt off. Definitely going to find new paths to walk the dog because I don't want to meet their architect." Usually, discoveries like these will lead to some interesting but predictable answers. For all we know, these could have been a site of sorts from centuries ago, or something along those lines. However, that wasn't the case here, as some of these crosses contained modern materials like concrete and painted metal fence posts. In other words, these were put together a lot more recently, which begged the question, who made these and why? To this, one user gave a very urgent and concerning response. "Call APD/311 and tell them you think Rami Zoeda is back in the neighborhood. He escaped custody from a mental institution in June. I don't know whether he is still wanted. Good luck getting APD to do something. Google him and talk to your neighbors." Put simply, these crosses were the work of an unstable homeless man named Rami Zoeda.
I'm not entering your camp. In the last few years, South Austin residents say they have spotted Rami Zoeda building sculptures, taking a sledgehammer to city property, screaming at all hours of the night, and cutting down trees in the Greenbelt using a chainsaw.
From what I could find online, Rami is originally from New York and struggles with severe mental health issues and violent tendencies. As one local resident described her account with him, stating, "He's very profane. He's beginning to target me and my little dog, talking about murder, calling me obscene names." Reports of Rami disturbing locals go back years. Like this similar Reddit post from another Austin resident from December of 2023, reading, "These weird rock cross formations appeared seemingly overnight in the little green space between Westgate and Menchaca. Anyone have any idea what they may be for?" While looking through the wooded area surrounding these strange sightings, I even found what looked like Rami's base of operations. A quick search on the guy also shows that Rami's been doing this for quite a while. He'd been arrested 6 times in less than a year. However, all of the charges were either dropped or dismissed. He was also ordered to undergo temporary inpatient mental health services back in April of 2024.
Yeah.
But he managed to escape from the hospital within a few weeks of his detainment to continue his work. The same work that was later described by the OP in early September. As the post picked up steam, more and more locals joined the conversation to share what they knew.
แอร์พอร์ตคำเขาจะเรียกมันจะ
Rami wasn't just
เรีย
a
กตัวคนเธอตะ
misunderstood
กสวรรค์
artist
เนี่ย
who should have been left alone.
แต่
He
ว่า
was highly unstable and posed a great threat to the people in that
ก็ต้อง
neighborhood.
ตัวนั้น
I live on Westgate near Stasny, about 1 block from where the cross is. I just recently found a smart key outside of my home, a verified lockpicking tool in the back patio area, and I'm truly concerned he tried to break in but gave up very recently. Last year around this time, he would specifically target my home and steal water from my downstairs.
Det var jag didn't watch her.
Stolen water on his bicycle. I filed a 311 report and have reached out to the APB
ก็ต้องสปอร์ล่าดินะ
and left a message.
Water här.
ก็ต้องสปอร์ล่าสูรู้เท่าไหร่
Det gick i en cykel.
นี่จะเป็นคำต้น
I'm feeling very, very uneasy and
มี
scared.
มีสปอร์ล่า
My son,
มีสปอร์ล่า
what happened is
Learn
that
a
I
lot.
saw a man outside
Learn
my
to do
apartment
more.
building casually stroll by, bash someone's windshield in with a
Huh?
sledgehammer, and casually continue
ก็ได้ก็
strolling.
โฮสเลยว่าครับ
So Wade had a sledgehammer used to
Det
break
gick i en
decorative white
stor
boulders that were
cykel.
on the side of the street. It appears he has now
Okay.
made crosses onto the broken
ต้อง
rocks.
สปอร์ล่า
He
ที่ว่า
also
เลย
had
นะ
a chainsaw and cut down
ก็เอา
numerous
ตอน
trees. He said the
โอเม
devil
ก้าก็
was in the
เลย
tree.
ก็เอาเลย
He
ส
did
ปอ
this
ร์ล่า
day and night for months on end.
เลย
Not only did he destroy property, he threatened to murder people out for walks. Oh, and people said he has sawed stray cats in half. Now, from what I could find, he's never been
แล้ว
charged
ก็
with any form of
หนี
vandalism.
โฮส
Yes, yes.
That said, the OP did find animal bones in a few of the crosses
ดู
he
เปิด
built. So it's possible there's some truth to
แล้ว
this
พอ
statement.
ก็ต้องพอ
As
มี
for
อะไร
his motive, a
พอให้
journalist
จะ
who
ดู
spoke
ไปไหน
with
นะ
him reported that he claimed
ก็เลยว่า
taking out
ก็ดูสปอร์ล่าดูอะไร
Apparently, he believes that these woods are the worshipping grounds for a group of Satanists, making these crosses his way of
อ๋อก็ยกของตัวละห้า
Regardless of his reasoning, it's clear that he's mentally unwell and is a danger to the public. There are already rumors of him attacking stray animals, and it's not a stretch to imagine him turning his chainsaw on a person and sees it as a necessary sacrifice to fulfill his goal. Thankfully, something of that nature hasn't happened as of yet. He was arrested again in late September and was even sentenced to 240 days in jail. But since he had already spent a lot of time in confinement in the past couple of years, his sentence was being served. At the time of writing, Rami is still out there, posing a threat to the people around him.
อมนั่นแบบอมหัวยก
On the 14th of
อม
December
เขาทำอะไรกับตัวละ
user She's Such a Riot made a post about a bizarre and unnerving experience they had many years ago. The post read,
แล้วก็จะแย่งอมเขาที่จะลอกอมดูไม่ใช่กดอะไรไว้เออเดี๋ยวไอ้ชาลา
Oh, there.
It's a huge cartoon.
ไม่กว่าเธอไม่แต่อย่าฟิล์มเล่นมาท้อสิเองเขาแหวกนะ
Vad jag gillar det.
I knew it was Nick because it was the last
Jag
video
gillar
I
det.
watched that day and no one shared the TV in my room.
Va?
So I turned it on to see
Nej,
this
nej.
creepy
Vad är det?
black,
Här är
white,
ditt
and
åt.
gray scene where hundreds of new humans are walking.
Men jag hittade det här, det där.
นี่เขาว่าฉัน
Jag hade där, inte där, där, jag hade där. Jag hade där, inte där, där. Så hur trodde du i köket? Jag hade dit.
The people walking toward the wheels are also this
Nej, inte köket där.
They're just cold/robotic. There's this cold wind.
Jag hörde inte köket, varför går du till köket då?
It looks real, not animated. And as I watch in awe at this dark scene, I come to a similar conclusion and ask myself why Nick would have something so live and non-action, really, as the entire scene keeps just repeating itself of more humans walking towards and in these hamster wheels. I start thinking maybe it's just some weird short and it's kind of cool in a dark sort of way, but minutes go by and it starts to get dull watching this same scene, not doing anything else. So I quickly changed the channel to something else, when in a split second I realized, wait a minute, what did I just
บน
watch?
ห้องที่
And change
ฉั
it
น
back
มี
immediately
เสียง
only
นี้
to
ก็
find
เนี่ย
SpongeBob
บล็อก
mid-episode.
พอลีตัว
I
นั้น
could
นะ
tell SpongeBob was on for a while,
อี
not like the weird short
อี
played and it
เสีย
just
ยา
came
เนี่ย
on.
สอนนะ
Freaked out, I keep going back to
Bóc vào
surrounding
lý.
channels thinking maybe it wasn't Nick.
และไอ้
But
โร
nothing
น
is
เออ
the
โรน
hamster
แบบ
wheel.
ตัวละคือกัน
It felt really dark, almost evil when I
ก็เลย
watched it. Those seemed somewhat
เราจะ
interesting
บ
at
ด
first,
ตู
but
เลย
started
ทำ
to
อะไร
feel really wrong after a while.
ตูเลย
So that,
Ôi,
minus the
thua rồi.
repetitiveness of it all,
Vậy
made me
thua
change
rồi.
it.
Đó.
But now that I realized it wasn't on
Hả?
any channel in the first
Ôi,
place,
bro, cái này.
I was really creeped out, and still am to this day. Walking in a line over these hills in the background towards these giant hamster wheels in the front of the scene. The
เออ ว่าจะเจอเชื้อรา
Still am. I
ที่ตรง
grabbed
ขับ
some
แต้ม
food and settled into my bed to watch Nickelodeon. I knew it
ขับ
was
แต้ม
Nick
ที่ว่า
because
ต
it
อน
was
ต
the
อนแรก
last
ก็
channel
ขับ
I
ตอน
watched
อี
that day, and
โอ้
no one
แต่
turned
ว่า
the
ขับ
TV
ไป
in my
ตึ้ง
room. So
เพราะมัน
I
เกี่ยว
turned
ว่า
it
นี่
on
ก็
to see
บ้า
this
หรือเป็น
creepy
โอ้
black,
ก่อน
white,
แล้ว
and
นะ
gray scene
เพราะมั
where
นเกี่ยวว่า
hundreds of nude humans are
เขา
walking
เท่า
in
นั้น
a line over
เดี
these
ยว
hills in the background towards
ว่า
these
เท่ากัน
giant hamster
ฮะ
wheels in the front of the scene. They're
ขับ
walking
ไป
towards
เต้น
the
เลย
wheels as a
พอ
few
ตัวอิน
people
เนี่ย
are already in the wheels walking
ตัวไอ้
endlessly
แค่
and
มัน
part of
มัน
a
โค้ง
so
สวย
aquatic
ๆจังเลย
zombie-like state. The people
ตัวเดียว
walking
เขาจะ
toward the wheels are also in this similar state, as if there's no life within their eyes. They're just cold/robotic. There's this cold, wind-like
มันเป็น
embrace
เรา
of
อึก
sleep
เนี่ย
in
เหร
the
อ
background.
ตำรวจ
It
เรา
looks
อึกเนี่ยเหรอ
real, not
แต่แม่งแล้วก็ทอย
animated.
อน
And
ด้วย
as
เปลี่
I
ยน
watch
อน
it
ด้วยเราขอ
alive,
เมีย
this
ตัว
dark
ด้วยนะ
scene, I come to a similar conclusion and ask myself why Nick would have
มีเขาจะ
something
อย่า
so
เป็นนะ
live and non-action,
นะ
really, as the entire scene
เดี๋ยว
keeps just
เดี๋ยว
repeating itself of more humans walking towards and in these hamster wheels. I start thinking maybe it's just some weird short
แล้ว
and
อุเต้
it's
เขามี
not
หอ
cool
จะ
in a
ดอก
dark
นะ
sort of way,
หอยกินดิ
but
เอ็นอุ
minutes
เต้
go
นะ
by and it
อัน
starts
นี้
to get
ตัวละ
dull watching
กิน
this
ร
same
ถกิน
scene
แล้ว อุ
not
เต้
like
เขายิน
anything
กินรถ
else.
เนี่ย
So I
อม
quickly
พอรถ
change
มี
the
ใครกลัว
channel
ค
to
วามสี
something
ดาน
else when in a
อม
split
โลกก็แห้ง
second
คน
I
สีดานที่
realize,
เขาที่โกง
wait a minute, what did I just watch? And change it back immediately only to find SpongeBob mid-episode. You could tell SpongeBob was on for a while, not like the weird short played and it just came on. Freaked out, I keep going back to surrounding channels thinking maybe it
มัน
wasn't
เขาตัว
Nick,
ไปเยอะ
but nothing has the hamster wheel video on.
แล้วติด
It
รถ
felt
มอ
really
เตอร์ไซ
dark
ค์สาย
and almost evil when I watched it. And though it seemed somewhat interesting at first, it started to
เดี๋ยว
feel
จะเขา
really
ที่บอก
long
จะ
after
ลอ
a
งมา
while. So that lined with the repetitiveness of it all made me change it. But
บู
now
ที่
that
ก็
I
ชุดที่
realized
อุ่น
it was
เขา
not
ก็
an
จะแห้ง
issue in the first place, I was really
ดูเขา
creeped
ตัว
out
ไอ้
and
ตัว
still
เขา
am
ตัว
to
ทั้ง
this
ตัว
day. I don't know if
คือ
this
ย้อ
was
นย้อนดู
necessarily a
เขาตัว
shift
จะ
in reality or something sinister,
คือ
paranormal, or really a short, etc. But I have never been able to research and come up with anything about its existence since, including researching that day
นี่คือ
online
บุ
to
ยจะ
confirm
พอตะ
what
เก๊ก
happened.
อมคุณต่าง
I'd like to believe it was some dumb
ที่
film
เขาจะพอตะ
project,
เล่นน่ะ
but I
เรีย
can't
นะ
find
มัน
any
ไม่ได้เลย
evidence of it ever
คือ
existing
เขา
in reality as we know it.
เขา
If
ตัว
anybody
ตัว
knows,
มัน
I'd
ตัว
love to
ดิ
be
นเนี่ย
still somewhat wary of my TV till
เรา
this
คิ
day.
ดก็คิดเวลาจะ
I
จะ
should
ซื้อ
mention
ที่
that this was
ก็คิด
posted on the Glitch in the Matrix
เขาจะพอตะ
subreddit,
เก๊
a
ก
community
จง
which
ตัว
gives
ตัวเดียว
credibility to theories like shifts and glitches in reality. But
ดิน
that
เขา
said,
ฟรี
if this
โชว์
particular
ว่าดิน
story
เขาก็
really
ตุก
did
ติดเขา
happen,
ก็แฟลช
it
ฟ้าแล้ว
raises
ก็
some
เยอะ
very
ให้ยืด
concerning
So-
real-life possibilities that are worth considering.
Ooh.
The idea of randomly coming across something so deeply unsettling on TV, only for it to vanish without a trace, is terrifying on its own. However, what makes this particular case even more disturbing is randomly is in reality. But that said, if this particular story really did happen, it raises some very concerning real-life possibilities that are worth considering. The idea of randomly coming across something so deeply unsettling on TV, only for it to vanish without a trace, is terrifying on its own. However, what makes this particular case even more disturbing is just how many people remember seeing something similar in the past. I'm pretty sure I saw it too. I think I saw part of this. I actually think I remember this. I know I saw it too. Though, if it was real, how exactly did it happen? Some people try to explain the weird occurrence with a more mundane answer, suggesting that it might have been an ad that was played at the wrong time, with one person writing, "Sounds like a commercial that glitched through the network. It does happen, but it's pretty rare. May have been an ad for an antidepressant or a PSA. Probably wasn't a broadcast intrusion." However, this theory falls apart quickly when you consider that this happened on Nickelodeon, a kids channel. Any ad or PSA featuring seemingly nude people would have never been allowed on that channel in the first place. Another just as likely theory is that this was the result of a TV hijacking, similar to the infamous Max Headroom incident that happened during a Doctor Who broadcast back in 1987. Kids channels were frequent targets for these signal intrusions. More importantly, many of these hijackers chose to broadcast explicit or unsettling content after gaining access, similar to what the OP described in their post. As for why there's no information about this hijacking online, the comment from a deleted user shed some light on it, stating, "I'm not sure what happened considering the year, but back in the day, television frequencies often got hacked. It's called a broadcast signal intrusion. Max Headroom is often the case most referred to. However, it is possible in my mind that this was either swept under the rug or not reported, considering it was on a kids channel in a period that was still technically before the popularity of social media. However, even if we assume it wasn't TV hijacking, that still leaves us with a massive unanswered question. What exactly did the OP see on their screen that day? Was it from a movie or a TV show or something else entirely? One user posted a link to Medicaid, an animated horror short film that shares some similarities to what the OP described in their post. Unfortunately, this likely isn't what the OP saw that day. This short doesn't feature anything even remotely close to walking in a line or running on a hamster wheel. Also, it was released in 2010, a full 5 years after this supposed hijack. A more recent comment suggested something far more plausible. Okay, I know this is a dead topic, and I don't know if someone already said this before, but do you think it maybe could have been related to anything of those old MacBook Lemmings commercials? I just saw a compilation of a few, and it reminded me of this. These ads depicted a group of zombie-like people marching single file up a mountain, blindly following the crowd, how doing so could lead to their doom, and how Apple's upcoming Macintosh can save them from its fate. On January 23rd, Apple Computer will announce the Macintosh Office. You can plug into it. Or you can go on with business as usual. More importantly, these ads were also released way back in 1985, so there's no issue at the time. And while they don't perfectly match the original description, like people clothed and their new hamster wheels, that simply could be a case of the OP misremembering details from 12 years ago. They could have also mixed in the memory of what they saw on TV with a similar dream they had the same day. Unfortunately, despite dozens of people looking for the answer, this Reddit thread remains a mystery to this day. The OP's account was also suspended sometime after making this post, so it's unlikely we'll ever get an update. In April 2020, an anonymous user turned to the relationship advice subreddit seeking help with a deeply unsettling situation he found himself in. He wrote, "I think my girlfriend and her sister are poisoning. I'm an 18-year-old guy. I moved out of my parents' house as soon as I turned 18 because, well, let's just say they and I get on much better if we're not under the same roof. My girlfriend, 19, and her sister, 24, already had a flat together, so I moved in with them, and that's how it's been for the past 9 months. Generally, things are fine. I love my girlfriend, and I like her sister. Our living arrangement/setup is really no different from any other couple living with a flatmate situation, perfectly normal. Now, both of the girls love to cook. Their dad is a Michelin star chef, so food and cooking was always a big part of their lives. I'm fine with this. I'm not a bad cook by any means, but these two are amazing at it. Plus, we have a fair trade. They do all the cooking, I do all the cleaning. I find cleaning very cathartic, so it's usually a sweet deal. I get really bomb meals cooked for me in exchange for doing something I enjoy. Things have changed recently. It started about 3 weeks ago when the quarantine thing got really ramped up. I started getting sick. At first, I worried I caught the virus, but it just wasn't the virus. No respiratory symptoms, no cold, nothing like that. Just stomach cramps and horrible vomiting. I figured at first I caught some other bug, but then it came back, again and again. At least 1 to 2 times a week for a couple of days at a time, I was getting these episodes of stomach pain like you wouldn't believe, and spewing my guts up. I couldn't figure out what was up. So I spoke to a friend about it, and she asked if it was maybe something I'd been eating. Now, I don't have any real food allergies. I'm a bit dodgy with dairy, but not enough to feel like I'm going to store and vomit all the fluids out of my body level. Or just a bit of discomfort and spend ages alone. Still, I mentioned it to my girlfriend and asked if she changed anything about how she was cooking these days. She got really weird, defensive, as to what I was accusing her of. I said I wasn't accusing her of anything. I just think I might have developed an allergy to something and want to know what I could eat. She told me I'm just being paranoid and I just have a bug. I dropped it because she seemed really annoyed. Since then, I've noticed some weird stuff, which really is making me paranoid. Like, they shout at me to get out if I go in the kitchen while they're cooking. I've offered to both of them on several occasions, hey, I'll cook tonight, but they vehemently turn me down and seem almost offended I'd offer. They both keep giving me these glances at meal times, like they're waiting to see how I react. If I say I don't feel good or don't want to eat, both of them take it as a personal attack on their cooking, and if it's my girlfriend, she'll cry until I can't even eat it. There have been times when one or both of them seem to know I was about to get sick after eating. They text each other when they're in the same room if I'm there. I think they think I haven't caught on to that, but it's obvious, honestly. Neither of them is particularly sympathetic when I do get sick. I don't know. Maybe I'm being paranoid. Maybe quarantine is getting to me. but I'm really convinced they're doing something to my food to make me ill. It's the only explanation I can come up with. Thing is, I don't know what to do. If I confront them and I'm wrong, I'm a jerk for even thinking it. If I confront them and I'm right, things could escalate badly. I'd really appreciate any advice or words of wisdom here. Thank you in advance. One of the top comments on this post gave the OP some solid advice for finding the truth. This only made the situation seem even more suspicious. Switch plates with one of them either with or without their knowledge. If they know you want to switch plates, they will refuse, which would be a red flag. Or if you switch without their knowledge, you would be able to see how the plate originally meant for you affects them. They're always super particular about making sure I get the right plate. I hadn't thought about asking to switch. But the thing is, this could have gone that way. As one commenter pointed out, I've seen this before. It was a post on here. A person's husband was a cook and started using some kind of spice. He didn't believe it was making her sick. She got tested and was in fact allergic. He confessed and they reconciled. In another post, a fellow was using garden slugs in his girlfriend's meals on purpose. You need to consider both possibilities. The second half of this comment was referring to a now deleted post from March of 2020. In it, a woman sought advice on what to do after making the horrifying discovery that her partner of 4 years was putting garden slugs in her food. In addition to being incredibly gross, this was also highly dangerous as these slugs can contain brain-eating parasites. Put simply, there was no obvious answer to the OP's predicament. On the one hand, it's entirely possible that the OP was just being paranoid. This could have also been an early sign of a mental health issue, where he's seeing patterns and behaviors that don't actually exist. A few people also suggested a gastrointestinal test to see if there was something wrong with his stomach. This is because conditions like Crohn's disease can cause persistent digestive issues regardless of diet. It could have also been a combination of the two, as real symptoms were making the paranoia worse. But as this one user mentioned, a potential poisoning wasn't entirely off the table. If we assume that the OP's observations were completely accurate, there's a good chance that he was getting poisoned. What makes this even more sinister, however, is that his girlfriend and her sister were disturbingly deliberate in their actions. They didn't lace his food with a stronger poison, because then the OP might go to a doctor who would likely find the toxic substance in his system. Instead, they were poisoning him slowly, also keeping him oblivious until his eventual death. Many people took this possibility seriously, with some even brainstorming ways for the OP to protect himself without jeopardizing his relationship if it all turned out to be a misunderstanding. I don't have a magic bullet answer for you, but I can tell you what to do. I would play dumb, announce that I would be cooking for myself from now on, because it would not be fair to force my new, as of yet unidentified allergy on them and their amazing cooking. From there, I would be careful about my food. If I open it, it gets used all the way, nothing left open. All of this would serve twofold. First, if you still get sick every other week while having full control of your own food, you know something bigger is going on here medically, and the paranoia toward them is unjustified. If it works, you might just need to work on getting the hell out. All this being said, the most important part of this is to play dumb and stand your ground, claiming it is all for their happiness and convenience. Unfortunately, we'll never know if he followed the advice from this thread, what ultimately happened, or even if he's still alive. He made this post with an anonymous throwaway account, which was also suspended shortly after this thread's creation. From what I could find, there haven't been any further updates on this post from any other accounts either. Maybe one day the OP will return with all the answers, but at least until then, we can only hope that he's alive and well. SeeMeRod.com. In February of 2004, a user on a now outdated message board asked other members about a strangely morbid site they recently came across. The post read, SeeMeRod.com. Is this Compton webcam real? I recently visited www.seemerod.com, which is a live webcam inside a coffin that is taping a woman in her 40s who passed away from natural causes. Something isn't right here. They claim it's real, but there is very loose wording under the disclaimer. Someone please help clear this up. Is it a hoax? There seems like there are too many loose ends here. There has to be more to the story than this. Visiting this site today leads to an Australian fashion and lifestyle blog that has nothing to do with what this post was talking about. Fortunately, this domain has been extensively archived by the Wayback Machine over the years, allowing us to go back in time and see how it used to look in August of 2003. And sure enough, it was just as bizarre as the OP mentioned in their post. Its logo was the site's name over a picture of a coffin, with an ominous caption tagline reading, "Being dead and buried doesn't mean you can't have friends over." Below this was a supposed live view from within a coffin, featuring 2 cameras pointed at the deceased face and feet. Live streaming video over the internet wasn't really a thing back then, so these were more akin to images that were updated periodically. These images were too low res and hard to decipher, even for 2003 standards, hinting that this whole thing might have been nothing more than a hoax. But less than a month later, the site's owner replaced them with a much clearer picture of the person in the coffin. It showed what was supposed to be the final resting place of a young woman in a light blue button-up shirt. This new feed also refreshed every 10 seconds with an updated picture. The most disturbing part of this website wasn't the coffin stream, but the description beside it. It opened with the site's owner providing a detailed play-by-play of what exactly they did to get this live feed, stating, "Welcome to SeeMeRod.com. This site is dedicated to all who have gone before us. 2 months ago, we attached the world's first live coffin cams to the interior of our subject's casket. This was done after friends and family had seen the deceased for the last time. We then traveled over 2,000 miles with the casket to the family's chosen burial place, undisclosed to protect gravesite. Having arrived at the graveyard, a small ceremony was held, after which the final preparations were made to our transmitting hardware and lighting units. All went according to plan at first, and the casket was lowered just after lunchtime, April 15th, 2003.
April
Cam
15th.
tests were carried out at the site, and the grave was sealed.
I
And
was
then sent
born
on
on
back
April
to our
15th.
office in the heart of Seattle. This description ended with the
April
site's
15th.
owner urging readers to
That's
contact
the
them
same
if they
date.
wanted a coffin cam
Not
for their
the
loved ones as
date.
well. So
That's
the
right.
whole purpose of this site appeared to be an advertisement for their disturbing service, which left visitors with more questions than it answered. Like, who in their right mind would want to see the decay of their friends and family after their passing? But while people were figuring that out, SeeMeRod.com became a phenomenon on the early internet, with people talking about it on forums, prompting even more flock to the site out of sheer curiosity. It even got picked up by mainstream media like the QI, or Quite Interesting show from the UK. The biggest question most visitors had, however, was whether it was actually legit. Were these images really from the inside of a coffin? Well, as it turned out, SeeMeRod.com was nothing more than a hoax. Some savvy users quickly figured out that the live preview wasn't live at all. Instead, it was the looping GIF of a still image that went in and out of focus to emulate a live digital camera from that era. This also explains why the supposed body didn't change one bit in the 10 years the site was on. But this begs the question, why? Why would someone go through the effort of setting up a whole website centered around this false premise? The creator even went as far as to add a legal section with disclaimers about how this was all being done with consent, all in an effort to make it seem more legit. One of the first explanations that comes to mind is that this was an art project of sorts. Though a closer look at this site suggests that its creation was driven more by profit than by artistic intent. You see, this site has had advertisements on its homepage, often for adult content from its inception, something that was very common in the early internet days. A site called the Museum of Hoaxes even managed to track down the site's registration address to some adult business in West Hollywood, California. Put simply, the creator of SeeMeRod.com created this hoax to entice visits from around the world and then leverage those visits to earn money from sponsors. As for the images featured on the site, who these people are is still unknown. But they were likely taken by the creators themselves, possibly one of their friends, as I wasn't able to find any record of them on the internet from before the site went on. SeeMeRod.com was ultimately shut down in 2013. It has since changed owners multiple times between different businesses, including a coffee company and now a fashion and lifestyle blog from a tiny remote town in Australia. That said, the identity of the original creator remains a mystery to this day. They exhibited some odd behavior over the years, like continuing to update the site to make its, and by extension their coffin cam business, seem more legit, despite the internet figuring things out by 2004. At one point, they even made up a story about the police confiscating their camera equipment. It's now been over 12 years since the original site was up. Mortis.com. In early 2010, a bored 4chan user was typing random URLs in their browser, hoping to stumble across something interesting. And while most URLs they tried were either unavailable or belonged to some business, one caught their attention almost immediately. Mortis.com.
Yeah.
It was a completely black page with nothing but a generic login window in the middle. There was no logo or description that could help visitors understand what the website was about. This mysterious landing page, combined with Mortis roughly translating to of death in Latin, piqued this user's curiosity. But without a valid username and password, there was nothing he could do to investigate further. With no other option, he turned to 4chan and made a post about the site on its technology board. What he didn't realize at the time, however, was that this would spark a decades-long mystery that remains unsolved to this day. Now, I should mention that while some still remain, a significant portion of the discussion threads and forum posts regarding Mortis.com have since vanished from the internet, including the wiki page users created to keep track of all their findings. Many backups of Mortis.com have also been deleted from the Internet Archive upon a request from the site's owner. In other words, whoever this owner is, they do not want people digging into this. The Mortis.com site also went down sometime in 2011, possibly because people started trying to brute force its login requirements by using special software to try millions of username and password combinations, so the owner took it down. Now, most of these attempts led nowhere. But a few more tech-savvy individuals managed to extract valuable information from the site's code before it went offline. Most interesting among these was the fact that it was originally registered all the way back in November of 1997 by a man named Thomas Ling. This allowed users to discover 24 other websites under that same name. But instead of offering clarity, the discovery of these additional sites only made the mystery more complicated. Take Cthulhu.net, for instance, which was named after the eldritch monster created by H.P. Lovecraft. It was just a black dead but dreaming written on it, and nothing else. Some users also claim to have seen a version of this site with a white chess piece on it, though I wasn't able to find any archives containing that detail. Either way, the whole thing was deeply puzzling and mysterious. That said, not all sites under Thomas's name were this empty. Exercio.com among these,
fortfarande titta här. Fortfarande vågar man. Seriöst? Jag ska nu fortfarande. Det var gick olika ställen jättelänge. Vet inte, så där någon väg. Vet inte vad jag är, bara lite här.
Some individual files in this collection were as large as 39 gigabytes, which got people even more curious about what this site was hiding behind its login page. Theories included everything from a private collection of illegal explicit material to something connected to the three-letter agencies like the CIA or FBI. However, while people were trying to figure this out, Thomas allegedly contacted one of the investigators and told him to stop trying to hack his site. As the story goes, Thomas also claimed that these files were nothing more than the photos and videos from his wedding, which would have been a reasonable explanation if these files were only a few gigabytes in size, not terabytes. A more reasonable theory, one that I personally believe in as well, is that Thomas was pirating movies and other media and using Mortis.com to host them online. This way, he could easily consume this media from any device with an internet connection, while also being able to share it with all his friends and family. This would also explain why he was so reluctant about people finding out the truth, as it could land him in some trouble with the authorities. Most importantly, this theory isn't completely baseless either. While looking through the data connected to Mortis.com, one 4chan user stumbled upon a 25 gigabyte file with the seemingly gibberish name Drive Crazy 3DBD25.part2. However, looking up Drive Crazy 3D followed by movie brings up results relating to a 2011 film by Nicolas Cage called Drive Angry 3D. With that, we can decipher the rest of the name as well, with BD likely being the short form of Blu-ray disc and 25 referring to its size in gigabytes. Put simply, Mortis.com was likely nothing more than a pirated media server. As for its ominous name, it's possible he chose Mortis just because it sounded cool. The only big questions that remain are who is Thomas Ling and why does he own so many empty or just plain strange websites? And the answer to these lies in the quilting page we found earlier. Near the top of this page, there's a logo reading DFI. We can find this same logo in the FAQ section of another website registered under Thomas's name called dentalfillins.com. This was a job board of sorts for dentists that was likely operated by Thomas back in the day. We know this because one of his currently operational websites is thomasling@bbs.com, which is a website for a San Francisco dentist named Thomas W. Ling. This quilting page also includes pictures of quilts created for Jeff and Josh for their first birthday. These names also align with two more domains Thomas registered in 2010 and 2014. Lastly, while looking through the many domains connected to Thomas, I discovered a subdomain of Cthulhu.net containing a 7-day travel journal. These entries describe Thomas and his wife Karen's adventures across Asia, including Thailand, China, and Hong Kong. And as expected, Thomas also owns the KarenLing.com domain as well. To summarize, Mortis.com was most probably a personal media server owned and operated by a San Francisco dentist named Thomas Ling. As for the many domains under his name, he acquired them for his businesses, close family members, or for random projects like creating an online travel journal. These were also meant to be a completely personal thing. Unfortunately, someone accidentally stumbled across one of his sites and turned them into a decade-long internet rabbit hole that many are still trying to figure out to this day. Slave Master. Year 2000, a very disturbing chain message started spreading on AOL, which was a popular instant messenger at the time. If a guy with the name of Slave Master contacts you with he is killed 56 women that he is taught to look. Please send out to all the women on your buddy list. Also ask them to pass this on. He has been on Yahoo, AOL, and sites so far. This is no joke. Please send this to men to kids. Send to everyone you know. Now, chain messages like this were fairly common back in the day. They were an evolution of the physical chain letters and often contained some pretty out there claims, like telling the reader to forward it to 20 people or something that happened in 3 days. This one, however, felt a lot more real. And that's because it actually was. Slave Master wasn't the name of a fictional horror character someone had created to start an internet hoax. Instead, it was the username of John Edward Robinson, the internet's first serial killer, someone who used early online chat rooms like AOL to find and entrap his targets. One of his first online victims was 45-year-old Sheila Faith. She met John in 1994 in an online chat room, and after talking with her for a few weeks to gain her trust, John promised to pay for the surgery of her 15-year-old wheelchair-bound daughter, Debbie. All Sheila had to do was go to Kansas City where John lived, and he promised to take care of everything else. She agreed and moved to the city with Debbie in December of that year. All Sheila had to do was go to Kansas City where John lived, and he promised to take care of everything else. She agreed and moved to the city with Debbie in December of that year. Unfortunately, that was the last time anyone saw Sheila or Debbie alive. A few years later, John used the persona of Slave Master once again, this time with a 21-year-old Polish immigrant named Izabela Lewicka. Izabela met John in 1997 and began chatting with him almost daily. Over the next 2 years, John showered her with love and convinced her to move to Kansas City as well. Once she was there, he rented an apartment for her and even made her sign a marriage certificate, which he never turned in. But then Izabela suddenly disappeared. And when asked about her by her peers, John claimed that she was caught using drugs and was thus deported back to Poland. Tragically, this lie worked better than he might have expected, giving him the confidence to look for his third online victim just a few months later. And the next person to fall in this trap was 27-year-old Suzette Troughton. She was a nurse from Michigan with big dreams. John realized this early on in their conversation and posed as a wealthy businessman to entice Suzette. He offered her a $60,000 a year job working as his non-existent father's primary caretaker. And to sweeten the deal further, also promised to take her with him on his business trips around the world. This was what finally convinced Suzette to leave her already established life in Michigan and move to Kansas City. But unlike his previous 3 victims who disappeared without a trace, Suzette gave John's name and number to her mother before leaving. Shortly after leaving for Kansas City, her mother also started receiving several typed letters, supposedly from Suzette, reassuring her of her safety. However, her mother found these letters incredibly suspicious, as Suzette had never sent a typed letter before. They were also free of any grammatical or spelling mistakes, which didn't match Suzette's writing style. So she called John, hoping to speak with her daughter. Instead, hostility from John, who accused Suzette of stealing his money and running away. But Suzette's mother knew her daughter would never do something like this. So she called the police in 2000, kickstarting an investigation into John's life. The police in Kansas City, however, were already quite suspicious of him. You see, John was a lifelong con artist who'd been behind bars several times for embezzlement, fraud, forgery, and other similar charges. Most importantly, his name had already come missing woman cases. Each time he escaped consequences due to insufficient evidence. This time, investigators held back and quietly kept John under surveillance. And it wasn't long before their patience paid off. One of his would-be victims called the police on him. This gave the authorities a warrant to put John under arrest and search the for evidence. However, what this search uncovered was far more horrific.
Vad är det råkar göra pappa? Jag var i Google Maps, jag var i väldigt någon plats i Sverige. Och det är också långt så det står Torup här. Hur hittade jag Torup? Jag bara gick jättemånga timmar, typ över en timme här och hittade Torup.
However, his worst crime was against
Va? Varför jag? Känner igen det här stället där va? Och där skylten som står Torup.
He lured Lisa with promises of a stable life and her life in a hotel room. He then gave Lisa's 4-month-old daughter to his brother, claiming that she was an orphan, and even pocketed $5,500 from them in legal fees. After his arrest, authorities searched his property. Remains On March 11, 2004, American journalist and U.S. Congress worker Suzanne Lindauer was arrested and wasn't exactly shady companies with made emotional posts August 5, 1996. Tens of thousands of intention or lack thereof. Put simply, these posts were mostly complete gibberish with seemingly Now, when Lazarus was researching Susan Lindauer, he came across one of the few surviving posts from that period that was made by Susan Lindauer as well. Lazarus speculated that these might have something to do with Susan sending encoded messages back to Iran. Looking back, however, this theory makes little to no sense. That's mainly because for 2 decades, no one has been able to identify any patterns in the post that might suggest they're encoded. More importantly, if Susan wanted to broadcast anonymous messages, she used an email. But regardless of how feasible Lazarus's theory was, it ended up generating
Keep the hair.
Strange Usenet posts based on the subject line. It also became known as one of the first mysteries of the year. The theory linking them with Susan Lindauer was eventually dropped by so they couldn't find anything connecting the two. It was also discovered that the email address actually belonged to a student of the same name from the University of Wisconsin. However, this also went nowhere, as the email address turned out to be spoofed from the start. People then looked into the mystery's title, Markovian Parallax Denigrate, and found that it might have something to do with the Markov process, which is the math used by phone keyboards to predict the next word in a sentence, any foundation for modern text-based services like ChatGPT. So maybe someone was experimenting with a new Markovian process-based bot and decided to unleash it on the internet. Unfortunately, this theory doesn't have much ground to stand on either. The thing is, this mystery only got the Markovian name because that was the subject of the most popular surviving post. This led many to falsely project for all the thousands of similar posts made that day. But then from the truth. The word Markovian appeared on the subjects of only 2 posts out of thousands. Even if we assume these posts were generated by a Markovian bot, the theory still doesn't hold up. One of these posts was pure gibberish, despite the fact that Markovian text generators from years before this incident were already capable of sentences with relative ease. So, what's the actual what was the true meaning behind these thousands of seemingly nonsensical posts? Like many other mysteries on the internet, the most likely answer is also the simplest one. Put plainly, this spam of thousands of posts was just that, spam. Something that becomes abundantly clear when you consider that, with a single exception, the only news groups targeted were related to Christianity. In other words, there's a strong chance this was simply an attempt by an unknown user to troll Christian news groups. As for why this so jumbled, it was likely an attempt to bypass spam filters, which typically flag guess. The rabbit hole can be much deeper the more you use that by for an entity. But as the original developer notes in the confession, the spam theory is the best way to explore the rabbit hole that is Markovian parallax.
Han är ju live. Jag bara, och det är lite svårt för mig. Det är lite fråga.
On March 6, 2017, a rather concerning post was uploaded to Reddit titled "Cry for Help on Reddit from Thai Factory Worker." This post was referring to the comments left by a user named Fuji Tagaikin on seemingly random threads. There were 44 comments in total, with the first one appearing on r/promos on February 22nd, 2017, and with a single exception, contains the same words. I face too serious problem of human rights at Fuji Tagaikin, Thailand. Please help. Searching for Fuji Tagaikin, Thailand on Google leads to a factory of the same name. And while the factory is located in Thailand, the company that oversees its operations is Japanese. So, from the looks of things, these comments were likely pleas for help from someone who had to work in horrible conditions at this factory, possibly even against their will. Which sounds a bit absurd at first, but is actually quite plausible. You see, Thailand has a major modern-day slavery problem, primarily in its fishing industry, but can also extend to other industries as well, with over 400,000 people being forced to work for little to no compensation. Additionally, Japan is also notorious for what's known as its black companies, which force employees into exploitative and sweatshop-like environments with unpaid overtime and harsh working conditions. Given these issues, it's not unreasonable to imagine a Japanese worker getting stuck working in a factory in Thailand with no escape in sight. And what they were able to do is beg for help on the internet. They were likely not proficient in English, which would explain the mistakes. Also, the mainstream subreddits, like Pics, GIFs, Space, Gaming, and some others, suggesting they likely weren't familiar with Reddit either, and might have just clicked on the top subreddits they came across and commented on the first post they saw. However, this is where this theory starts breaking down. Because despite many people offering advice and trying to help, Fuji Tagaikin 001 never responded, either in the comments or in DMs. This led many to believe that these comments were nothing more than spam from a bot, which obviously isn't an uncommon sight on social platforms like Reddit. However, many argue that explanation doesn't hold much weight here, mainly because in one instance, Fuji Tagaikin 001 posted the comment twice on the same thread, something they hadn't done in any post before or since. A bot would almost never make such a mistake, suggesting it might have been human error. On top of that, while 44 comments are a lot for a person, they are a tiny amount for spam bots that can post hundreds, if not thousands of comments in a matter of seconds. Not to mention the fact that Fuji Tagaikin 001's comments were posted over the span of 4 days, with seemingly random intervals between each comment. Put simply, these comments were almost certainly posted by a person. So, what's really going on here? Were these comments really cries for help from someone stuck in an unfortunate, exploitative situation? Well, it's hard to say. From what I was able to find on Fuji Tagaikin, there doesn't seem to be any indications of shady activity going on behind the scenes. After Fuji Tagaikin 001's story caught some attention, several people reported the company to organizations like Amnesty International. But the company is still up, and I didn't find any news coverage of anything bad being discovered at their factory in Thailand. It does have a few dozen negative reviews on Google, but almost all of them were posted after Fuji Tagaikin 001's comment became popular on Reddit. One possible theory is that these comments were posted by a troll or a competitor with the express goal of tarnishing Fujita Gaiken's reputation. However, there's currently no evidence that supports or contradicts this theory. The most likely explanation that I was able to come up with stems from the only comment Fujita Gaiken 001 made that strayed from the usual pattern. Translated into English, it reads, Fujita Gaiken, I'm being subjected to power harassment in Thailand. The power harassment mentioned in this comment is a specific Japanese term used to describe workplace bullying, usually by a superior. And while it is bad, it's not as extreme as the slavery situation many on the internet assumed it to be. Here's what I believe might have happened. A Japanese employee working at Fujita Gaiken's Thai factory was likely getting harassed by one of their superiors. Situation they turned to the internet for help. But since they weren't fluent in English, they used a tool like Google Translate, which unfortunately made their comments sound far more serious than intended. Now, this is still nothing more than an educated guess. There are still many questions that remain unanswered, like why did they choose to spam it across largely unrelated subreddits? Or why did they stop commenting after 4 days? People on Reddit also discovered another one of their accounts named help001 001 001 with similar comments, but that didn't provide any useful clues either, leaving the true intentions of Reddit user Fujitsugu001 a mystery to this day. On October 27th, 2019, a newly created Reddit account named Snapped Fingers made a post on r/advice looking for help with his deteriorating mental condition, stating, seeing and hearing things that aren't there. Lately, I have been seeing and hearing things that aren't there, even more than normal. Most of the time, it's small things, like seeing spiders on me in my only to look at them and they disappear. Other times when I'm in bed, this thing about the thickness of a big fist pops up like a big snake on the side of my bed and looks at me only to dart back down out of sight. Whenever I investigate, nothing is there. Rarely, there's full body visual hallucinations. The last one was from a couple years ago when I was taking out the garbage. The silhouette of a child crunched down on all fours, charged me only to disappear when I looked at it. And before that, there was a large, fleshy, naked, featureless figure slowly walking on all fours and down the hall, approximately the average size of a man. The OP then went on to describe how he'd had similar audio-visual hallucinations since he was a child, and how the situation was getting worse as of late. Unfortunately, he didn't seem to have anyone in his life he could rely on. According to the OP, his relatives dismissed his condition as something supernatural, and his friends, quote, kicked him to the curb, suggesting he might have had a falling out with them. The OP also described his reasoning for not getting a medical diagnosis, as to him it felt like the doctors were treating him like a science experiment. This post alone painted Snapped Fingers as a deeply troubled person who was likely suffering from severe schizophrenia and possibly other mental illnesses as well. However, this was just the beginning of the deeply disturbing spiral he would eventually descend into, starting from his very next post on r/confessions titled, Saw someone get run over by a train and didn't feel anything. Things drifted from mental hallucinations to physical harm from that point on, with Snapped Fingers asking, if I bite off my own finger, could it be reattached or attached somewhere else? The OP also shared a story of a painful experience he had to go through because of his condition, reading, in 2008, I stuck a power drill into my arm. Sometime back in 2008, I was putting together a shelf when this large black mass came out of nowhere and engulfed my unoccupied arm. I didn't see it till it was right up on me. It scared me so badly, and it was coming up from my arm from my face. So I started jamming the drill into it. On the second strike, I hit my arm, and the hallucination dissipated. Concerned users once again urged the OP to seek medical help. But he declined it once again, stating that he didn't want to end up in a mental asylum or become an experiment for doctors again. However, while he rejected most of the normal advice under this post, the one comment he agreed with suggested a fairly absurd explanation for OP's situation, suggesting that maybe the OP could see into another dimension. This was odd, considering his earlier reservations about the clearly untrue supernatural beliefs of his relatives. But for some unknown reason, this one comment struck a chord with him, resulting in him spiraling out of control and eventually adopting the belief that his hallucinations were caused by some interdimensional beings. Much of this new belief was fueled by equally mentally ill or outright delusional individuals he befriended on platforms like Discord. But in Snapped Fingers' broken, mentally ill mind, he'd finally found the truth. So he began inquiring about how to deal with these so-called interdimensional beings. What was the best way to banish them? and what he had to sacrifice to make these beings leave him alone. Now, it's unclear if people giving him these ideas genuinely believed what they were saying, or if they were just trolls who were taking advantage of OP's mental illness to see how far they could push him. Regardless of their intentions, however, the end result was the spiraling of a vulnerable young man who now believed that there were, quote, interdimensional hell portals in the Paris catacombs, and that his duty was to close said portals. He even started denying having schizophrenia in favor of this false belief. To make matters worse, Snapped Fingers actually ended up traveling to Paris in May of 2020 to achieve his newfound goal, and apparently stole a car to do so. On the 5th of May, he made one final post before entering the catacombs, stating, "We'll be entering the catacombs in a few hours-ish." Before, someone had asked about a time frame for when I'll post an update, and while I don't know how big the catacombs are, my guess is maybe a day or two before my return with videos. I've taken some test footage while I was held up inside a dumpster the other night, and the quality honestly isn't that great, but it's alright. To make up for the quality of the video, I will take more footage while I'm down there. However, the update never came, leading many to believe that the OP had likely gotten lost and passed away from exhaustion or dehydration inside the catacombs. For those who don't know, the Paris catacombs stretch over 186 miles, or 300 kilometers, most of which is completely unexplored. Entering these unknown sections is pretty much a death sentence for even experts on the location, let alone a complete rookie like the OP. But to everyone's surprise, Snapped Fingers actually made a comeback almost 2 years later in May of 2022. It seemed he somehow successfully found his way into the catacombs, explored them for a while, and then managed to find his way back. He made a post admitting that there were no portals or anything of that nature, followed by a final post meant to give everyone investing and while he didn't go into details of what happened after he entered the catacombs, he did seem to be on the right path, stating, "Without going into much detail, I am not dead, and even though things are not perfect, I am always improving despite minor hiccups here and there. But as I said before, I intend to distance myself from
Okay.
his accounts,
And
which
he's
is
with me,
unbelievable,
Massa.
stood as a disturbing showcase of the delusions of a mentally ill man that almost led him to his own death in the Paris catacombs. Hopefully he was able to get the help he needed and is doing much better in life." April Bever was a 45-year-old woman who lived in the city of Broken Arrow, Oklahoma, with her husband, 45-year-old David Bever, and their 7 children. April was the primary caretaker of her family, as well as the teacher for her homeschooled children. In addition to this, she also liked browsing Reddit, where she went by the name of Naoki Mom. Given her otherwise busy lifestyle, Reddit was one place where she could talk to other like-minded people and make new connections. Though many of her posts revolved around the love she had for her children. On a post discussing the financial benefits of not having any kids, April wrote, "I have 7 children, and we have always lived on one income and have never had any government assistance or needed it. We have a 4,700 square foot house, 2 newer cars, and my kids do not do without. There are childless people that do not have this. Life is about making good job or income choices and then making the best money choices based on your income.
Oh,
I would
cool.
never give up having any of my children so I could have more money. They are amazing people, and the world would benefit by having them in it. And nothing I could buy or invest in could compare to giving a person a chance to have a life." Put simply, there was nothing April treasured more than her family. Sadly, her time with this family was cut short in 2015, and what would later be remembered as one of the greatest tragedies of Broken Arrow, Oklahoma. On July 22nd, 2015, the Broken Arrow Police Department received a 911 call from 12-year-old Daniel Bever, April and David's 3rd son.
Broken Arrow 911. Hello? Hi, where are you at? Broken Arrow, Oklahoma 7411. What address? 700. Okay. Are you the only one there? No. My dad is attacking my family. Your dad is attacking your family? No, my dad.
The call ended shortly after, and any subsequent attempts from the police to contact the family were unsuccessful. Officers rushed to the scene as quickly as they could. When they reached the Bever house, the front door was locked, so they forced their way in. However, nothing could have prepared them for the massacre they were about to witness on the other side of that door. The first person officers found was 13-year-old Crystal, lying in the hallway in a pool of her own blood. She'd been stabbed multiple times, including a slash across her throat. Despite her injuries, however, she was conscious and managed to tell the officers that her two older brothers, 18-year-old Robert and 16-year-old Michael, were the ones responsible for everything. Further inside the home, officers found the remains of the rest of the family, all with dozens of stab wounds. April was in especially rough shape, with a later autopsy report confirming. Further inside the home, officers found the remains of the rest of the family, all with dozens of stab wounds. April was in especially rough shape, with a later autopsy report confirming over 48 wounds on her body. The only one left unharmed was the youngest, 2-year-old Anna. However, Robert and Michael were nowhere to be seen. Unfortunately, investigators determined that they might have escaped from the bank door. And it wasn't long before the two were located and subsequently arrested, hiding in the woods behind their home. When asked about it, Robert said that he was proud of what he had done. Later interrogation also revealed their motive, which boiled down to imitating the actions of other mass murderers they had read about on the internet. They wanted to start with their own family and then leave a trail of blood across many states. Fortunately, they were caught before they could execute this plan completely. They stood trial multiple times over the next few years and were found guilty on the charges filed against them. Michael was sentenced to 5 consecutive life sentences, while Robert was given 9 for being the primary mastermind behind the crime. Aoki Mom's Reddit account and subsequent posts are now left abandoned, seen in a much more disturbing light following the massacre that took place over a decade earlier. On the 7th of August 2015, Reddit user Is There Life After Lyme made a post in the Lyme disease subreddit recounting her terrible experience with the ailment, writing, "Lyme disease has ruined my life. I was diagnosed by an LLMD last year with congenital Lyme disease, as well as several co-infections after several years of suffering with horrible brain fog, depression, vision problems, and memory loss. I was so happy to finally get a diagnosis. Since then, I have been getting treated, but I have not gotten any better at all. I'm a single working mother, and between visits to my LLMD and the formulas I buy from her and paying for things for my child, I am struggling to stay afloat. I do not have health insurance, and it's getting to the point where I'm looking into my LLMD tells me that I will get worse if I stop the treatments now because the bacteria are smart. There are no other LLMDs in my area, so I can't go for a second opinion, and it's useless to go to a traditional doctor or I'll just be laughed at. I feel like I've tried everything and nothing has worked. I've even begun to see signs of congenital Lyme disease in my 5-year-old daughter. The hostility, the impulsiveness, the inability to concentrate. I simply can't afford to get her treated for Lyme. I've even asked myself if I should give her up for adoption and if I'm fit to be a mother with my mind the way it is. I just don't know what to do. Lyme disease has ruined my life. It ended my first marriage and estranged me from my ex. I guess my main question is, where do I go from here? What do I do if I'm not getting better? How can I pay for treatment without going broke and having to apply for food stamps? And if all this wasn't bad enough, in a comment under this post, she also revealed that her LLMD was also strictly against antibiotics and only prescribed herbal formulas. Not only were these expensive herbal treatments largely ineffective in treating the core issue, they were actively harming her, with one of these prescriptions causing hallucinations and psychosis, as well as physical symptoms like an upset stomach. From what she revealed in this post, OP's life seemed truly hopeless. However, something about her story didn't feel right. The symptoms she described weren't in line with the most common symptoms of Lyme disease. More importantly, she herself admitted that all of her Lyme disease tests were actually negative, and that her entire diagnosis, and by extension treatment, was based on a single test that came back inconclusive. Either her LLMD was taking advantage of her, or she was lying about her life to gain sympathy from other Redditors. In either case, something was very wrong. Despite the growing skepticism, however, Is There Life After Lyme kept posting about Lyme disease and other related subjects. But then in September 21st, she made a post that shed further light on her condition, more specifically how it related to her deteriorating mental state. In it, she recounted a psychotic episode she experienced at the grocery store earlier that week, where voices were screaming at her to buy specific things or they would hurt her. Most users who saw the post were sure to seek professional help, which would have likely helped her get her life in order. Surprisingly, she agreed with these suggestions, promised to admit herself into a psych ward, and stopped posting entirely. Unfortunately, by the time she returned in 2016, her mental state had somehow gotten significantly worse. She started rambling about random conspiracy theories relating to everything from the child-free subreddit to the Pizzagate conspiracy and how it all relates to Lyme disease. Is There Life After Lyme had officially gone off the deep end, and her situation was getting worse with each passing day. By 2018, her posts had become completely unreadable. These nonsensical posts were occasionally interrupted by her disturbing cries for help as well. But she didn't respond coherently to anyone who reached out to her, which was extremely concerning for many. This went on until February 2019, after which she completely disappeared from the internet, leaving many to wonder what actually happened to her. However, some Reddit users weren't concerned at all, since in their eyes, the entire Is There Life After Lyme account was nothing more than a clever hoax. And it's easy to see why. There were quite a few inconsistencies in her posting habits that hinted at the whole thing being fake. For instance, if she truly became incapable of stringing together a single coherent sentence, how was she able to operate a computer or phone enough to make these posts in the first place? Additionally, she also started making parts of her posts in other languages. But when people translated these other languages, they were generally written without any errors, even though the English portion of the same post was completely incomprehensible. However, before people were able to reach a conclusion about whether it was all real or not, someone claiming to be her sister logged into her account and told others she'd been hospitalized after an incident. If we assume the whole thing was fake from the start, it's possible the person behind the account noticed the skepticism and introduced the sister character to wrap up the story. On the other hand, if everything about Is There Life After Lyme was genuine, this remains as one of the most haunting cases of mental deterioration archived on the internet.
At my house. What?
On March 3rd, Doom World user Veg posted a tribute made for Doom 2 called myhouse.wad.
Last August, I lost a good childhood friend of mine who took it pretty hard. When I was visiting my hometown for his funeral, I connected with his parents, who shared with me some of his old belongings. Among them was a copy of an old map of his, backed up on a 3.5-inch floppy from high school. Thomas and I were into amateur Doom mapping in the early 2000s, but I'd never seen this map of his prior to uncovering it on one of the floppy disks. As a way of paying tribute to him and all the great memories we have together, I took the plunge and installed Doom Builder in order to polish up his map and add a few modern amenities just for convenience sake.
Described in the runtime, myhouse.wad was the file format for Doom maps and mods, was ready to download for anyone to play for themselves.
Making maps of your house was all the rage back in the day, but I feel like this is a pretty adorable and detailed tribute to my friend, and a great way to share something of him with the community we loved. Miss you, Tom.
If you're at all into Doom and its extensive modding scene, then I highly recommend playing this map for yourself, completely blind. I'll put a link to the Doom World post in the description. It requires GZ. Pass it.
The Telltale Games. What's this? Wait, what is YouTube recommended? 66. This is actually nice. Weird. Slash scary. What's happening?
Så. Oj. Oj. Över 12. Kom igen. Så. Oj, kommer jättemycket. Så, kom nu. Så då kommer vi gå upp.
The Phantom of Heilbronn. On April 25, 2007, the 25-year-old German 22-year-old named Martin. The day had been pretty uneventful. So, with nothing else going on, the two decided to post up in the corner of a nearby park. What neither of them knew, however, was that they had just become targets. Because just minutes later, an armed individual approached their car from the back and opened fire, shooting both officers in the head. The taxi driver eventually noticed the aftermath of this crime and reported it to the authorities almost immediately. Surprisingly, when first responders arrived, they found both officers lying outside the car. Later investigation revealed that their service weapons and handcuffs were missing, suggesting the assailant must have stolen them from the car, which would also explain why the two were outside. Miraculously, despite being shot in the head, Officer Martin managed to survive the encounter after numerous surgeries and being in a coma for 4 weeks. Unfortunately, the incident resulted in total amnesia.
6%.
อย่ามาเยอะเองPatrickอย่ามาเยอะเอง
6% mamma.
Patrick gå till ladan.
Mamma nej, jag vill se det här först. Men då kommer det vara 0% innan jag är klar. Jag hittar inte någonstans. Men jag har inte hittat någonstans som jag känner igen. Det kommer någon gång. Det är i Sverige och i Skåne. Rökevägen. Jag är på Rökevägen fortfarande. Jag är på samma väg jättelänge.
Du kan se länge där i säng.
Så Rökevägen.
Du kan hitta
Vänta. Jag vet inte ens hur långt den här vägen är. De är led.
Nej, du kan ladda och du kan göra hela det.
Nej, de är ser.
A child accidentally stepped on a syringe used in combination with
De vill bara se vad som finns här.
DNA sample from this syringe also matched the
Rökevägen.
with further analysis of this sample,
Rökevägen. Här är det.
according to which the criminal was an Eastern European woman who robbed the elderly to fuel her addiction. This connection became more concrete as investigators
Jag kan gå fortfarande på Rökevägen. Jag fortsätter på Rökevägen.
found matches from
Jag är på Rökevägen igen.
recent thefts of cars and motorbikes. Some
Bara
of these
se vad som
even
finns här.
extended beyond Germany, like when a group of Vietnamese precious
Jag vet inte vad det går. Jag går inte tillbaka. Jag ska gå fram. Det är samma väg.
as well as a burglary at an optometrist store in
Bara
Ross.
byt tillbaka till Rökevägen.
However, what made all of these cases strange was that, aside from the DNA sample, the perpetrator left no clues of the scene.
Eller vad går
She
jag
wasn't
ens?
caught on any CCTV cameras
Vad går
or
jag
any
ens?
witnesses either, earning her the nickname of the woman without a face. 4 men were even arrested for the robbery in France, but none of them gave any description of this woman either. So, despite linking all these incidents, the investigators were no closer to solving the case of Officer Michelle. Unfortunately, the attack on officers Michelle and Martin was only the prelude to even worse crimes. Something that became apparent in January 2008 when police discovered the remains of 3 men floating in a local body of water. 2 of the men had gunshot wounds to the head, and the third had been strangled, which were the 2 methods used by the mysterious woman in previous incidents. These men had come to Germany to buy a used car, and they were likely attacked and robbed after making the purchase.
Jag gick fel håll.
The police in Germany, France, and Austria were dealing with an elusive serial killer and robber who was now being called the Phantom of Heilbronn. Investigators in the 3 countries were working day and night to uncover her identity. Shockingly, even with the ongoing search, the Phantom stayed active. Her DNA was found at 7 different robbery locations over the next 3 months, as well as in the car of a 45-year-old named Diana after a mysterious death in a pool. In total, the Phantom's DNA linked her to over 40 robberies and thefts and 6 confirmed murders across 3 countries. How could someone be in so many different, completely unrelated places, commit so many crimes, and leave behind evidence of something was not adding up? Unfortunately, all these questions were finally answered in March 2009 when a man was arrested on a charge related to any of the Phantom's cases. But when he was given a DNA test, it came back as a perfect match.
Jag vet inte vad det går, men var det går någonstans.
This breakthrough allowed investigators to uncover the only logical reason why
Där har vi ser här.
Sure enough, when they ran DNA tests on some of the unused cotton swabs investigators used to gather samples, they had traces following this lead. Investigators were able to track down the source, a female worker at the factory where these swabs were packaged, who, after some digging, was cleared of all the crimes linked to her DNA. As it turned out, investigators have been using cotton swabs that were never meant to be used for forensic analysis in the first place. And while this embarrassing revelation was so amusing, it did change the fact that dozens of victims were justice while the police chased a phantom killer.
Let's see how.
The staggering amount of information that data brokers can collect about you and sell for a profit. I truly think if you are aware of just how much of your own personal information is out there, it will surprise you. It has information like your address history, relatives, social media profiles, photos, pretty much anything you could imagine. And the apps that are collecting this information are non-negotiables for me, like which I quite literally need for my job. I basically have to choose between going completely off the grid or giving up my privacy and allowing companies to profit off my personal data. However, thankfully, there is a third option, Aura, the sponsor of this video. Aura will actively protect your privacy by automatically identifying data brokers selling your personal info and removing it permanently out of your account. There are a lot of services out there that offer this kind of thing, but what I like about Aura specifically is the many other features they offer for the same price, like identity protection, a VPN, an antivirus, and also a password manager, along with a few others. Try Aura free for 14 days at aura.com/chillingscares. In those 2 weeks, Aura will get to work scraping your personal info off these data broker sites. The Manchester Pusher. Sovik Paul was a 19-year-old college student from India. He traveled to the UK in 2012 to pursue an art degree at Manchester Metropolitan University. He was with these friends when he visited the Warehouse Project nightclub on Unfortunately, the group got separated at around 11 p.m. When his friend tried to contact him back a few minutes later, Sovik did not respond. He also didn't return home that night, prompting his flatmate to phone at 5:30 a.m. Sovik was last seen standing outside the club for only a minute before. But despite this,
Ja, det är klart. De är klara. Okej, men de är klara först.
Men det är klart.
Ja, det är tyst. Just knows to be real.
Mysterious serial killer this serial killer was first popularized by This was a part of his daily routine, and he did this exact route countless times before. So he was a mistake that nearly cost him his life. A man suddenly emerged from the shadows and swung his arm at the cyclist, striking his neck and causing him to fall. Unfortunately, the water wasn't cold enough to immediately incapacitate the cyclist.
Ja, men se vad som finns här. Nej. Ja, men om jag ser här, det känns inte som några timmar. Det känns inte som några timmar. De äter tårtan först. Men, ska jag äta tårtan eller inte? Men okej, då gör jag det när jag hinner. Då gör jag, om jag hinner inte nu, då väntar jag tills jag hinner. Då, nej, det är för mörkt. Nej, det är fortfarande för mörkt. På lite. Varför ska jag lämna mig? Vad om någon kommer? Vad om någon kommer, sa jag. Hit. Vad om någon kommer hit, sa jag. Vad om någon kommer hit, sa jag. Pappa, ska du komma hit? Jag sa, vad om någon kommer hit? That's okay.
Many believe that the story of the cyclist
Nej, vänta, du kan inte lämna igen, så sa jag. Kan du inte ta med mig? Jag har inte försökt, nej, inte fysiskt. Bara lite hjärnan, jag bara sagt. Bara hjärnan inte försökt. Lite bara.
On the 20th of August 2007, a 12-year-old girl was walking alongside the coastline of Jedediah Island, located in the middle of the Salish Sea in British Columbia, Canada, when something unusual washed up on the shore, catching her attention. A closer look revealed that it was a size 12 running shoe that looked almost new. Curious, she picked it up to examine it further, but it felt unusually heavy, the reason for which became clear as soon as she looked inside. There was a nearly intact, severed human foot still. Now, a discovery like this was unsettling enough on its own. What made it far more disturbing, however, was that it wouldn't be the last. Just 6 days later, a couple was out hiking on the coast of Gabriola Island, 31 miles or 50 kilometers south of Jedediah Island, when they discovered another running shoe with a foot inside. An important thing to note here is that the two shoes were completely different in size, brand, and model. They were also both for the right foot. In other words, they belonged to two different people. From there, discoveries of shoes with feet still inside them became a hauntingly regular occurrence in the areas surrounding the Salish Sea, with 1 or 2 shoes being discovered almost every year. In total, 21 different shoes were discovered up to 2019, giving rise to many theories trying to explain the strange phenomenon. These included everything from the shoes belonging to the victims of the 2004 tsunami in the Indian Ocean to people kidnapped and tortured by gangsters. That said, the theory that gained the most attention online linked these discoveries to the so-called Salish Sea Killer, someone who cut off their victims' feet before dumping them into the Salish Sea, allowing the currents to scatter them across the region. But as vividly intriguing as this theory was, it couldn't have been further from the truth. The only evidence backing the serial killer premise was the shoe discovered in December 2011 in Seattle. This was wrapped in a plastic bag and had the lower leg still attached to it. However, given the bag and the attached leg, it was likely an attempt to hide the evidence of an unrelated murder that had nothing to do with the other shoes discovered around the Salish Sea. More importantly, testing on the discovered feet allowed investigators to uncover the true origins of the mysterious shoes. And what they found was a lot more mundane, yet equally tragic. Put simply, the vast majority of the discovered feet belonged to people who fell into the Salish Sea and drowned, whether by accident or on purpose. One of the discovered remains even belonged to a fisherman who went missing all the way back in 1987. As for why the feet were severed from the rest of the body, the explanation is actually quite straightforward. Marine animals likely ate the remains of the deceased, while the shoes and the feet specifically once they were detached from the rest of the body, the buoyancy of the running shoes made it easier for the currents to carry them to the shore. While these discoveries spiked between
2000 uträkningsfordon. Turingevägen 6 står det. 6 Turingevägen. Ja, någonting sånt. Vad är det här för något? Vad är det för? Nej, jag kan inte gå. Nej, jag kan inte göra på min säng. Det finns ingen skärm på min säng. Jag ska filma min säng istället för surfplattan. Nej, låt mig ladda. Det är 3%, mamma. Det kommer bli sen igen vad jag är. Ja, det kommer bli 0% bilder. Det måste jag ladda den. Då måste jag gå dit och ladda. Din ex. Va? Var?
recognized as the first victim of a supposed serial killer known as the Chicago Strangler. The existence of this alleged serial killer was first brought to light by investigative journalists. Thomas is the founder of a non-profit called Murder Accountability Project. This organization gathers crime data from around the U.S. and then uses a custom algorithm to find links and connections between these crimes based on factors like location, method, victim's profile, and much more. In 2014,
Sluta, det är inte varje dag det här händer.
eventually resulting in the arrest of
Jag brukar inte vara... Sluta, nej det är inte varje dag. Du sov inte med mig, jag sov i mitt rum. Nej, du sa du sover med mig. Du sa du sover med mig, jag sover inte med dig. Nej, men jag sover inte med dig. Nej, du sa du sover med mig. Jag sover inte med dig.
Jag sitter med dig här.
Nej, du sover inte. Nej, du sa du sitter och du sover med mig. Du sover inte med mig. Ja, varför säger du så? Nej, låt mig göra klart här. Nej, jag kan inte filma sängen. Jag måste filma subplattan. Jag vet, men jag vill inte se. Om jag tar upp, då kommer det vara svårt att filma subplattan. För det kommer vara jätteskakat. Det kommer skaka så jättemycket. Jag vill inte vara stilla så här.
Then, just a few days later, the Chicago Fire Department also discovered the
Du får ta med stålsitter på.
Sluta prata.
Those are just two of multiple
Sluta prata, sa jag! Hörde inte mig? Jag sa sluta. Du kan vara här men inte prata. Eller om du vill.
Critics of the serial killer theory argue that the number of victims seems absurdly high at first, averages out to about 3 per month, which Chicago's population of over 2.6 million.
Du kan gå upp sen, okej? Man måste vara här.
Jag vet inte varför jag inte kommer upp. Jag vet inte.
Varför du vet inte?
Nej, jag vet att du är trött, men jag vet inte om jag ska gå upp eller inte.
Jag går upp, okej?
Nej, men ska jag gå upp själv? Jag vet inte om jag ska gå upp själv eller inte. Jag vill inte vara jag vill att jag ska sova, men jag också vill inte att jag ska vara ensam här. Nej, jag vill att vara någon här, men jag vill inte att någon ska vara trött. Nej, det är inte en person. Men okej, jag vill inte att jag ska vara trött. Jag vill att du ska vara här, men inte trött. Om du är trött, då kan du sova, men jag vill inte att någon annan som är inte trött vara här istället. Okej, då kan någon annan vara här om de är inte trött. Nej, då måste jag gå. Jag kan inte säga här. Då måste jag ringa någon. Nej, men hur ska jag säga? Då vill du höra mig om jag är precis här. Vänta, låt mig bara. Vänta, sluta.
The websites will become more obscure and disturbing. I made the sites with my friend Moroda on Discord, and this honestly has some of the worst content humanity has to offer. Let's start at the tip of the iceberg.
Vänta, sa jag.
It's quite an intriguing website. What makes it stand out is its random.
Jag sa inte att jag skulle kissa, jag sa att jag skulle vänta. Jag sa inte det, jag sa inte det. Du sa att jag skulle kissa, jag vill inte kissa, jag är inte kissnödig.
These actually lead you to the website's NFTs. They're priced at 1 Ethereum, which is about $2,000 American dollars at the time we were.
Nej, jag sa aldrig att jag skulle kissa. Så jag vet inte.
Ashley Madison is a website that's a bit notorious in the world of online dating, but for a very specific reason. It launched in 2001 and it's designed primarily to help people who are married or in committed relationships find opportunities for infidelity. In other words, it's a platform for people looking to cheat on their partners. Now, the way Ashley Madison works is a bit different from your standard dating site. It's tailored to provide a different way for individuals to connect with others seeking extramarital relationships. The site opens with a tagline that's pretty direct about its purpose. Life is short, have an affair. One of the unique features of Ashley Madison is its emphasis on privacy and discretion. Users have the ability to mask or blur their photos and can reveal them only to individuals they choose. However, in 2015, Ashley Madison suffered a massive data breach. Hackers managed to steal the personal information of millions of users, including names, email addresses, and other sensitive details. The event was a huge scandal because it obviously exposed the identities of many individuals who were looking to cheat on their partners. The release even included data from customers.
Ingen röjning eller slå. Ingen röjning eller slåtter. Ingen röjning eller slåtter. Okej, bara se här.
ดูเต็งยูเด็ดได้ไหมเนี่ย
Ja, jag hörde, lyssna.
เดี๋ยววินโกโซว่าแล้วเด็ด
Tyst, jag hörde vad jag säger.
แล้วไหนดูโค้ดเนี่ย
Nej, jag hittar någonstans sen känner igen och känner igen det här stället. Tills jag hittar något ställe att jag känner igen. Nej, jag hittar inget ställe jag har varit på. Jag vill bara leta efter något ställe och se om jag hittar det. Jag letar till en ställe jag vet att jag har varit på. Jag vet om det har varit här. Stopp själv. Jag hittar någon att orka med mig idag. Nej, jag kan inte vara med mig själv. Det är bara en person. Jag är inte med mig själv. Sluta tjata, det är mer jobbigt. Vet du, det går än att tjata. Om du vill bara vara här och tjata, går då. Hitta någon som inte tjatar. Det är för du har ju helt problem att tjata. Det tjatar alltid. Det är alltid inte... Det är alltid så trevligt med saker. Okej, hitta någon som orkar. Jag är rädd här. Jag var ensam. Vänta, va? Vänta, vad är jag?
The Library of Babel is a digital homage to a concept from a story by Jorge Luis Borges. The site and its companion, the Babel Image Archives, dives deep into the idea of infinity through text and images. It's basically the monkey typewriter theory in image form. If you sat a monkey down in front of a typewriter for all of infinity, that monkey would, given enough time, type out the full words of Shakespeare, the Bible, the script of this video, literally anything and everything. The Babel Image Archives in particular plays with the concept of creating every possible image on a 640 by 416 pixel canvas using a palette of 4,096 different colors. The numbers do get quite mind-boggling quickly, as this website basically holds every image that could ever be, from extremely mundane collages of random pixels to works of fine art. You can search for images by uploading your own, which then gets matched with a similar, though slightly altered image from the archive, complete with a unique identifier number. The vast collection is part of a larger website inspired by Borges' story, where the Library of Babel contains every book that could possibly be written, filled with both the profound and nonsensical. Despite the overwhelming odds against finding anything meaningful in the sea of random pixels, I just think it's a really interesting concept, as somewhere in this archive there is every image you could possibly ever imagine.
Even after me.
Was a web-based horror game launched in 2008. It was designed to immerse players into a spooky, interactive experience. The game first stood out because it could only be played from 6 p.m. to 6 a.m.
Why is it so glitchy?
Atmosphere. To start the game, players are asked to enter their personal details like their phone number and enable their webcam.
That is so weird. Why you have this weird camera?
The game's graphics
Yeah.
included various tasks that increase the view in a camera. You have to go about an extremely dark room, taking photos to light up your surroundings. You eventually stumble upon and take a photo of a girl sitting in the dark. The challenges were designed to be more engaging by bringing like one of the rooms filled with photos of people. We have to find a specific photo. What you don't initially realize is that the photo you're trying to find was secretly taken with your webcam to be displayed within the game. One of the more unsettling features was the game. We have to find a specific photo. What you don't initially realize is that the photo you're trying to find was secretly taken with your webcam to be breaking the. You have to go about an extremely dark room, taking photos to light up your surroundings, until you eventually stumble upon and take a photo of a girl sitting in the dark. The challenges were designed to be more engaging by breaking the fourth wall, like in one of the puzzle rooms filled with photos of people. You have to find a specific photo. What you don't initially realize is that the photo you're trying to find was secretly taken with your webcam to be displayed within the game. One of the more unsettling features was the game's ability to call your phone in real life, with instructions to assist. The game could only be played from 6 to 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. So you'd like to be called in the middle of the night. Now, strangely enough, Hotel 66 was revealed to be an advertisement for Doritos. Yes, Doritos. With no direct product placement, no references, and not really anything suggesting it had to do with Doritos. This has thus led to a
Weird.
sequel, Asylum 66, which pushed the interactive elements further by integrating players' Facebook friends into the experience by posting on your Facebook about
I don't want to watch this video.
criticism for lacking the original's craze.
I don't want to watch this video anymore. That's good. That's scary. No.
Happened to Among Us.
Who?
Listen, games change. I
Better.
recently played Among Us for the first time in 4 years and was not expecting what I saw. To start, I was
No,
playing
det står 0% på telefonen. Hur funkar jag? Har den telefonen?
crew and friend. But last minute, we realized we were short a creator, so we invited Jellybean. They actually joined. And as you're probably wondering, this is how the meeting started.
Postnord. Postnord. Står det.
No, I had no problem with the new map.
Intressant.
But I had no knowledge of them adding
Spar det.
There's a scientist that can check the vitals of all the plants.
Vad är det? And tårtbiten. Någon äter tårtbiten. Nej. Det hämtar var 23. Vad är jag? Är det nästan den är kallad 23. 23. Vad konstigt. Jag bara säger någonting. Nummer. CR Google Maps. Jag vet inte vad jag är längre. Jag bara hoppar. Varje försöker hitta något ställe tills jag vet att jag var där på riktigt. Men jag känner inte igen det stället, eller? Kanske jag känner igen det, nu vet inte jag hade varit där. Eller? Det är ingen drömmen. Sen känns det läskigt. Därför borde jag fortfarande så här. Till mig själv. Va? Mamma? Mamma? Jag är rädd. Nej, så vänta, jag är rädd. Ja.
Ok, thì mà u đủ nó không đấy có ít u đấy nó không ok thì của mình phở mà dẹp để phở rồi tôi thiếu cái là nó nữa
Vi ser här. Malmö.
Ui.
Va? Det är som Malmö är hittat.
Du vet väg, vad är du kan?
Nej, jag vet inte vad jag är. Jag bara åker någonstans. Jag åker inte... Vänta, vilken stad är det där? Jag vill se vilken stad det här är.
Malmö, vi säger så. Söderföljarlund.
Men jag har inte hittat någon ställe jag känner igen. Jag hittar inte. Jag vill om jag hittar något.
Den inte hitta alla jag du vet på väg.
Jag vill bara se om jag hittar ändå.
Du hittar, du kan lätta skända man går
nej, jag vet inte. Sluta tjata, kan inte vara här utan att prata. Sluta. Nej, sluta prata. Nej, sluta prata. Nu är det bättre. Nej, gå inte. Jag är rädd om du inte har. Du kan vila här. Men då gå. Se här. Men det var det, ja.
Kom nu i lov. Vi var i bo Malmö, du vet vad det är.
Jag vet, men jag vet inte.
Yang. Du kan gå samväg rätt.
Jag gick inte mot Malmö. Jag vet inte om jag är i Malmö eller nära Malmö. Jag bara åker någonstans.
Det är nytt look.
Men jag vill bara se vad som händer här.
Nej. Yang det.
Jag vill bara se vad som finns här. Vänta.
Du kan kolla vad ensam man ska gå upp.
Men då kommer jag bli rädd. Då kommer någonting hända.
Det är lätt att du gör hur
jag kommer vara rädd. Nej, jag kommer bara ta många timmar att titta vad jag är.
Jag kan inte sitta med det här många timmar heller.
Du sitter inte. Du behöver inte sitta. Du kan stå upp om du vill. Du behöver inte sitta med mig. Du sa du sitter. Du sitter inte med mig. Du är bredvid mig. Du sitter inte. Du står upp. Du står upp.
Jag ska gå upp så.
Du sa du sitter. Du sitter inte. Du står.
Det är ni förstår med det.
Va?
Jag kan gå sängen.
Du sitter inte. Du står.
Jag vet, det är ni.
Du sa du orkar inte sitta. Hur orkar du inte sitta om du inte sitter? Men vad menar du? Vänta, släpp, rör inte mig. Sådär. Men låt mig hitta.
Du lätt på att du går upp när TV kollar.
TVn? Men vad är det någon... Men det är för högt och sådant.
Du lätt på att du gör kollar. Du kan gå säng och
nej, jag vill inte gå till säng. Jag sa jag vill här. Annars kommer ni skaka surfplattan och det kommer inte vara så bra.
Du kan nästan lägga på kolla uppe.
Nej, jag är inte klar, sa jag. Jag är klar när jag hittat en ställe jag känner igen. Hitta vad jag tror jag har varit förut. Jag vet inte vad jag är, men jag vill inte bara gå någonstans tills jag... Men jag åker tills jag hittar någon ställe som jag har varit. Jag vet inte. Just nu är jag i Malmö. Jag var nära Torup. Jag skulle till Torup. Och sen jag hittade och tappade bort mig själv. Och sen är jag i Malmö. Eller nära Malmö. Jag vet inte ens vad det är.
Ja, då vet du vilken väg han är.
Jag skulle åka till Torup och hitta vad jag hittade. Men nej vänta. Jag hittade inte. Jag var ju såg en skylt som stod Torup för. Jag är inte konstig. Det är du som tjatar. Det får inte göra. Varför måste det vara så jobbigt? Jag får se det så. Förberedde någonstans. Låt mig se. Det är inte långt bort. Det är inte lika långt bort som Thailand. Thailand är mer långt bort. Varför frågar om Torup och Malmö är långt bort? Men jag ville se om jag hittar någon ställe där jag varit förut. Men jag skulle gå till Torup. Jag menar Torup, det är någonstans. Nej, jag menar som jag har varit. Som jag på riktigt i bilen eller någonting sånt. Har inte vi varit i Torup förut? Nej, jag sa vad jag har varit, inte var jag är nu. Jag vill bara se om jag känner igen någonstans. Jag vill bara gå långt. Så jag kommer sluta när jag ser någonting. Så jag ser någon namn här. En skylt. Var det? Dela här. Skicka till mig själv. Skicka. Okej, vänta, låt oss se här.
Du orkar, du går slippa det, men det går så var det.
Sluta tjata, det blir mer jobb idag. Får man göra något i huvudet då. Nej, vänta. Nej. Ska inte jag sova? Vad är det vi gör? Lite. Se häst eller? Vad titta vad som finns här. Det finns häst.
Hon hittar inte tillbaka lite.
Inte tillbaka till Torup. Jag ska inte till Torup. Jag ska till någonstans som jag vet jag var på. Men jag vet inte vad jag är nu. Jag ska inte tillbaka till Torup. Jag ska bara någonstans. Vänta, låt mig se här. Va? Det är 1% här och här på telefonen 1%. Konstigt. Jag har precis satt på den här. Men båda är 1%, då måste jag ladda det här. Men då kan jag då sluta den. Då tappar jag bort vad jag är och måste börja om. De ger mig ladda. Snabbt. Varför måste jag vara så arg hela tiden? Varför är jag alltid så arg? Varför måste du vara arg? Var inte trött. Du kan inte sova och vila. Jag sa jag ska gå upp när jag hittar någonstans som jag känner igen. Jag kände igen att det stod Torup, men jag vet inte vad jag var. Nej, jag vill inte rapa då. Jag har inte mött. Va? Va? Vad menar jag? Det går, mamma, det laddas inte. Mamma, surfbrädan laddas inte.
Jag vet det, eller?
Jag tror jag har hittat så här. Nej, kommer på här. Ladda, nu går det. Nu laddar den.
Lämna ladda i de ben, det kan bli...
Benen. Lägg den någonstans då.
Mamma kan orka inte med godis med det.
Nej, flytta inte godiset här. Vänta.
Funkar med det?
Ja, det står där. Ja, det är vitt, då funkar det. Om det är röd, då funkar det inte.
De kan göra hela, de blir inte varma ladda.
Jag känner telefonen, det är inte så varmt.
Det är inte nog. Men det händer någonting med...
Om det händer någonting, då kan jag säga.
Jag ska säga, jag vet inte om det händer.
Jag säger om det händer, så tala. Har jag inte redan varit här, sista? Har jag inte redan sett här?
Batteri man orkar inte ibland. Förstår mig? Du gör det den. Det får batteri.
There's an
Ibland man varm kan bli bum och så med.
protect a player, but by far the craziest rule they added is the shapeshifter. Basically, if you get this guy, you're overpowered. You can transform into anyone in the lobby, kill someone with someone watching, and watch the chaos.
Vänta, sluta! Det behöver inte vara så mycket hela tiden. Det behöver inte vara... Jag har så mycket problem hela tiden.
Jag säger, jag kommer på det.
Nej, om de blir rädd.
Vad säger jag? Jag öppnar, jag känner.
Men jag sa jag är rädd. Vill du att du ska vara rädd, eller?
Är du rädd för att det går upp?
Nej, jag går inte upp det för jag är inte klar. Jag vill gå upp, då blir jag orolig att jag inte är klar. Jag är orolig, sa jag. Jag kommer vara orolig att jag inte är klar då, när jag går upp. Hör du inte vad jag säger? Du vet inte vad menar du? Jag vet inte vad jag säger. Jag vet vad jag säger. Du bara hör inte vad jag säger. Det är inte samma sak. Du sa jag vet inte vad jag säger. Du vet inte vad jag säger. Du bara hör inte.
I was not expecting what I saw. To start, I was playing with nano. What is your biggest fear?
I would say a worm.
Have a good day.
You too.
3. What is your biggest fear?
จนหลับจนนอนเลยที่ผายเวรกลับแล้วไม่ใบทับ
You too.
เนี่ยแล้วยืนไล่หาพ่อก็ไม่เป็นไร
Jump.
มันก็ไม่ขึ้นแม่นั่งเฝ้ามึงไม่ไหวแล้วกูเนี่ย
You too.
Lös inte längre. Ja, nu lär du sig.
3. You ever had a racist experience, but it was funny though? Campus police called my Asian after stealing chairs from the Starbucks, and I said, we need these for the math. And they just let me go, and I finally had chairs for my balcony. 5 years ago, I shot myself in an escape room. It is my brother's favorite story. Today, he had frontal lobe surgery, and there was potential for memory loss. This is the first text he sent me from recovery. I survived the surgery, and I still remember what happened in the escape room. My son has created a primitive pillow fort. My daughter, unable to break her way in, has wandered to the kitchen and
Du tänker ju det väl?
Du ska inte titta på någonting, eller?
to let children learn important lessons like when the enemy's fortifications are impregnable, pillage the countryside until starvation forces them out. I went to the Apple store because my phone's acting weird and told my wife not to text me anything questionable since someone else would be handling my phone. This came in while the employee was literally holding it. I bought you new underwear. We're gonna get to the bottom of why you keep mysteriously shitting yourself every day. I love you and we'll figure this out together. You ever had a racist experience, but it was funny though? Campus police caught my Asian after stealing chairs from the Starbucks, and I said, we need these for the math. And they just let me go, and I finally had chairs for my balcony. 5 years ago, I shot myself in an escape room. It is my brother's favorite story. Today, he had frontal lobe surgery, and there was potential for memory loss. This is the first text he sent me from recovery. I survived the surgery, and I still remember what happened in the escape room. My son has created a primitive pillow fort. My daughter, unable to break her way in, has wandered to the kitchen and is eating his half-finished dinner while he screams, "No, mine!" from behind his wall. I could stop her, but I think it's important to let children learn important lessons like when the enemy's fortifications are impregnable, pillage the countryside until starvation forces them out. I went to the Apple store because my phone's acting weird and told my wife not to text me anything questionable since someone else would be handling my phone. This came in while the employee was literally holding it. I bought you new underwear. We're gonna get to the bottom of why you keep mysteriously shitting yourself every day. I love you and we'll figure this out together. You ever had a racist experience, but it was funny though? Campus police caught my stealing chairs from the Starbucks.
Elliot Eastman was a 26-year-old man from Vermont, USA. He spent most Intellect built a successful career on TikTok for reading and reacting to funny memes, but it all came crashing down when he was exposed for his predatory behavior, turning his career into one of TikTok's most disturbing scandals of all time. My name's Ryan, and we'll be looking at how Intellect grew his online career and where he is now. Intellect became famous for a formula that was very straightforward. He would steal tweets and Reddit posts, then read them aloud, and finish with his signature facts.
Simply relationships are strong. I give them a kidney, but you are borrowing my church. It's simply facts.
The entire video often consisted of nothing more than Ben laughing.
Så här startar igen. Kör va? Jag känner igen den. Va? Jag är tillbaka någon annanstans.
Fans loved his content, with some leaving heartwarming comments on his videos saying, "Dude, I'm so obsessed with your videos, I can't go to bed until I see one." However, relying on a single formula eventually caught up to him. Audiences noticed that Ben was recycling content, sometimes even reacting to the same meme multiple times. Seeing this, the tone of the comments changed instantly, with people calling him out, and even in as well. Nick is not green, Flamingo, and several others began calling out just how repetitive his content had become, adding more fire to the criticism.
With this kind of content, I don't even think I'd call it close now. You're reading something that somebody else wrote, and then you just laugh at it. I'm not gonna lie, man. Ben's like, you suck, dude. So different.
But it was Nick's videos in particular get under Ben's skin, and thanks to taking the criticism personally, I ended up copy striking one of his videos, then followed it up with an email threatening him, saying, "The user is not only using my work from YouTube, but also from TikTok." A large part of the video is content that I created, including videos from the video sharing Cameo and screen recordings of my social media accounts. About half of the content in this video is my work, and I still feel this video should be removed and want it to be looked into further. Nick then responded by releasing a full video exposing everything.
The fact that he tried to copyright claim, not just copyright claim, but copyright strike my video and get it taken down because I was making fun of it.
But what stood out the most was the tone of Ben's message. Instead of sounding like the heartless and goofy creator people recognized, Ben came across as aggressive and defensive, completely different from the persona he had built online. Things got worse when Nick revealed that many of the tweets on Ben's personal Twitter accounts weren't original at all, but stolen from smaller accounts.
In here, he doesn't just use other people's content to make his own, but he straight up steals it and reposts it on Twitter.
He went as far as placing the tweets side by side, pointing out creators that Ben had stolen from. Ben had done it so much that it started to look more like a routine strategy, which simply involved finding a popular post, copying it, and relying on his large following to bury the original creator. And not long after, another creator named Samson released a video discussing the situation where he played a clip of Intellect unknowingly admitting on camera that he takes posts online and uses them as a part of his content.
I actually had another guy who had that.
He explained it casually, not realizing how damaging the admission sounded, but the clip confirmed that the accusations were not exaggerated. Once that reality hit, the internet quickly turned him into a running joke. People began remixing his old videos into memes.
Forcing a cat being Basty's goals. A mouse taking a selfie was.
We could have been besties, Benny boy. I wish you hadn't been so afraid.
Editing his voice.
When you invite an OnlyFans model to your non-existent podcast, but then they say they don't want to hook up with your creepy, desperate 34-year-old self.
It sharing clips that made him an easy target. As the memes kept spreading, more creators began joining in, adding their own spins and hits to the trend. One of the people who contributed to the wave was a creator named John Casterline. John joked on his own page that Bentelike was probably
Oh yeah, each one too long. It is. Oh wow.
Slightest thought in the back of his head that someone is actually going to take things a little seriously.
But Ben didn't take the joke lightly. He posted a response video making fun of John's content through comments such as,
Secondly, dude must have ran out of content because that trend is 2 years old. Honestly, dude just sits in his room telling stories in his bed.
but their comeback didn't land the way he hoped because John responded almost immediately and exposed him by saying,
Well, you just trapped yourself. Why would you ever try to roast someone else's content when you know damn well all you do is read tweets? Are you kidding me?
In his follow-up video, John also showed that after he made the meme joke, Ben had tried calling him several times on Instagram.
And I go to our messages and find out that he called me about 17 times.
He showed a long list of missed calls, something that didn't look like a friendly attempt to clear things up. Instead, it looked like Ben was genuinely upset and urgently trying to confront him. The repeated calls made it clear that the memes were getting to him in a serious way, and once again, people were seeing behavior that didn't match the calm, easygoing character he portrayed on camera. Around the same time, Bentelect also found himself clashing with the hosts of the H3 podcast, who had previously roasted his content on their show. Ethan Aquila criticized his repetitive format.
He's the guy on TikTok. He just steals people's videos and goes, "Whoa, that's great!"
But it was more of a light commentary rather than a personal attack.
I feel my brain is suffering, and then you're open. Yeah.
However, Ben did not see it that way. Instead of brushing it off, he uploaded a response to his size as a top 5 people who hate me less. Notably, the very first person he addressed was Hila Klein.
On Hila Klein.
Rather than responding with someone taking this lightly, Ben took direct shots at her, mocking her and making comments about her appearance.
She looks like she hasn't smiled in years, so I'm not surprised.
The tone was bitter and immediately stood out to viewers, making it clear that the criticism like far more than he wanted to admit. Fans of the H3 podcast quickly noticed and started calling Bentelike out in the H3 subreddit, writing, he either laughed it off or said he respects them. Why be mean to Hila? Why insult her appearance? It felt so unnecessary and weird. This guy better pump his brakes. That woman is a national treasure. And he's
Once they go hit her.
strong women, so his reactions many agreeing that Ben's response had crossed the line. But as bad as things had already gone, around this period, Ben began branching out from his usual meme content and started reaching out to creators completely outside his niche. One of the creators he contacted was an OF model named Jordan Max, and what seemed like a harmless collaboration quickly turned into one of the biggest controversies of his career. On July 30th, 2023, Ben and Jordan had planned to film a sample pickle tasting video for his channel. Jordan had already set aside time for it, and everything was ready for filming. But just 3 hours before they were supposed to film, Ben sent her a message completely unrelated to the original plan by asking whether she would also be down to record extra content for her web page. To which Jordan politely declined, explaining he wasn't prepared for that type of collaboration and didn't even have the necessary testing documents prepared. And that was when things got strange. Right after she said no, Ben responded saying, no worries, hey, gonna do the pickle video with someone else, thanks though. And when Jordan asked him why he had cancelled, he replied saying, to be honest, I thought it would just be fun to film and see where things go. Critically, it looked like Ben wanted the entire collaboration only to be set up for something else. Jordan then decided to share the story on Twitter saying, I was invited to
to go and fortsätta förbi den där.
He asked me if I wanted to make a video with him, which I declined, and 1 hour before we were supposed to meet up, he canceled. At first, the tweet didn't get much attention, making it seem like the situation would eventually fade away. But then, Ben made a big mistake when he sent Jordan another message, telling her to delete the tweet or he would sue her. Instead of clearing his name, the threat immediately backfired. Jordan posted a screenshot of the message, and that was the moment the situation exploded. People who had ignored original tweets were suddenly paying attention, causing the story to spread fast and eventually gain over views. But she wasn't the only one. Soon after her tweet blew up, Jordan received a message from another woman who exposed Ben for trying to use the same tactic on her. She provided screenshots of her own interactions with him. It showed messages that blurred the line between a regular collab and something a little different. In one of the screenshots she shared, Ben said, "You want to come over here and spend some time with me? Because on a side note, I do think I could probably make us some money in the web." Ben looks crazy bitches into oblivion. "If you come over, I'll give you $1,000. I just really want you." However, when the woman refused, he became disrespectful and aggressive. Hearing what Jordan had experienced, he said, "Yeah, whatever, go fuck yourself." Says the girl who's trying to make it web. "Good luck." She then responded saying, "First you want to make contact with me, and now you're throwing it in my face, LMAO." To which Ben responded by saying, "Save your words, you were just playing. If you were actually upfront, it might be down. But you probably have a lot going on, which is understandable. Either way, I honestly don't care." Things were looking bad for Ben, but no one was prepared for what was about to happen next. The next day, Jordan posted another tweet saying, "Another woman has come to me, wishing to remain anonymous, sharing her experience with Ben's life. This dude is a predator." In the message, the woman described her experience saying, "I hooked up with him for a while in 2019 or 2020, back when he was attempting to be a rapper. He's a pretty shady guy. We matched on Tinder and he said he was 25, but later he told me he was 29. When I was trying to stop hooking up, he kept telling me he seriously wanted to try dating. After seeing him another time, he told me he wasn't looking for anything serious, then gaslit me that he never said anything like that with me."
Alltså det här. Karlar Göransborg. Google Maps. Finns här. Förbi den här vägställen. Ingenting. Nej. Va?
Me crazy and said he hopes I find out. I found out he already had a girlfriend, and when I told her, she told me that he was 31. She told me he also lied to her when they started dating. He was literally lying to hook up with younger girls on Tinder. Jordan then posted a screenshot of another woman who narrated her experience with Bentala. Actually, he's bothered a lot of women. He told me he loved me and asked me to move in right away. I started pushing back that it was too much, and he flipped out on me. It was days after I was cheated on, and he was like, "I don't want to talk about your feelings, I want to talk about us." He's an alcoholic and needs to seek help. I'd also have a lawyer if I were you, because he's the type to sue even if he doesn't have the grounds to. And on other platforms like Reddit, things didn't look better for him either.
Hässelholm. Jag åker ditåt. Där känner jag inte igen.
Particularly on the H3 podcast subreddit, where one post quickly
23-vägen igen. Va? Okej, cyklar.
the anonymous user wrote, "If there's anyone who deserves to be in the platform, it's definitely this guy. I don't know how he even has 11 million followers on TikTok."
Jag provar här.
The user then claimed the situation went beyond Bentlite wanting to create content with models. But just to confirm, he is as awful as all the screenshots suggest. He dated a friend of mine on Raw and has no redeeming qualities. She's not a very open person, but one day she was feeling down and eventually let me read through some of the text to explain why. I was in literal shock at the vile he was spitting, all because she wouldn't come up for an F-in, of course. According to the Reddit user, the messages allegedly included name-calling, insults, and degrading language. The post ended with the user writing, "It was so bad it made me cry just reading through them. I was so happy to see his face pop up on TikTok gossip accounts and thrilled to hear him drag on the pod. Truly a garbage human, and I hope he loses every bit of the little clout
saying no more Mr. Nice Guy after getting rejected. Even Jordan Max left the comments unopposed, showing just how serious the situation had gotten and offering moral support to the victim. By this point, all the platforms were all telling the same story, and Ventilate's reputation was collapsing everywhere at once. The situation had turned from one moment once made a mistake into a clear pattern. Screenshots kept spreading, and the more people saw, the worse the optics became for Ben, with fans describing him as entitled, manipulative, and gross. Realizing the situation was spiraling, Ben eventually responded publicly. He released a statement saying, "I've recently been accused of some heinous actions and would like the opportunity to share my disgust at these accusations. I'm a firm believer in
Vänta.
the equality of all humans, including
Lyssna. Där står
three sisters and no brothers.
Isk.
I learned very early on the
Va?
importance of power, love, and abilities women have.
Vilken intressant ställe.
And treated with respect, and that's when I lived my life. I do not condone the statements or accusations that have suddenly been placed upon me,
Vad
and I
fixar
wish
vi
to
här?
speak to anyone who feels they have been wrong. But the
Intressant.
internet was not convinced. The statement felt generic, and it didn't address any specific
Sen så här. Vad ska jag säga?
and unfortunately for him, the allegations
Seriös. Oh.
experiences. Each new story adding another layer to the drama. The pressure ended up being too much for him, to which he would fall short of facts, and eventually made an apology video.
I'm sorry to anyone that I've made feel unwell. I want to say to any girl who I've been rude to, whether it's text or in person, that I'm sorry. I understand that me being sorry is not excuse that kind of behavior. I want to work on myself.
However, the second apology didn't work as well, with fans saying things like, "Or he sounds like he doesn't give a crap," and he ended it off like we would automatically forgive him for sexually harassing women. And if this guy doesn't care at all, what a jerk. The controversy eventually reached a much wider audience when Voice Critical stepped in to give his take on the entire situation. On August 20th, 2023, Charlie uploaded a video about Ben titled
Oh.
Loser, a title so blunt it barely needed any further explanation. In his breakdown, Charlie pointed out something that had become hard to ignore.
It seems like knowing how this guy finds his sex and how he's never getting it. But he's very desperate too, and will do it by any means necessary to try and achieve quits.
And when he got turned down, he immediately spiraled into anger or self-pity because things did not go his way. To Charlie, it looked less like a creator handling rejection and more like someone whose entire personality had become fixated on chasing women he couldn't get.
It seems like you're trying desperately to get into OnlyFans, but keep getting rejected and can't handle it. So how can you have the goal to try and shame them for it when you are desperately trying to do it yourself?
He then moved on to Ben's apology, highlighting how unusual his wording was about including women and how it failed to address any of the actual concerns being discussed.
I recently been accused of some heinous actions and would like the opportunity to share my disgust with these accusations.
I'm a firm believer in the rights and equality of all humans, including women.
That's not the biggest red flag of me. I don't know what else is.
Almost like Ben was trying to act sincere rather than actually owning up to anything. More than a year later, Ben resurfaced with a video attempting to respond to Charlie's criticism. The video was captioned, "Penguins is the real breed," and in it, Ben claimed that Charlie's coverage
Som första här.
slander, going as far as suggesting that Charlie had ruined his career.
I made a video slandering me over a year ago. The damage it caused still affects me, my career, and my mental health.
He also argued that the screenshots circulating online were fake.
Made up a story reading fake screenshots from Twitter that I started a fake podcast to get girls, OnlyFans girls specifically, to come and hook up.
He implied that he was considering legal action.
A lot of fans have recommended that I sue Charlie. Other commentators
Så jag så 23 också. Igen va? Ha? Va?
Instead of clearing anything up, the video came across as Ben trying to redirect blame to my commentary creators in the hopes of regaining sympathy from his audience. But this wasn't the first time Ben had attempted this strategy. In a separate incident, he tried to portray Billie Eilish as a bully after she created a parody using his video. He suggested that she was encouraging her fans to hate him, even though the parody simply demonstrated the same reactions that Ben regularly used in his own content.
Posted this
knowing that it was making fun of me to her millions of followers, and in turn would cause her followers to come and hate on me.
It was another example of
Sharam.
criticism personally. After months of silence, Bentley finally tried to clear his name by uploading a video that managed to make everything even worse. The video was titled Commentary Channels Love to Lie, and from the moment it opened, it was obvious that the only thing Ben was interested in was painting himself as the victim.
Centrum. Okay, go to Centrum.
No matter what, regardless of
Centrum.
because apparently against me.
Instead of addressing anything properly, Ben spent the entire video insisting that every creator criticizing him was a clown and chasing views off his downfall.
Let me just say this. The story is that I started a podcast to leverage
Okay, Sarpa.
and any other person who tells you otherwise is lying for fame, for views, for whatever reason.
According to him, the allegations were real scandals, going on to suggest that they were just made-up stories. But the more he talked, the more it became clear that he wasn't defending himself, rather he was running from reality. He also responded to Nick Astonbury's accusations about the copyright strike, and in his defense, he didn't know the difference between a copyright claim and a strike.
I just point blank thought when someone used your videos to put it in a copyright claim. I didn't know there was a difference at the time, strike or claim or whatever.
This explanation would have been weak on its own, but because of how big a creator he was, it made no sense for him to lie that he didn't know the difference between the two. Also, if Ben's logic of copyright striking was applied to his own page, nearly all of his content would have had to be removed. After all, most of his videos are built on memes and screenshots he didn't own. But the moment that really destroyed the comeback was when he addressed the situation involving the OF model Jordan Mack. Instead of owning up to his mistakes, Ben gave an absurdly ridiculous excuse saying,
"Hey, Fortune is going to come over," and I texted her. So, yep, this is a drunk text at noon. I was blackout drunk. Just stupid. And she tried to blow it up into something that it wasn't.
The problem was that Jordan and multiple other women had already presented overwhelming evidence, so Ben blaming the liquor only made him look dismissive, entitled, and unwilling to take responsibility. And while that excuse didn't carry any weight, the whole video was so unrealistic that even his most loyal fans couldn't take it seriously. Just pack it up, it's been over a year. Funny how he was drunk every time he texted them. By the end of that same year, Bentulet's career had completely stalled. His TikTok videos that once pulled in millions of views were barely hitting six figures, and eventually he ended up losing over 300,000 followers. His YouTube account followed the same downward trend. With over 3 million subscribers, some of his most recent uploads are only getting a few thousand views, numbers that made it clear his audience had moved on. The comments, once full of support and laughter, had turned into ridicule, with fans openly questioning why he was still posting, and also mocking him with his signature catchphrases, which he often used at the end of his memes. It was at this time that things got even stranger on Instagram. Bentulet began watermarking memes, placing his name over existing images just to make it look like his own. Behind the scenes, his other platforms were collapsing too. His merchandise store was taken down, and his Cameo page had barely any activity, with reviews dating back to before his controversies even came to light. Sponsorships were nowhere to be seen, and his other revenue streams had dried up. Bentulet also ended up opening an OF account, a sharp departure from the family-friendly meme content that had originally nowhere to be seen, and his other revenue streams had dried up. Bentulet also ended up opening an OF account, a sharp departure from the family-friendly meme content that had originally built his audience. It was obvious that this was just a desperate reaction to lost sponsorships and declining views, with him resorting to anything to earn a little bit of money. And through his downfall, what stood out the most was a video he captioned as Bentulet lost everything, which came out as him seemingly making fun of critics who said his career was over. But the comment section quickly turned the joke back on him, with replies like, "Yep, you really did, and don't think we forgot about the podcast." If you enjoyed this video, you'll probably like these next ones as well, and don't forget to subscribe.
P. So go to Herbie. eller vi får se här. Ja, här blir. Så jag kan hitta någonstans igen.
När det dagligen dammet blir ett problem, då är det dags för Swiffer Duster. Effektiv mot alla typer av damm. Den fungerar som en kraftfull magnet som fångar och låser in dammet, även på svåråtkomliga ställen. Det är dags att säga adjö till dammet. Swiffer Duster, 381 på 010. In a previous video, I covered 4 stories of times YouTube animators got exposed.
Det klockan är 01:32 nu.
You guys flooded
Redan?
to spill the tea on YouTube animators that had skeleton.
Det är riktigt pretty. Det är pretty. And pretty. Okay.
So not too long ago, this guy was rushed to the. So not too long ago, this guy was rushed to the hospital after he woke up and noticed that his entire body was turning blue from head to toe. The second he arrived, he was immediately. Someone that color who was still alive. I can't imagine help him realize he wasn't dying. So not too long ago, this guy was rushed to the hospital after he woke up and noticed that his entire body was turning blue from head to toe. The second he arrived, he was immediately taken to the doctor and put on oxygen because they genuinely thought he wasn't going to make it. Shortly after, though, the doctor wiped his arm, the blue came off, and that's when they realized that he was turning blue because of the dye in his new blue. They didn't wash them after buying. The craziest part is that the doctor even told him that they had never seen someone that color who was still alive. I can't imagine the relief he must have felt when he realized he wasn't dying. So not too long ago, this guy was rushed to the hospital after he that his entire body was turning blue from head to toe. The second he arrived, he was immediately taken to see a doctor and put on oxygen because they genuinely thought he wasn't going to make it.
Tittat man med. Nej.
And that's when they realized that he was turning blue because of the dye in his new blue bed sheet.
Dog. Hittat.
That they had never seen someone that color who was still alive. I can't imagine the relief he must have felt when he realized he wasn't dying. So not too long ago, this guy was rushed to the hospital after he woke up and noticed that his entire body was turning blue from head to toe. The second he arrived, he was immediately taken to see a doctor and put on oxygen because they genuinely thought he wasn't going to make it. Shortly after, the doctor came off, and that's when they realized that he was.
Remember the time an animator went viral for being the unluckiest? You see, he worked on so many iconic movies, but while making Animated Dragons 2, he kept running into a hilarious problem. He would spend days animating his giant dragon character perfect, only for all his hard work to get covered up when they added special effects. It was diabolical. First, it happened in this show. He spent days adding jingles to the jaw to make the hits really feel powerful, but it came out looking like this. And then it happened again. What I wanted to do here is tell the impact to make sure this land was really powerful.
Then its defects department comes back looking like this. Someone called him the Mike Wazowski of animation, but it gets even worse because he spent weeks animating this show and even hand drew the effects as a guide for what he was going through. But of course, it turned out like this. Everyone online felt so bad, and all over social media, the comments were calling for justice. But it turns out he actually left DreamWorks and started his own animation studio, and is doing really well right now. I need to write a book about how I've been screwed by the effects department. Throw back to the time an animator went viral for being the unluckiest person in history. You see, he worked on so many iconic movies, but while making How to Be Your Dragon 2, he ran into a hilarious problem. Dragon character for all his hard work being covered up with the added special effects. It was diabolical. First, it happened in this show. He spent days adding jiggles to the jaw to make the hits really feel powerful, but it came out looking like this. And then it happened again. What I wanted to do here is tell the impact to make sure this land is really powerful. So its defects department comes back looking like this. Someone called him the Mike Wazowski of animation, but it gets even worse because he spent weeks animating this show and even hand drew the effects as a guide for what he was going through. But of course, it turned out like this. Everyone online felt so bad, and all over social media, the comments were calling for justice. But it turns out he actually left DreamWorks and started his own animation studio, and is doing really well right now. I need to write a book about how I've been screwed by the effects department. Throw back to the time an animator went viral for being the unluckiest person in history. You see, he worked on so many iconic movies, but while making How to Be Your Dragon 2, he kept running into a hilarious problem. He would spend days animating this giant dragon character perfectly, only for all his hard work to get covered up with the added special effects. What the hell? A jerk stop? What am I doing there? Jerkin? Have some respect. Just do it in your car and go. That's serious, bro. What the hell? A jerk stop? What am I doing there? Jerkin? Have some respect. Just do it in your car and go. That's serious, bro. It's actually not that deep, bro. What are you doing too much? So, how much snow there is? My mom needs to put a cord in my car, but I can put it in there while I watch it. Alright, here we go. What do you think, Mom? What the hell? Why does every anime opening always seem to have the same sort of unnecessary scene? Let me know if I'm missing any, by the way. It's like, hey, look, the anime has a new opening for this season. Alright, let's see what it's like. Bro, it's gonna look like every anime opening ever. Bro, what are you talking about? Why does every anime opening always seem to have the same sort of unnecessary scenes? Let me know if I'm missing any, by the way. It's like, hey, look, the anime has a new opening for this season. Alright, let's see what it's like. Bro, it's gonna look like... Just in, China unveiled 0.6cm mosquito-like spy drone designed for stealth mission. I owe all the schizophrenics an apology for... Just in, China unveiled 0.6cm mosquito-like spy drone designed for stealth mission. I owe all the schizophrenics an apology for doubting them. A Chinese university student set his door on fire trying to hide an inflatable girlfriend that was made unexpectedly returned early. POV is overpronouncing the Chinese. My mom used to do this when I was a kid and it embarrassed me so bad until I realized that we were Chinese. The Chinese have access to cold. Just in, China unveils 0.6cm mosquito-like spy drone designed for stealth mission. I owe all the schizophrenics an apology for doubting them. A Chinese university student set his door on fire trying to hide an inflatable.
Cool herpes. Yeah.
My mom used to do this when I was a kid and it embarrassed me so bad until I realized that we were Chinese. The Chinese have access to culinary delights that we in the West can only dream of. I found out today that on Chinese social media there's a trending hashtag that translates to white people meals. I was so tired I ate a white people meal today. One of the hashtags is also white people meals are still Hong Kongers are urged to stare at smokers in a disapproving way to help create tobacco-free state. Me in Hong Kong. Viewing the Chinese McDonald's menu through Google Translate produces some of the best fast food games I've ever seen.
Unsuspecting tyrant double-decker beef, enjoying a full morning meal, full marks for grilled energy egg. Just in, China unveils 0.6 centimeter mosquito-like spy drone designed for stealth mission. I owe all the schizophrenics an apology for doubting them. A Chinese university student set his throat on fire trying to hide an inflatable girlfriend from his roommate who unexpectedly returned early. POV, your name is pronouncing the Chinese. My mom used to do this when I was a kid and it embarrassed me so bad until I realized that we were Chinese. The Chinese have access to culinary delights that we in the West can only dream of. I found out today that on Chinese social media there's a trending hashtag that translates to white people. I was so tired I ate a white people meal. One of the hashtags is also white people meals are still Hong Kongers urged to stare at smokers in a disapproving way to help create tobacco-free state. Me in Hong Kong. Viewing the Chinese McDonald's menu through Google Translate produces some of the best fast food names I've ever seen. Unsuspecting tyrant double-decker beef, enjoying a full morning meal, full marks for grilled energy egg. Just in, China unveils 0.6 centimeter mosquito-like spy drone designed for stealth mission. I owe all the schizophrenics an apology for doubting them. A Chinese university student set his dorm on fire trying to hide an inflatable girlfriend from his roommate who unexpectedly returned early. POV, your name is overpronouncing the Chinese. My mom used to do this when I was a kid and it embarrassed me so bad until I realized that we were Chinese. The Chinese have access to culinary delights that we in the West can only dream of. I found out today that on Chinese social media there's a trending.
My dad had this bit growing up where whenever he was introduced to a little kid, he'd ask them how old they are and then be like, when I was your age, I was older. And he stole this from a stand-up routine on the radio, but the gag works marvelously on children. You can see the gears in their little brains turning, trying to understand the statement, formulate a response, and then they get 10 out of 10 bit. My dad had this bit growing up where whenever he was introduced to a little kid, he'd ask them how old they are and then be like, when I was your age, I was older. And he stole this from a stand-up routine on the radio, but the gag works marvelously on children. You can see the gears in their little brains turning, trying to understand the statement and formulate a response, and then they get 10 out of 10 bit. My dad had this bit growing up where whenever he was introduced to a little kid, he'd ask them how old they are and then be like, when I was your age, I was older. And he stole this from a stand-up routine on the radio, but the gag works marvelously on children. You can see the gears in their little brains turning, trying to understand the statement and formulate a response, and then they get 10 out of 10 bit. My dad had this bit growing up where whenever he was introduced to a little kid, he'd ask them how old they are and then be like, when I was your age, I was older. And he stole this from a stand-up routine on the radio, but the gag works marvelously on children. You can see the gears in their little brains turning, trying to understand the statement and formulate a response, and then they get 10 out of 10 bit. My dad had this bit growing up where whenever he was introduced to a little kid, he'd ask them how old they are and then be like, when I was your age, I was older. And he stole this from a stand-up routine on the radio, but the gag works marvelously on children. You can see the gears in their little brains turning, trying to understand the statement and formulate a response, and then they get 10 out of 10 bit. My dad had this bit. This day I realized accents can change entire words. It's in line. What did they do? Hi. Classic. Please. All right. Well, classic. Let's see. Anything else for you too? Awesome. Thank you. Hello. I would like one matcha. All right. One matcha. Chocolate. Okay. Just to let you know, for donuts, we only have strawberry jam. Is that okay? No, no, no. I want jam on chocolate. Right. So we can do one strawberry jam filled donut. Yeah.違う。ジャム欲しくない。じゃあ、何をしたいの？いけないの。ジャムチョコレート。German chocolate が欲しかったの？そうよ。そうですか。This is the day I realized accents can change entire words.
How does this machine refill beers from the bottom of the cup?
The cup has a hole in the bottom sealed by a magnet. The machine opens during break.
By mistake, this Chinese girl purchased a sculpture worth $10 million in Dubai.
nearby. She gets scared. Something out. This sculpture cost $30,000 in Beijing. It's supposed to move this way. If you see a spider crawling under someone's skin, then do not panic. Don't panic, but it's a silly concept of an implant that some people do for aesthetics. They're not very safe though.
Most popular flavor drink in America is chocolate. Guess what it is in South Korea?
It's banana.
Getting shrimp, lobster, and steak in the military on Marines Day is usually a terrible sign.
It's used to move soldiers around and being deployed to war zones.
Why is this man able to touch the molten lava and not get burned?
He dipped his head in water, which works a layer of vapor, protecting the head from burns. So, that was still pretty hot, just like you.
So how does this machine refill beers from the bottom of the cup?
There's a hole in the bottom sealed by a magnet. So when I learned that Pluto is Mickey's Waldo's mouse,
Sorry, were you sleeping?
Oh my god.
Oh, sorry, were you sleeping?
Oh my god, I really wish I had a 20-piece.
Oh, sorry, were you sleeping? Oh, sorry, were you sleeping?
Oh my god, I really wish I had a 20-piece combo from Wingstop right now for the large ranch.
Is ornament important to you? It is? Yeah. That's nice.
This is how you train your cat to not eat your food.
Pet me? Please pet me?
See how annoying it is?
Imagine being so good at drawing that you single-handedly help catch over 1,000 criminals just by making pencil sketches. Imagine being so good at drawing that you single-handedly help catch over 1,000 criminals just by making pencil sketches. You see, Lois Gibson actually wants the whole record to be the greatest sketch artist in history. Someone broke in and assaulted. Although she was too scared, everyone moved away and started focusing more on her passion for painting portraits. But since Lois was just constantly frustrated by the countless other unsolved crimes on the news, she eventually realized that her own unique skill set actually might be able to help out. Now, the local Houston PD completely doubted that she would even be useful at first. That is until Lois produced such an accurate portrait of an unsolved case that the guy's own roommate recognized them on the news and turned him in. Over the next 4 decades, Lois went on to help them catch more than 1,300 criminals, basically using nothing more than people's descriptions. Because of her own experiences, she was actually able to connect with and gather details from traumatized witnesses like no one else. But despite the countless crimes Lois has covered, the case she's most proud of is when she helped reunite a woman named Tina Sheets with her 2 younger brothers, who she had been separated from since they were kids. Only using the boys' baby photos, Lois managed to create such accurate portrayals of how they would look 30 years later that someone instantly recognized them on TV and everyone was reunited. Imagine being so good at drawing.
I hate you.
That's what I used to say. I didn't like wearing skirts. I didn't like wearing makeup. Excuse me. Would you lend me $20? I'll mail it back to you. I
Starbucks, and I gave them something to believe in.
Excuse me, I'm out of gas. I left my wallet at home.
One fact about me is that when I was a kid, I'd write capital E with as many of those little horizontal lines. I called them an adult hated them. Artistic rendition. All capital letters should have a leveled up. So far, I've got adder letter A. I'm back. Just keep spiraling in and you feel like you're branch into smaller versions of themselves ad nauseam. X, Y, spider cubes. So many legs. Oh my god. It's beautiful. Future handwritten notes are going to be so wonderfully cursed now. Well, don't mind the redacted letter between P and U, but I think I've taken a real shine to it. So I may have done a thing in an insomnia fuel John's into insanity. This is how new alphabets get invented. Fun fact about me is that when I was a kid, I'd write capital E's with as many of those little horizontal lines as possible. I'd call them letter E's. In adults, hated them. Artistic rendition. All capital letters should have a leveled up. So far, I've got ladder letter A, E, F, H, T. Humpback B's and T's get as many bumps as you think they need. Circle O's, you just keep spiraling in until you feel like you've made your point. Tree letters branch into smaller versions of themselves ad nauseam. X, Y, spider cubes. So many legs. Oh my god, it's beautiful. Future handwritten notes are going to be so wonderful. Cursed now. Thank you. Well, it's going to take some getting used to.
Det blev vart här. Nej. Det är fel håll. Ja.
Välkommen på Svåra visdomsdagen. Läs mer på westgap.se.
It's been years and years since we schooled.
I'm obsessed with you. Hello. Hi. What roast is the drip coffee that you have brewed? Not the pop quiz. What? It's giving coffee expert. Oh, I guess I do know a thing or two about coffee. Lock it.
And apparently the art community on TikTok has been rather quiet or recent, devoid of art drama and controversy, until I landed on this video by a fantastic and very, very funny YouTuber, Vita. Apparently, hot brewing tea has been steaming in the land of TikTok as a popular
TikTok as a popular artist has been under the scrutiny of the art community and has been getting called out all across the platform for allegedly being problematic and quite controversial. Apparently, they were called out for using the bad no word in a voice message, which somehow found its way onto the internet, turning into a massive controversy, leading to them having to make an apology for the entire situation, and a long list of atrocities people were calling them out for. Also, by the way, if you happen to hear a buzzing sound in the audio, it's just coming. They're supposedly doing some renovations above me. I guess they're trying
Nej, inte här. Jag måste gå och dra mig. Jag måste gå tillbaka igen.
So in one of her videos,
Nej, vänta.
that voice message, once she said the N word, it was translated wrongly. Here's the voice message. Thanks to Edna Miles and narrated. And she did call this a language barrier, and she didn't know what it meant. IG. She also might be an N inside. So if you do zoom in on this one, you can see the NCI symbol under her hands. So what is happening in the picture is two people doing stuff together, and this one you can see the NCI symbol under her hands. And this one, so what is happening in the picture is two people doing stuff together, and one of them has an N outside him, but that is what I see.
The animated apology video was immediately hated and disregarded by everyone on TikTok, and people began calling them out yet again, claiming them for making an animated video instead of genuinely apologizing like a person, and comparing their apology video with that of popular YouTuber Colin Ballinger. She's apologizing for animation because we have officially lost the plot because the next movie, Ballinger. I love how after she turned comments off so everyone just communicates through reposts. Every single video talking about the apology video on TikTok were all calling it bad, saying the artist never meant it and was most definitely still problematic, and someone even shared a screenshot from their story of what they said before they decided to even make the apology video in the first place. Some people still stood beside the artist, supporting them as they apparently already made the apology video, and wondered what else the community wanted besides that. And before that comment even made it out of the trenches, another user immediately cleared the air so people would get confused about the supposed apology. In the whole video, she's trying to guilt trip and act like the victim, and also animating it like it's just for the with extremely
Vänta, nu är här igen.
way would have been to make a long video explaining everything and apologizing properly, preferably
Jag ska tillbaka hitåt. Ja. Eller bara titta på lite. Vänta.
which I absolutely agree with. Made a video reacted to the very same apology video from the artist on TikTok.
Så jag börjar känna igen mig här. Vänta, va? Hur?
Yes, that sadly seems to be the only apology the internet is getting. It's flashy, it's animated, and it also seems to be the next worst apology video after the genius ukulele playing masterpiece we received. Holy.
So that was her apology for saying that, guys.
Vänta, jag får riktigt vet vad jag är.
This is honestly pretty genius. Apologize.
Äntligen.
This is now after
Vänta, va? Jag trodde jag visste vad jag var. Jag trodde jag visste vad det var, men nej, jag visste inte. Tänkte fel. Jag är under bron. Bilar. Postnord, okej.
system offering service-protected end-to-end data encryption by Proton, the world's largest software provider. Proton Drive is private by default, so all your file drawings and undisclosed projects are protected and encrypted, ensuring no one can read or scrape any of your on-to-train AI or even scan and access your files and photos.
Procent också, ja. Procent också här. Fortfarande i Skåne. Ja. Truck. Va? Helt riktigt tidigt. Jag kör på rätt sida av vägen. I Sverige. Sverige. Ölands. För det är kanske lite längre upp nu. Vänta på skylten. Så. Mm. Mm. Let's see. What's here? Det känns som det blir närmare. Någonstans jag har varit. Det stod det på skylten. Okej. Här tänker jag, det är någonstans som var det tänker. Tänker jag och säger, nej det var inte. Jag fortsätter gå till där håller. Här tar vi, nej. Nej. Det kan inte vara där vi. Mot Malmö igen. Nu jag vill gå upp på den här bron. Yes, det gick. Jag hoppade till bron. Okej, någon annanstans istället. Intressant. Varför måste tolkarna vara så här alltid? För de här kyrkorna. Helt konstigt. Som jag var här för men inte på gång med men inte för det. På riktigt, men va? Inte i verkliga livet. Nej, vänta va? Svenstorp. Did I hear E? Yes. Alarm. That's weird. What's the sound? Va? Lila tåg. En lila tåg. Tåg som är färgad lila. Intressant. Det var inne i tunneln. Resume. Okej, live igen. Jag är tillbaka. Du syns inte. Jag syns inte. Så jag gör så här. Och jag lägger mig här. Syns jag nu? Kan man se mig nu? Så kanske. Så kanske blir bra. Och så har jag hittat. Så, nu kan man se mig. Hoppas jag. Så. Face. Då, hoppas att det syns. Vad var det här för skylt där? Okej. Det var i Google Maps det säger. Jag går någonstans. Tills jag känner igen att jag varit här. Nu vet jag inte om jag har varit här lite. Jag tror det. Harry. هلا كمين التيك كمين تبع هل English but tomato what the how vet it ended is like something snapped and ended is like what's it take about Hmm. Huh. Huh. Oh. Huh. Hmm. Huh. Konstigt. Dödsjävel. Någonting bra, men det var något bra, men det går inte att gå dit. Eller? Det går det. Sen någonstans där heter någonting. Börjar bli trött nu. Nej. Nej. Inte gå upp. Nej. Nej. Inte nu. Nej. Rödskylten som Häggvik. Vet inte varför, men... Saxtorp. Så har de så många Saxtorp. Dinex. Igen. Så det är en Dinex. Inte en Dinex. Oh. När var det här taget? 2026. Alltså längre sedan. I. This is hallucination. Wait, what is this? Thing? Oh, it's real on the maps, but they're supposed to be there. So there's Mm. Gå upp nära hjälp. Börja snabbt ut. Se vad det är. Bara här. Okej, intressant. Som jag gör så här. Vi kommer på en större väg. Det är bara en gång här. Därför ska jag. Sen behöver jag bara glitch. Och nu är jag här uppe. Ja. Jag tror det där var en ansikte. Här. Där. Ett ansikte. Nej, det var så som det bara. Konstigt nog är det så som han sitter. Typ Saras någonstans där med mamma. Skrämde mig. Wait, det va?
Hello.
Ja, men det slutar inte försöka ladda sig på detta. Ja, nästa. Det va? Jag är alltid muted. Förut. Jag var muted förut. Ja, det är en röst. Ja, men bara lägg in här.
Inte ett ord med det.
Nej. Vad ont? Vad ont? Vad ont? Vad?
Det är om frun.
Ja, telefon. Jag har inga fru. Va? Vad menar du? Vad sa du? Vad sa du? Hä? Vad sa du? Eller Helsingborg. Göteborg. Då ska jag ditåt. Det finns en Burger King här, står det. Va? Skånes län. Så det ska lite ge det på det. Här Burger King. Burger King.
De heter det.
Nej. Nej. Burger King här ser jag. E6 här. Jag ser vad exakt vad det är.
Jag får gå tillbaka då.
Okej. Ja. Ja, det ser bra. Ja. Längre upp, men Helsingborg. Somewhat Helsingborg.
Tôi là cái hai mươi quá.
Så det är han. Både telefonerna och surfplattan använder 18% av värmen och de laddas samtidigt. Ja, de på samtidigt också. Och vi ser här. Här är andra sidan av väggen. Här kommer nu är jag på andra sidan. Där var grejen nu. Göteborg, Stockholm. Ditåt E4. E4 är också kopplat till vad jag vill vara. Ska vi titta då. E6. Vad är E18? E4. E20. Helsingborg. Det är på E4. Den lägger lite efter E4. Det kommer från E4 till E18. Jag är på E20 igen. Vänta, Johan. E4. Där ska jag ta. Kropp. Nej. Stockholm. Om jag kommer till Stockholm då är det mycket bättre. Det är längre upp. Var Stockholm-skylten? Hitta då går jag till Stockholm. Okej. Dit. Jag ska till E4 så då betyder det jag ska till mot Stockholm. Här. Det var Ägenäs. Det är E4. Det är liksom stöd. Nej, fortfarande 8%. Konstigt. Både 8% för samtidigt. Det är en för 8 och det är den 16. Ja, det fick dubbelt så mycket. Det där för 8. Dubbel. Mer. Mer. Och en. Va? McDonalds och Max. Jag fortsätter hit. Men sätter McDonalds på Google Maps precis när det är så här. Sätter en Burger King men och en Big Max men Max hamburgare eller McDonalds. Det blir skänker. Okej. Fortsätter här på E4. Ja. Bauhaus. Willys. Ica Maxi. Mm. 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 Interpret report forever. Efter 10 timmar. That was absolutely close to ending the live stream.
Sir Isaac Newton in the year 60. Can you beat Minecraft without breaking the laws of physics? Wait a second, I think I forgot about something. I don't know what it is. The law of gravity. This is a universal mathematical principle discovered by Sir Isaac Newton in the year 1666. And it will be the first rule of many that we're going to have to follow in our run of Minecraft. By leaving this tree floating, we already lost, and we're going to have to try and beat the entire game without breaking the law of gravity. And the crazy part is, this is probably the easiest rule of the challenge. Okay, new world, new day, new chance. Can't leave trees floating. I wonder if we can get on top of any trees. Oh, here we go. Look at this. Getting one like this shouldn't break the law of gravity. Did you catch that? We just broke another law. Wait. Rewind the tape. All I did was hop on top of this tree and break the leaf. How is that breaking physics? Well, let me introduce you to a little thing that I like to call the law of conservation of mass. This is a universal truth that matter cannot be created or destroyed. Intuitively, this makes sense, right? In the real world, you can't create something from nothing, and you also can't fully destroy anything. Even if you throw something into a fire, it doesn't disappear. It's transformed into something else like ash. So let's watch our little clip back. Did you catch it? When we broke the leaf, nothing dropped. We destroyed it, thus breaking the law of conservation. Okay, that sounds pretty easy, I hear you guys saying in the comments. And to that I say, if we kill or break something and it doesn't drop anything at any point in the run, then that counts as destroying matter, and we automatically lose. And yes, this includes blaze rods. Even if we kill a single blaze without it dropping anything, then the run is over. Obviously, this is a major roadblock in our run of the game. But what if I told you there to do with the law of conservation? I'll save explaining those for a little bit. Alright. We're allowed to still count because if you drop something, it comes back. So, goodbye. Wait, I just realized something. I accidentally break one of these, like, grass. Oh my. I almost just broke that. I would actually destroy the grass, so game over. Ooh, it's a village. Let's go. Wait a second. Look at this. Guys, I didn't break the law of gravity. The game did. Anyways, villages are really good because we can steal stuff from the houses and chests that we couldn't get, like, otherwise. I'm allowed to get this. This doesn't break the law of gravity or anything. I told you not creating or destroying matter would be hard. I broke one grass and the run's over. Man, I gotta break my money. What? Elite ball knowledge. That I just reset because guys, this cat just broke laws of physics. Okay. I'm making it faster than runs over. Man, I gotta the run's over.
Man, I'm gonna break my monitor.
Ice blast. I told you not creating or destroying matter. I told you not creating or destroying matter would be hard. I broke one grass and the run's over.
Man, I'm gonna break my monitor.
Ice blast. Elite ball knowledge required for that reference. Yes, I did just reset because I broke one grass. Ugh. Hello? What? What? Guys, this cat just broke the laws of physics. Okay, I'm making a new rule. If anything other than me breaks the laws of physics, it doesn't count. Okay, I'm actually being so careful how I'm mining this. Oh, look, it's a bucket. Okay, look at this. This desert is much better for us because we can't actually break anything on accident, except for these, I guess, this. Okay, so let's craft this into logs. Hold on. Remember how earlier I said that there would be some other rules that had to do with the law of conservation? Well, because we can't create or destroy matter in any shape or form, there are going to be a lot of illegal crafting recipes. Think about it. Take, for example, a furnace. This thing is 1 block big, right? Look at the crafting recipe. Yep, I count 8 cobblestone. And I'm not a physics expert, but the fact that this turns into this should not be allowed according to the law of conservation. So the next rule in this challenge is that we will have to obey the principle of not creating or destroying matter every time we craft. Oh, and this doesn't just apply to furnaces. Look, there's a lot of crafting recipes in this game. Like over 400 of them. So I literally went through them all and decided one by one if they broke the law. Created or destroyed blocks. This is perfect, but I left it in the description. Crafting these and the planks. That makes sense. Like, the planks are hollow, so it makes sense that you can craft a bunch, right? And then also it makes sense that you can craft it back into a crafting table, which is like a 1 block thing. So like basically you just transform 1 block into 1 block. Okay, now that we have a little bit of stuff, it's time to actually start like working towards beating the game. And right now we can't do a whole lot of stuff. We can't craft the majority of crafting recipes. We can't break trees even. So we're just gonna have to loot this entire village. Yes, that is allowed. People loot stuff all the time in real life. And then from there, I'll explain what the plan is. Alright, that's that was looted. If you're wondering how I got 33 emeralds, I just traded all of my wheat that I dug up to villagers. Okay, now that I stole some stuff, I think I need to actually explain my plan for beating the game. Like I said earlier, blazes only drop rods 50% of the time when they die, unless you're dreaming. Since we can't kill anything that drops nothing thanks to the law of conservation, if a dead blaze drops a rod, then that's a violation of physics and the rod's over. Okay, I hear you saying it. Just kill blazes and research until you get fixed in a row to drop. And yeah, that would be possible, but the odds of this are 0.5 to the power of 6, which equals about 0.0156 or 1.5%. Killing blazes this way could take weeks, months. Actually, these facts, the laws of physics, is to use magic. Yeah, I'm gonna go for a moving 3 sword. And before you type your little comments, as far as I'm concerned, a lot of the enchants of the game are completely fine according to the laws of physics. Take the sharp telling me it's not possible to put a sword on it. It is possible. And you can basically do the same thing, just making the weapon more efficient. So stretch, but it's really the only way that you can it's possible. So option 1 is to find them in the chest. Option 2, which is probably easier, is to find a lectern within a village and use that to trade with a librarian villager. Okay, so is that we're gonna have to find an actual spawning lectern in a village. It's actually pretty rare. You can't craft lecterns. You actually break the laws of physics, the crafting. So we can't do that. Okay, this village pretty much had nothing in it, so on to the next one, I guess. This, guys, I'm going to demonstrate fits by jumping off this cliff and clutching with my hay bale. Not like that would break the laws of motion or anything. The laws of motion were created by Isaac Newton and state that 1. An object in motion will stay in motion. 2. The acceleration of an object depends on the mass of amount of force on the object. And 3, every action has an equal and opposite reaction. Type of clutch in Minecraft, hay bale, water bucket, boat clutch. These all negate Newton's third law because when you fall from high up, you need an equal and opposite reaction from hitting the ground, which is usually fall damage. Clutches remove that reaction and thus break the laws of motion. So there you go. Our next rule in the challenge is no performing any clutches of any kind in order to comply with Newton's laws of motion. Yeah, you got to go off. Oh my gosh, I almost broke the log crab. I was genuinely like so close to doing that. Woo. Okay, no lecture at that point. I think that was like run around and up and hopefully find